War and Peace. On the Principle and Constitution of the Rights of Peoples. Pierre Joseph Proudhon. 1861. Edited and introduced by Alex Pritchard. Translated by Paul Sharkey. Praise for War and Peace. When it comes to just war theory, Proudhon is the missing link between Kant and Comte on the one hand and Tolstoy and Foucault on the other. Yet, overlooked by the left and selectively appropriated by the right, his War and Peace, 1861, has largely eluded capture within conventional political categories. This fresh translation, with a substantial introduction, makes Proudhon's ethical masterwork accessible to a wider readership and should help to place it accurately on the map of modern international thought. David Armitage, Lloyd C. Blankfein Professor of History, Harvard University, author of Foundations of Modern International Thought, Cambridge University Press, 2004. War and Peace is one of Proudhon's most fascinating books. While the phenomenon of war is analyzed through the lens of the right of force, the book is no justification for violence. Proudhon's obsession with law leads to a challenging opposition of war's horrors with war's ideals, where the clash or balance of antagonistic forces produces justice. After Justice, Order, and Anarchy, Routledge, Alex Pritchard explores Proudhon's opus with his knowledge of modern debates and the latest work in international relations. Thanks to this translation, English readers will rediscover one of Europe's leading socialist thinker in his lifetime, someone Fagé once said was impossible not to take into account and ridiculous to disdain. Anne-Sophie Chambost, Professeur d'Histoire du Droit, Sciences Po, Lyon, and author of Proudhon et la normie, Pensée juridique d'un anarchiste, Presses universitaires de Rennes, 2004. A fascinating study for scholars of the just war tradition, Proudhon's writings straddle both classical and contemporary articulations of the right to war. On the one hand, Proudhon's thinking illuminates otherwise obscure historical debates about the right of conquest that we could learn much from today. On the other, it offers a critique of just war as a thinly mannered variant of the might is right doctrine that speaks powerfully to present-day controversies. This, then, is quite the find, one that is likely to lead scholars to view the just war tradition with new old eyes. Cian O'Driscoll, Associate Professor of International Relations, Australian National University, and author of Victory, The Triumph and Tragedy of Just War Theory, Oxford University Press, 2020. This fascinating text broadens and deepens the history of international thought and just war theory and adds to recent recoveries and reassessments of the international thought of Hobbes, Grotius, Kant, and others. Pritchard's introduction offers the novice and expert reader a new way into the text and will help bring this work into existing debates on the relationship of war and justice. Jonathan Havercroft, Associate Professor of International Political Thought, University of Southampton, and author of Captives of Sovereignty, Cambridge University Press, 2011. This new translation of Proudhon's War and Peace is going to be of great interest for political thought and international relations. Proudhon's sociological study complements the more common legal and political approaches to questions of war and peace. Moreover, as Alex Pritchard's wide-ranging introduction shows, reintroducing Proudhon into the canon of modern European thought rectifies some of its political and intellectual biases and limitations and recovers important influences on authors from Michel Foucault through Raymond Aron to Stanley Hoffmann. B. John, Professor of International Relations, University of Sussex, and editor of Classical Theory in International Relations, Cambridge University Press, 2006. War and Peace is an eye-opener, crammed with quotable lines, provocative historical insights, about America and the state of European politics, and Proudhon's characteristically incisive critiques of his rivals, Kant, Grotius, and Hobbes. Alex Pritchard's informative, warm introduction is the perfect guide to the core concepts, the right of peoples, right of force, collectivity, and war, and their interrelation and resonance for contemporary international relations. Paul Sharkey's translation transforms the whole into a highly readable page-turner. Ruth Kinna, Professor of Political Theory, Loughborough University, and author of The Government of No One, Penguin, 2019. Introduction. On the 2nd of September 1861, just 5 months after publication in Brussels and then Paris, War and Peace was reviewed very favorably in the New York Times. M. Proudhon, the reviewer wrote, has just published a new work, marked by that extraordinary mingling of profundity and paradox which characterizes all the productions of his mind. It is a work from an incomparable logician, one of the most vigorous thinkers of the age, marked by a deep love of humanity and shaped by bold truths and equally bold fictions, paradoxes, vagaries, and extravagances that seethe as in a cauldron through his pages. But it was not so well received in France. "On ne me comprends pas," Proudhon lamented. "My friends don't understand me, while my enemies celebrate." His Republican critics satirized him. Here was the man who championed death to private property and the state, now also proclaiming the historic significance and virtues of the martial impulse, the centrality of the right of force to politics and society, and the enduring virtues of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the 1815 Vienna treaties to the revolutionary cause. His friend, Jerome Langlois, told him he had to read the book twice before he understood it, no mean feat in less than a month. Part of the misunderstanding is surely down to Proudhon's attempt to reach two very different audiences at once, and the relative absence of popular reflections on the rights of war and peace in literary circles at the time. On the one hand, his aim was make this a classic, a reflection on war and the philosophy of right that he hoped would be destined to send everything published on the topic since Grotius and Vattel up to the attic. But he also wanted it to have popular appeal, both educational and political. Unfortunately, in making concessions to both sides, Proudhon lost both audiences, and so, notwithstanding Leo Tolstoy's appreciation for the book, it made no significant mark on public or academic debate for at least the next 40 years. With a century and a half of hindsight, a deeper, critical appreciation of war and peace is now possible. In the meantime, we have seen the flourishing of academic reflections on international relations, just war theory, Jus ad bellum and Jus in bello, and the rights of peoples, or Jus gentium, while the writings of those who eventually turned to the book for inspiration provide us with new insights on the text. In addition, Proudhon's reflections on the course of modern warfare take on much deeper significance in the shadows of 2 world wars and the genocidal xenophobia that has animated the age of nation-states. The aim of this introduction, and the new annotations of the book, is to bring a new level of contextual analysis to our understanding of the work. With hindsight and the critical appreciation of the work, it is possible to understand Proudhon's influence and his foresight much more clearly and develop a new appreciation for the text in turn. In what follows, I begin by offering a brief summary of Proudhon's argument, and make the case that War and Peace as one of the first socialist expositions of the philosophy of war, history, and right. It is this aspect of the text that I then trace through its subsequent intellectual history in the third part, tracing war and peace through the works of Tolstoy, Georges Sorel and the 20th century French sociology, including the work of Michel Foucault. However, the bulk of my introduction situates war and peace in 18th and 19th century debates about the place of war in human, albeit largely European, history, in particular the writings of Immanuel Kant and Auguste Comte. I show how Proudhon charts a course between their writings, seeking a new balance between the individualist, transcendental idealism of Kant, and the collectivist, materialist, philosophical realism of Comte, between Kant's account of the republican freedom, and Comte's subsumption of the individual into the macro forces of history. This broad philosophical context allows us to see what was unique in Proudhon's approach to war. He developed an ideorealist philosophy, one which took ideas as seriously as material forces, placing the individual on an equal ontological footing to the collective, and seeing freedom as the emergent property of the confluence of each of these forces. But most strikingly, Proudhon refutes what I call below the secular theodicy at the heart of Kant and Comte's philosophies of history, the idea that good will always emerge out of evil, and that history has a transcendent telos, leading eventually to some sort of perpetual peace, or in Comte's case, the transcendent unity of the human sciences and society in the age of positivism. Proudhon calls this hopeful account of history a philosophy of providence. For Kant and Comte, the Republican tradition, political constitutions would break the historic link between force and law, grounding right on reason. Proudhon disagreed. In brief, Proudhon argued that the history of war and violence are the domain of chance and brute force, and contrary to his interlocutors, he also denied that force could be removed from politics. The right of force, a key concept in this work, is central to collective agency, and it therefore underpinned the struggle for justice. Forces are ubiquitous in nature, and manifest in human society as social power, puissance, the collective coordination of groups. The rights and force of individuals, groups, and peoples are fired in the kill of history, and war is the macro expression of this. Relations of military, industrial, or intellectual force, latent in times of peace, sustain the rights of peoples, while in times of war they create new societies. Peace treaties, for example, are the constitutional shell which enable national systems of justice to develop. In this respect, Proudhon rejects the standard Republican argument that force and law can be separated. Our systems of law and justice are founded on, sustained by, and dependent upon pacification, the latent relations of force and the threat of violence within society. In turn, the development of different societies can be attributed to war and its consequences, but that process has no inevitable outcome. This philosophy of history is one of immanence, rather than transcendence or theodicy. Proudhon's quasi-pacifism, which will be unpacked further below, derives from his concern with the philosophical foundations of the standard providentialist accounts of war in the context of the industrialization of warfare, the emergence of governmentalism, militarism, and pauperism, each exacerbating an endemic social war. War, Proudhon argued, was caused by a rupture in the economic equilibrium, not by human nature or the will of gods. His political economy of the causes of war led him to the view that the possibility of social peace lay in the transformation of the inclination to war for plunder and conquest, into the use of social power for industrial production, and the recalibration of society on a new balance of economic powers. Proudhon argued that in providing a fuller understanding of war, the latent right of force in society could be transformed into more productive modes. But the unifying and militarizing European nation-states were determined to use conquest to resolve the problems of pauperism, a rupture in the economic equilibrium that pitched elites against one another and forced workers into penury. From the point of view of this socialist political economy, Proudhon was worried that Europe was approaching the nadir, not the apex of its history. The future of society depended on the reconstitution of society, through recognizing the right of force immanent to the emerging laboring classes. But, as Nicolas Bourgeois put it, while the problem is courageously posed in War and Peace, the true Proudhonian solution emerges in his subsequent works, in particular, The Federative Principle, 1863. This recovery of War and Peace is not uncontentious. As with much scholarship on the centrality of war and violence to human history, it has more often been situated on the right of political thought than the left. In addition, like many of his contemporaries, Proudhon's analysis and solutions are sometimes racist and sexist, underpinned by long discredited scientific claims. A selective, decontextualist, and partisan reading of War and Peace has routinely been used to present Proudhon as a proto-fascist. Objections to universal suffrage, his anti-feminism and racism, his defense of the patriarchal family and the virtues of war, are certainly now associated with the far right, not the far left. Proudhon's feminist critics at the time drew attention to these contradictions in his thinking, and tried to rescue the liberatory anarchism in his thought from these provincial prejudices. I give them voice once more below, but more remains to be said on this topic. I wanted to bring this up and point the accusing finger at myself in order to warn the imperial government that, whilst there are times in the history of nations when the public mind breaches the law that encompasses it, as if it were some fragile web. There are other times when it is the law that strangles the public mind, and that we are living in one of the latter moments. Some through fear, others due to zeal, all out of idiocy, betray freedom, even when it is offered to them. The imperial government may brag of having carried the cult of order aloft in minds, but if it is not careful it will never be congratulated upon having allowed the intellect to spread its wings. But I am forgetting that it is not for me to accuse others, since I am the one, I and my like, who stand accused of having corrupted the public mind in France and squandered freedom. The only thing I am allowed to do is to protest that my thinking is loyal and my message moderation. What, then, is there within this book that is so exorbitant, so inimical to the common spirit of our age, that a clever, sceptical, liberal barrister felt himself duty-bound to act, preemptively, as the executor of the verdicts of opinion? Allow me to tell you, reader. I set myself the task of rehabilitating a right shamefully misunderstood by all the jurists, one without which neither the rights of peoples, nor political right, nor civil right have any real, sound foundation. That right is the right of force. I have argued and proven that this righteousness in force, or of the greater force, cited, day in and day out, as an irony of justice, is an authentic right, as deserving of respect and as sacred as any other right, and that this right of force that the human conscience, no matter the meanderings of its various schools, has been believed throughout history and is that upon which the social edifice ultimately rests. But I did not say therefore that force makes right, that it was the be-all and end-all of right, nor that it was to be preferred over the intellect in all things. On the contrary, I voiced objection to such errors. I have paid tribute to the warrior spirit, vilified by the industrial spirit, but I have nevertheless acknowledged that henceforth heroism must yield to industry. I have given war back its former prestige. I have, in defiance of the opinions of the legal profession, pointed out that it is essentially a dispenser of justice, whilst not arguing that there is any need for our courts to become councils of war. Far from it, I have demonstrated that, in all likelihood, we are moving toward an age of indefinite pacification. This is what I have said, and which I reckoned I had made intelligible enough for a specialist. It seems that I was wrong in my reckoning. In addition, dear friend, read this little narration, lifted from Appendix de Dies et Heroibus Poeticis, offered in the schools to Year 6 children, and you will discover the basis and underpinnings of this terrifying treatise. You will even be able to spare yourselves from delving any deeper into it. When the doctors of law have lost the capacity to understand the law through argument, the time has come to speak to them in parables, as Jesus Christ used to do. Hercules. The younger Hercules, a young man already famed for his many feats, but whose education had, in those unhappy times, been sorely neglected, received the instruction from his father, Amphitryon, that he was to abide by the Theban school. Besides music, as it was then called, religion and laws, it taught the writing that a foreigner from the Orient had brought to Greece. At the time, Orpheus was filling the mountains with his songs, somebody else invented the lyre, others had come up with the art of forging iron and turning it into all sorts of instruments. It was an age of Renaissance, when princes and peoples competed against one another in wisdom and advancement. The young hero was delighted to comply, having no doubt that he would conquer all learning, divine and human, just as he had bandits and monsters. He took up a stylus and some tablets and set about dutifully learning letters, numbers, the range of sounds, geometrical shapes, and taking down dictation from his teacher, the better to commit to memory the poets' anthems and the apophthegms of the sages. But Amphitryon's son applied the full force of his determination and understanding to these subtle studies in vain. He made no progress and was forever getting the lowest marks in the school. The slightest mental challenge left him dizzy. When he sat in the study hall, head lowered over his seat, he would strain to trace written characters or numerals in the sand, mouthing their names, the blood rushing to his face. He could feel his arteries throbbing in his temples, his eyes protruded from their sockets, bloody droplets trickled all down his face. His intellect, all intuition, could not quite grasp anything analytically. The art of assembling letters, shaping them into words, the contrivance whereby young children today are entertained, was a real brain teaser as far as he was concerned. In the middle of every lesson, he had to be sent out into the orchard for a breath of air and for refreshment. He did manage to sign his own name, Eta Rho Alpha Kappa Lambda Eta Sigma, but in order to do it he had recourse to a strip of leather, on which the 7 letters making up his name were gouged by a punch and through the gaps in which he threaded his reed pen. But that was all. He never learned the 16 letters in the Cadmean alphabet. As to numbers and geometrical shapes, he never mastered them either. Although his speech, which was extremely naive, may not have been incorrect, the rules of grammar passed right over his head, leaving not the slightest trace in his memory. The oh-so-simple suite of numbers, genders, and cases bearing on substantives and of tenses and persons relative to verbs were, to him, akin to a labyrinth in which his reason struggled to find its bearings. Nature has endowed each of us with one special gift, in one, a quick mind and the gift of the gab, in another, courage and bodily strength. The scholar should not be contemptuous of the strong man, nor the strong man of the scholar. Each of them is going to feel the need for the other equally. Nor did Hercules manage to practice his scales. His prodigious boom of a copper baritone drowned out and broke choirs. On the feasts of Bacchus, he would blow into a huge trumpet, deafening the entire town. Flute and lyre set his nerves on edge. Finally, he was never able to march in step nor dance the sacred dances. His inability to learn caused laughter among his co-disciples, who used to call him bull-headed. He was the first to poke fun at his slow wits. He was otherwise the best companion in the world. At the end of a year, Hercules knew absolutely nothing. By contrast, his physique, already exceeding that of the greatest and strongest athletes, had grown by half a head. His strength was superhuman, his bravery, his application to every exercise, matched his strength. Stopping a cart drawn by a pair of horses whipped into a gallop was child's play for him, or seizing a bull by the horns and felling it with a twist of its neck. His hands were talons, his long, mighty thighs, tireless. He could cover 45 leagues in 18 hours and maintain that pace for 7 straight days. Which is how he came to run down a deer supposed to have hooves of bronze. Having captured it, Hercules then tamed it. He had only to break animals for them to become attached to him, and they would have died rather than be parted from him. There is no love like the love that strong men inspire. He had made himself a bow, reinforced with strips of steel, one that a man of ordinary strength had difficulty lifting, and his arrows were like lances. It was with that bow that he killed the stumphalids, a breed of antediluvian vulture, capable of carrying a 2-year-old pig or heifer back to its eyries. In the forest of Nemea, there lived a lion, the terror of the land, who, year on year, claimed a toll of at least 100 oxen from the herds, not to mention cows, calves, hens, and other lesser game. Advice had been sought about this on lots of occasions, and no one had any idea of how to get rid of it. Hercules said that he would fight it at close quarter, with no weapon but his club. This was the fire-hardened trunk of a whole oak, fitted with a thick, wide grip and sturdy iron studs. Hercules entered the thicket where the lion was, provoked it, pelted it with stones, and just as the carnivore pounced on Hercules, he struck it in mid-flight and felled it with a single blow. The beast's head, a cubit wide, had been crushed by the terrifying club, as if it had been crushed under a boulder fallen from the top of a mountain. Of all Hercules's battles, the most glorious was the one he fought in the swamps of Lerna against a huge serpent. Time and again, the ghastly reptile had been seen to seize a bull or a mighty horse, smother it in its coils, and then drag it back to its lair, where it devoured it. It looked as if there were no power alive that could deliver the land from this monster. At first, it occurred to Hercules to sneak up on it while it was digesting its meal, but, aside from the fact that an ox was no more of a burden upon the fearful boa than a frog to a grass snake, the wicked words of a certain Laches, who was jealous of Hercules, there were those envious of Hercules, prompted him to abandon the plan. Since, in the undertaking of such an expedition, he could not rely upon his club, it being too lightweight for his liking and too short and not hard enough. He picked out an iron rod, long, thick, flexible and weighing as much as 2 men, and he saw to the forging of it himself, wielding it two-handed the way a thresher of corn wields his flail. So armed, naked except for his girdle, Hercules set off to do battle with the serpent in its lair. Even as the latter lunged at its enemy like an arrow, with a blood-curdling hiss, Hercules, who had gambled with the Nemean lion, never flinched. Jumping aside, he struck the boa crosswise with so much dexterity and force as to shatter its spine, and those who were watching the engagement from some distance watched as the snake collapsed as if it had been cut in two. Laches hurried up to sneer. "Couldn't you have tried," he said to Hercules, "to smother him in your arms the way you smothered poor Antaeus, the son of the earth?" With the back of his hand, Hercules smashed Laches into a rock. His brains were spilt and the denigrator was swallowed like the hydra by the mud of Lerna. Like all heroes, once face to face with the enemy, Hercules was overwhelmed by a sort of inspiration. There and then he could see what needed doing. His quick wits then outstripped even the cleverest. The wildcat seizes its prey by the throat, the bull drives his horn into the adversary's belly, the goat turns tail, and delivers a double back kick. The snake wraps itself around its victim and smothers him. Thus, the fighting man, in whom courage, skill, and strength meet, knows instantly and for sure which tactics he needs to employ, in any circumstance. The only use he has for reflection comes when he needs to explain his intentions to others, but the genius of war, what the military describes simply as the eye, is not taught in schools, and one is born a hero and captain the same way as one is born a poet. As we might imagine, bandits, giants, pirates, no matter how strong, well entrenched, and numerous they were, made no headway against Hercules. One particular barbarian chief from the line of the ancient Pelagines, a man of extraordinary stature, had ensconced himself in a pass where he was robbing and scalping travelers. Hercules, having been fooled by him, challenged him to a fight, crushing him between his arms until his heart burst and he made his hair into a fly swat for his stably bowies. One tyrant fed his horses on human flesh, Hercules fed him to them, alive. And so, he was soon policing the whole of Greece. Whilst he lived, the roads were safe. He was in demand everywhere, off he would go, alone, with his club, his bow, and his arrows. His expedition over, he would bid his hosts farewell, seeking no reward beyond the booty wrested from the enemy. His reputation spread far and wide and was rivaled only by his good-natured ways. Despite his outstanding services, and even though undoubtedly none of Greece's princesses would have held it against him, Hercules lived the life of an adventurer. He never conquered a throne. Not one of the towns that he had rescued offered to take him on as its prince. Invincible in war, he had no understanding of politics. "If only I knew how to read," he used to tell himself with touching modesty. "If only I knew how to ride on horseback." The ambitious lawyer, Robespierre, was wont to say. Come the end of the school year, the schoolmaster informed his pupils that there would be a prize giving. There was a magnificent program. After a sacrifice to the gods, there was to be dancing, singing and oration. A tragedy composed by the teacher would be performed by the pupils. The whole thing would conclude with the award of laurels. On the appointed day, the entire town turned out for the ceremony. The magistrates were positioned on a dais surrounded by green garlands and topped by a triumphal arch, the orchestra to their left and the pupils to their right. There were badges displaying the names of the winners, a stack of wreaths rested upon a marble tripod. In front of the dais, an altar had been positioned, with perfumes burning upon it. The master had overseen their studies with some skill, varying the exercises and bringing out the different aptitudes in the subjects in which every one of these lovely young people had, without exception, earned at least one reward. The parents, the children, everyone was happy. Hercules alone received no prize. For all his prowess, for all his freely delivered services, the master had not awarded him so much as an honorable mention. He showed up with his ballista-like bow, his club resting in his hand, the pelt of the Nemean lion covering his broad shoulders, his bronze-footed doe following on behind like a young pup. A male slave carried the head of the Arcadian boar which he had slain, its tusks 2 palms long. Another waved the tresses of the giant that he had scalped, 4 more dragged the skin of the boa, 7 times Hercules's own length. The instant he appeared, the people began to cry out, "Bravo, Hercules! Hail the son of Jupiter!" Nobody could credit that the noble Amphitryon, one of the bravest, sturdiest horsemen, had managed to sire such a son. The young girls tossed posies at him that contained more than one flirtatious message that the tamer of monsters was unable to read. There he stood, with his heroic stature, his mighty limbs, his mane as curly as that of the bull of Marathon, a festive band around his forehead. He asked the master, "How come you have awarded me no laurels and humiliate me with the town looking on?" "You know nothing," the pedagogue answered him, "you refuse to be taught, you do not even attend classes. In 3 days, the youngest of these children learns more than you will in your entire lifetime. Your place is by your father's plough which you would do well to rejoin with your slaves. Apollo and the Muses shun you." At which the onlookers laughed. Incensed, Hercules kicked through the dais, toppling the triumphal arch, knocking over the benches, the chairs, the perfumed altar, shattering the tripod, scattering the wreaths, reducing them all to a heap, and called for a torch. Then he seized the schoolmaster, forced him into the boa skin, the fellow's head poking out of the snake's jaws, capping him with the boar's head, and dangled him, in that condition, from one of the poplars under which the prize distribution was to have been held. The womenfolk were terrified, the students cowered, the people reeled back, no one dared face the wrath of Hercules. The din reached the palace where Hercules's mother, the worthy Alcmene, was. She had been a ravishing beauty. Now, even in her more mature years, she might have been mistaken for the goddess of strength. She showed up, spoke a word to her son, whose wrath, in the presence of his mother, fell away, only for him to burst into sobs. Then she asked the half-dead master what was the meaning of this scene. The latter did his best to excuse himself and protested his respect for the princess, but could not disguise from her the fact that her son, the mighty, the proud, the magnanimous Hercules, was, when all was said and done, merely a dunce. Barely able to avoid bursting into laughter, so funny did she find the master's face, she told him, "You half-wit, could you not have had a gymnastic prize too in your school? Do you think that the town needs nothing but musicians and lawyers? Let us away, my son, forget about this pedant, your studies are over." And, surveying the posies tossed to the hero, she added, "You have won first prize, in the opinion of the young ladies of Thebes." It was in the wake of that adventure that Hercules devised the Olympic Games, later aped by the Nemean Games, the Pythian Games, and the Isthmian Games, which were held throughout Greece for centuries. Historians and poets went to those games to parade their talents, and the athletes their vigor. Herodotus read out his history there, Pindar made his name there with his odes. 2 men, ex aequo, created the Greek ideal, Hercules and Homer. The former, a figure of fun because of his strength, proved that, on occasion, strength can be more spirited than spirit itself, and that, if it has its reason, it has, consequently, its right too. The other one devoted his genius to celebrating heroes, strong men, and posterity has been applauding his songs for upwards of 25 centuries. The book you are about to read, a book that has scandalized one of the celebrities from the Paris bar, is merely a commentary upon that old myth. The state as the collective identity, the people, the ignorant, well-meaning but indomitable multitude, being Hercules. Between one state and another, the only right acknowledged is the right of force. In the masses, all freedom and all rights derive from that very same source. Is there anything in that to justify a hue and cry? And, given that it is a revolutionary who is saying it, must he be denied any public forum? But of course, we being pure in spirit, it is pointless our letting ourselves be governed by the laws of thought only. But since nature, in molding us of flesh and bone, had simultaneously made us subject to force, let us unabashedly acknowledge that and, if we may, embrace it. We will not be any the less deserving of it if, rather than groveling like pygmies, we occasionally manage to act with generosity, like Hercules. Let there be no mistake, however. Heroism was a beautiful thing, but heroism has had its day. Hercules and his ilk are mythology. I have a high regard for force. Here on earth it has gloriously introduced the reign of right, but I do not want it for a king. I no more welcome the plebeian Hercules than I do the governmental Hercules, nor the councils of war any more than those of the holy Vem. Here is my book. Let them refute it if they can, but let them not try to smother it under quibbles about the name of the author or government convenience, which would be equally odious and ridiculous. Excels Sir Bruxelles, 1st of March, 1861. Book 1, The Phenomenology of War. The Eternal One is a man of war. 135. Moses. Summary. In humanity, war, like religion and justice, is more of an internal than an external phenomenon, a feature of moral life rather than of the life of the body and the emotions. Which is why war, forever judged by the common man and the philosophers by its appearances, has never been understood, except perhaps in the times of the heroes. Yet everything in our nature supposes it, and its presence, as well as the notion, is implicit in everything. War is godly, which is to say, primordial, essential to life, to the very production of man and society. It has its home in the depths of consciousness, and the idea encompasses the universality of human relationships. Through it are revealed and expressed, from earliest times, our highest faculties: religion, justice, poetry, the fine arts, social economics, politics, government, nobility, bourgeoisie, royalty, ownership. Through it, down through the succeeding ages, Maurice drew refreshment, nations regeneration, states balanced, progress pursued, justice established its empire, freedom found its guarantees. Let us suppose that the notion of war is done away with, nothing is left standing of the human races past or present. What society might have become in its absence is unthinkable, there is no telling what it may yet become. Civilization tumbles into the void, its previous movement is a myth unmatched by any reality, its subsequent development an unknown, fathomable by no philosophy. Peace itself, ultimately, in the absence of war, defies understanding, it has nothing positive or true about it, it is bereft of value and import, it is nothingness. Yet mankind wages war and strives with all its might for peace. Basic facts and society's authentic aspirations are at loggerheads. The problem thus posed is the object of these inquiries. Bible, Book of Exodus, 15:3. H.M. First chapter, on the phenomenality of war. I do not think that any of my readers needs me to tell them what war is, physically or empirically speaking. Everybody has some sort of a notion of it, some from having been witnesses to it, others from having read many accounts of it, and a good number from having waged it. We shall take that as our starting point. What is not known quite so well to many, and here I venture to say that military men, historians, jurists, and publicists partake in the common ignorance, is the essentially juridical nature of warfare, its moral phenomenology, its idea, and, consequently, the equally positive and legitimate role it plays in the constitution of humanity, in its religious displays, in the development of civilizing thought, in the virtue and even in the happiness of nations. 136 What we know of war pretty much boils down to the outward deeds and displays, to the staging, to the din of battles, to the crushing of the victims. The more diligent apply themselves to the study of strategy and tactics, others concern themselves with the formalities, all things which are to war what procedure, police, penalties are to justice, ritual to religion, but which are no more warfare than legal formulas are law, or the ceremonies of worship are religion. No one, thus far, has tried to grasp war in its essential idea, in its rationale, in its consciousness, but, more to the point, in its lofty morality. Yet it is there, in that realm of pure reason and consciousness, that war needs to be studied and its vagaries observed, if we want to learn the first thing about it. Writers witter on about right and the laws of war. But anyone who has read them knows that the expressions right of war, laws of war refer only to certain curtailments imposed upon its ravages, certain conventional reservations on the part of humanity, rather than any positive right inherent in force or emanating from it, a right which, having been made manifest and enshrined in victory, would impose itself upon the consciousness of the vanquished the way the determination of a civil court overrides the consciousness of the unsuccessful litigant. According to the jurists, the right of war, in the literal sense of the word, is a contradiction in terms, a fiction, a euphemism that it would be puerile, laughable, nonsensical to take seriously. Actually, according to the testimony of all who have written on the subject, there is no righteousness in war, no thought, no morality in acts of force, which is plainly to reduce warfare to its material manifestations and thus to deny it any moral phenomenality, all spirituality. We brag of our progress, and rightly so. Where war is concerned, we are 100 times cruder than the barbarians ever were. For them at least, warfare was the loftiest manifestation of justice and of the will of the gods. What would someone who had seen of religion only the ceremonies of worship, the baptism, communion, confirmation, mass, vespers, processions, holy water, know about religion? Not a thing at all. Religion is a wholly internal affair, its actions are immaterial and discernible only to the mind, albeit that, due to the inexplicable ties that bind the moral world to the physical, they are manifested by means of sensory signs such as water, bread, oil, chants, genuflection, priestly garments, etc. These signs, although they form part of worship, do not add up to religious phenomenality. They offer no clue to an understanding of religion, quite the reverse. It is the prior understanding of religion that renders these signs intelligible. Now, if we are to understand religion, we must study the human soul, meaning that religious phenomenality belongs, not to physical observation, but to psychological observation. And it is because our age, better than any preceding age, has delved into this religious mindset, because it has sought out its roots within the consciousness, that it has also attained a better understanding of it and gauged its importance and high import appropriately, and might even, despite the spread of rationalism and incredulity, be said to be the most religious age of all. Likewise, what would anyone who might have seen only the external apparatus, the hearing, the magistrate's gown and cap, the armed force, the prison, the scaffold, etc., know about justice? Like religion, justice is an internal thing. Its actions take place within the consciousness, therefore, internal reflection alone can reach them. As to the judicial machinery, far from that spectacle being the gateway to an understanding of justice, it can only be understood with the aid of justice, meaning that, where the latter is concerned, one must, as in the case of religion, search one's consciousness, rather than refer to the solemnities of the courts. Never more so than in our own day has justice been stripped of the symbolic accoutrements with which the formalist, or rather, artistic, mentality of the ancients was pleased to surround it. You may ask, does it follow from that we have a better understanding of right, that we used to show it more respect? There are grounds for believing so. Our present decadence is in relation only to ourselves. In the final analysis, we are the betters of our parents. To these two examples, we might add that of speech and writing. It is not the noises of the larynx, the articulations of tongue and lips, any more than the letters of the alphabet that, by themselves, hold the secret of language, of human speech. Quite the contrary, it is thought that introduces reason to the procedures of speech and writing, the upshot being that grammar, the art of speaking and writing, has its laws within the concepts and operations of communication, its home within the consciousness, and it is not in schools that great writers are molded. It is the same with war. As long as one stops at the materialism of battles and sieges, one is unfamiliar with it, and tracing the movements of armies across the map, counting the men, horses, cannons, powder flasks, and haversacks, or detailing the messages and counter-messages traded between the belligerents prior to its declaration, is not the same as having seen it. Strategy and tactics, diplomacy and chicanery, have their places in warfare, just like the water, bread, wine, and oil do in worship, just like the gendarme and the bailiff, the dungeon and the chains do in justice, just as the laryngeal sounds and letters of the alphabet do in the manifestations of the mind. But, by itself, none of these reveals a single idea. At the sight of two armies cutting each other's throats, one might wonder, even after sight of their manifestos, what these good folk are doing and what they want, whether what they call battle is a joust, an exercise, a sacrifice to the gods, a judicial execution, a physics experiment, an act of sleepwalking or dementia, performed under the influence of opium or alcohol. In fact, not only do the material acts of strife have nothing to say for themselves, but the explanations of them devised by the jurists, and, after them, by the historians, statesmen, poets, and warriors, to wit, that war is waged due to a clash of interests, is no explanation at all. It would simply mean that men, like dogs, spurred by jealousy and greed, bicker and graduate from insults to fighting, that they fight over a mate, over a bone, in short, that war is an act of pure bestiality. Now, this is refuted by universal sentiment and the facts, and is repugnant to a moral, free, intelligent being. No matter how misanthropic one might be, man cannot be equated with beast entirely in this regard. It is, as I say, impossible to attribute war purely and simply to some baser passion, as if humanity was quite capable of splitting itself in two and showing itself by turns to be angel or savage beast, depending on whether prompted entirely by conscience or the irascibility of its appetites. Therefore, neither the materialism of the military nor the verbiage of the jurists and diplomats have anything to teach us here, and we are left with but one option: to look upon war, as we do upon worship and legal proceedings, as the manifestation of an event in our inner life, and consequently, to look for its forms and its laws, not just to external experience, the historian's narrative, the poet's enthusiastic descriptions, the factums of the plenipotentiary, the schemes of the strategist, but also and above all, to the revelations of consciousness, to psychological observation. At first glance, war rouses only thoughts of misfortune and bloodshed. Let the reader banish those gloomy images from his mind for a few moments, he will be quite startled to see that we do and think nothing of the sort, and that our understanding does not form a wider, more indispensable category. War, like time and space, like the beautiful, the just and the useful, is a form of our reasoning, a law of our soul, a condition of our existence. This is the universal, speculative, aesthetic, and practical character of warfare that it falls to us to highlight before we delve more deeply into its nature, causation and laws. Phenomenology, a disquisition upon phenomena, upon what is accessible to our senses, and phenomenality, the status of phenomenon, are terms borrowed from Hegelian terminology. H.T. Not able to read German, Proudhon's understanding of Hegel was derived entirely from that recounted to him by Marx and Bakunin in the early 1840s, and as such was thin. Kant's writings, however, were made available to Proudhon via his friend Joseph Tizot, who had translated many of his writings into French by the 1860s. Proudhon refers to Kant's Metaphysical Principles of Right, translated by Joseph Tizot, 1853, in Book 1, Chapter V, below. A.P. Chapter 2, War is a Divine Fact. Initially, in all peoples, war appears as a divine fact. 137. By divine, I mean everything in nature that is directly derived from creative power, or, in man, from spontaneity of mind or conscience. In other words, I mean by divine everything which, breaking the mold or serving as the initiation of a brand new mold, admits neither question or doubt on the part of the philosopher. The divine imposes itself by sheer force, it does not respond to questions posed to it, and is indifferent to proof. The appearance of man upon this earth is a divine fact. Where, indeed, does man come from? How did he get here? We do not know. The spontaneous generation to which speculation inevitably clings, is anything but an experiential fact, and even if we were able to cite examples of it, it would still be unfathomable to us. If science ever gets to the heart of this mystery, the divinity of our origins will be pushed into the background and the fact of our earthly existence will cease to be divine, it will be a scientific fact. But that will not add to knowledge of the creation of our world and that of the universe, that, as far as we are concerned, is still going to be a miracle. Miracle, whatever we make of it, is the inevitable involucrum 138 of our science. Whatever is accessible to analysis, or can be defined, classified, or catalogued, is, by that very fact, no longer a mystery. It belongs with those facts that, by dint of differentiation and development, form genera and species, and thereby furnish 1,000 access routes to understanding, and they come under the heading of knowledge and are thus amenable to reason and free will. I am saying, therefore, that war is, or at any rate thus far remains, a divine thing, as far as we are concerned, in turn, celebrated and cursed, an inexhaustible subject of accusations or eulogies, in essence, thus far, beyond the reach of our will and with a theophany like 139 unfathomability as far as our reason is concerned. But of what does the divinity of war consist? If war were, as I have just been saying, merely the clash of forces, passions, interests, there would be nothing to distinguish it from the battles animals wage, it would fall under the heading of animal phenomena, it would be, like anger, hatred or lust, an aspect of the life force, and that would be that. There are even grounds for thinking that it should have been banished ages ago by the combined operation of reason and conscience. Out of self-respect, man would have ceased waging war against his fellow man, just as he has ceased eating him, enslaving him, living a promiscuous life, or worshipping crocodiles and snakes. But there is something else within war, a moral element that makes it our species' most splendid and, simultaneously, ghastliest manifestation. What is that element? Unequipped to uncover it, the jurisprudence of the past 3 centuries has made it its business to deny it. This otherwise meritorious jurisprudence, so deserving of recognition, posits as an axiom that war, in at least one of the belligerent parties, is necessarily unjust, given that black and white cannot both be right at the same time. Then, in order to support that axiom, it treats acts of war, some as equivalent to acts of banditry, others as equivalent to the methods of constraint that the civil law permits for use against the malefactor and malicious debtor, so that, depending on whether the cause he serves is just or unjust, the warrior must, as a matter of logic, be deemed as a hero or a villain. Now I maintain and will demonstrate that such a theory is gratuitous, starkly refuted by the facts, and we shall show it to be dangerously and deeply immoral. As we shall see, war, real war, is, by its very nature and concept, motives, and avowed purpose, and the eminently juridical tendency of its forms, not only no more unjust on the one side than on the other, but is, on both sides, of necessity just, virtuous, moral and holy, making it a phenomenon of divine order, I might even say miraculous in character, and this elevates it to the stature of a religion. War is divine in itself, says de Maistre 140, because it is a rule of the world. War is divine in terms of the mysterious glory that surrounds it and in the no less unfathomable attraction that it holds for us. War is divine in terms of the protection that it provides for the great captains, even the rashest of them, who are seldom struck down in the fighting, and only once their renown is beyond further increase and their mission complete. War is divine in terms of the way in which it is declared. How many of those viewed as the authors of war are carried away by circumstances? War is divine in terms of its outcomes, which are far beyond men's speculation. Thus spoke de Maistre 141, the great theosophist. his theosophy 1,000 times more profound than the so-called rationalists scandalized by his message. De Maistre was a pioneer, making war a sort of manifestation of the will of heaven, and precisely because he admits to finding it unfathomable, showed that he had some grasp of it. The same conscience that produces religion and justice also brings forth war, the very same fervor, the very same spontaneous enthusiasm drives the prophets and avengers, sweeping the heroes along. That is what constitutes the divine character of war. And now, how are we to account for the genuinely singular mystery when conscience or righteousness, mercy and murder come together in brotherly embrace? Yes, if war ceases to be divine and, what is more, loses its divinity, it draws to an end. If, on the other hand, that ghastly myth in action is unfathomable, then war, I have no compunction in stating, is eternal. Hail war! It is through war that man, barely risen from the mud that served him as a womb, poses in his majesty and valor. It is over the body of a slain enemy that he dreams his first dream of glory and immortality. The bloodletting, the fratricidal carnage leave our philanthropy aghast. I fear lest this soft-heartedness may herald a cooling of our virtue. What is so terrible about standing by a great cause in a heroic battle in which the honor of the combatants and the presumption of right, just like the danger of dispensing or suffering death, is equal on both sides? Moreover, where does the immorality lie? Death is the culmination of life, for what other more noble end could man, that intelligent, moral, free creature, ask? Wolves and lions do not wage war on one another, any more than sheep and beavers do. Acknowledgement of that has long been held up as a rebuke to our species. Why can we not see, instead, that it is a token of our greatness, that if, by some freak act, nature had made man an exclusively industrious and sociable beast and not a warrior, he would have fallen, on day one, to the level of the animals whose gregariousness is the sum total of their destiny, that he would have lost, along with the pride in his heroism, his revolutionary aspect, the most wonderful and most fertile of them all. If we lived in unadulterated community, our civilization would be as stable. Would we know the value of peoples and races? Would we be any further forward? Or would we just have this notion of merit, transposed from the warrior world to the shopkeepers? There is not a single people in the world that has earned any renown, that does not pride itself primarily upon its military credentials. In the eyes of posterity, those are the highest accolades. Are you about to turn them into a record of infamy? You speak, philanthropist, of abolishing war. Beware of degrading the human race. But, you say, by what despicable sophistry has the most generous of creatures managed to turn the murder of his fellow into an act of virtue? Ah! You are the one indulging in sophistry here, for you are misreading and vilifying the human conscience which you fail to understand. That conscience takes exception to the equivalence you draw between war and murder. And it is that very exception that constitutes the mystery and which makes war a divine phenomenon. How is it, and I put this question to you, that humanity had its eyes opened to virtue, to society, to civilization precisely by war? What makes blood the first function of royalty? How does the state, organized for peace, have its foundations in carnage? That, philanthropist, is what you need to explain, without succumbing to impatience or insult, by dint of substituting your wavering reason for the spontaneity of the human race and creating mayhem for the very civilization you purport to serve. Science and morality are not built on irony, and your sarcasm, replicated from the Greeks, is more impertinent and insipid than ever. Listen to what is coming, and then slander, if you dare, what you do not understand. Chapter 3, War as Religious Revelation. War, I have stated, is one of the categories of our reason. We shall see it grow in that respect and leave its mark on all manner of thinking. Let us start with religion. War, having given rise to conscience, conjured up religion from a representation of the eternal mysteries of the sublunar world. It is to this that war is indebted for its most glittering myths, its profoundest dogmas. So, we can coin this aphorism, warrior peoples are religious and theological peoples. In the nobler races, war and religion work hand in glove. According to Bergman, among the ancient Scythians, the notion of divinity scarcely existed, and faced with the powers of nature, God promptly lays claim to the status and attributes of the warrior. Tivus, the sky god, the oldest and greatest of the gods, is simultaneously the god of battles. His successors, Odin, Thor, Apollo, Hercules, Mars, Pallas, Diana, etc., receive that honor from him and share it with him. 142. The descendants of Shem are of the same mind here as the descendants of Japheth. Jehovah is a man of war, the Bible says, who is like him. 143. Elsewhere, it refers to him as the God of hosts, whose glory fills heaven and earth. War, in this life and the next, is the entire religion of the ancient Nordic peoples. They had no other aspiration, no other happiness in mind. What has the poetic depiction of Valhalla 144, where the heroes indulged in endless battles as a reward for their having fought well on earth, has this paradise of battles nothing to say to your imagination, nothing to your conscience, nothing to your heart? Or are your dreams of lions and tigers only? Older than Moses, Zoroaster 145 taught that Ormuzd and Ahriman, the principles of good and evil, are locked in an eternal battle. Out of this divine contest comes creation, or the perpetual replication of existence. Thus, according to this theology, which can be found among the Indians, the world was not created, but the eternal victor humbled Satan and his angels, his victory ensuring man's victory over sin, shaping Providence's plan and the economy of the universe. Christianity merely teased out the notion of the Magi. Who is Christ? The vanquisher of demons, founder of the chosen monarchy, come to bring not peace but a sword. Of course, the Christian paradise is the very opposite of the Scandinavian paradise. There, all is adoration and hymns. Virgil had heralded that revelation by depicting the heroes on the Elysian fields, no longer in the thick of battle, but engaged in physical exercise and justs, images of warfare. The messianic idea entered the world under the aegis of Augustus, that peaceful emperor. But who could not foresee that Christianity would spawn chivalry, that the Pope, Jesus Christ's vicar, would go on to enter into alliance with the Prince of Paladins, with Charlemagne? Such was the inseparability of the notion of war and conquest from this divine revolution. Long before Christ, long before the likes of Caesar, Alexander, Cyrus, Nebuchadnezzar, Semiramis, Sesostris, way before all the state annals, Bacchus and Osiris had roamed the earth as conquerors. Allah was to follow the same example. If we banish the notion of war, then theology becomes impossible, the gods lose all meaning, furthermore, they have nothing to do. But for war, the earth would have no notion of heaven. Shem and Japheth, Noah's two valiant sons, have no religion. Now, if religious thinking is brought to a halt, what do you make of Asia and Europe? What becomes of civilization? Reiterating an old and quite mediocre joke, the objection will be voiced: God made man in his own image, man reflected it back at him. What do religion and society care for such imagery from barbarians bent on mutual destruction and making their heavens the imitation of their hordes? Does the ferocity of the fathers compromise the gentleness of the progeny, and might the latter not resort to reason just because the former were idolaters? To put it another way, we bluntly repudiate the theology of the ancients, which is serious, since discovering the idea of war there, we regard it as tainted, the mischievous product of mischievous thinking. Leading where? Does that render the theology of the moderns more reasonable and their morality purer? But who will fail see that whilst war has served theology as a primitive mold, it was not through the impact of runaway superstition, but rather because war has always been deemed the law of the universe, a law played out, in the eyes of the earliest humans, in the heavens, in the form of thunder and lightning, and on earth through the antagonism between tribes and races. The life of man is a struggle, says Job, militia est vita homini super terram. 146. And the reason for the strife. Here, once again, we find mystery, the divine act. Everything that traditions, popular symbolism, the speculations of the metaphysicians and the epic fables of the poets have taught us about this terrifying subject is that humanity is divided between itself, within humanity and within nature, good and evil, akin to two inimical forces, are in conflict. In short, war is the condition of every creature until the end of time. Hence, religion, hence, theology. Even if we set to one side the dogma of the fall, war is the basis of religion. It obtains between peoples just as it obtains throughout the whole of nature and in the hearts of men. It is the orgasm of the life universal which stirs and renders the chaos fertile, prefaces all creation and, like Christ the Redeemer, triumphs over death through death itself. Take away the religious thinking, banish from the human heart this notion of strife, not only do you not halt the scourge of destruction, but you destroy the whole system of religions, without explanation, without criticism, without compensation. You do away with the framework of ideas within which the human race has been living for more than 40 centuries and but for which you could not say how it might otherwise have lived. You are denying, I say, civilization, in its two chief aspects, religion and politics. You are destroying the very possibility of history. Come on. War carries so many things within itself, it is the answer to so many things, yet you would regard it as a fit of bestial savagery sustained by superstition and barbarism. That cannot be countenanced. Another thing. Not only has war inspired dogma, it has also determined the form of worship. Looked at in terms of its toll, war, according to de Maistre, is a variety of human sacrifice, the only one that matches the scale of the offense given and the only one that might have served us as expiation, but for the dispensation from it that we have obtained through Jesus Christ's willing sacrifice. The priesthood has been built upon that principle. Initially, the priest was the squire of the warrior, patriarch, or clan chief. He is their minister, Cohen 147, charged with the immolation of victims for him and in his name. And which victims? Captives? The immolation of the enemy, and in earliest times, his ingestion. At first, there was the propitiatory sacrifice made in advance of battle, then the granting of pardons in the wake of victory. In that sense the Druid and the Cohen are brothers, their religions are identical. In the depths of the Arabian wastes as in the oak forests of Celtic climes, the hymn to the deity is nothing but a war chant. But the notion of redemption spread early. Sacrifice was replaced by Abraham with animal sacrifice and by Melchizedek with bread and wine. 148 From which derives the Eucharist. At the risk of representing the Almighty of the Gospels as an eater of human flesh, like the Phoenicians Moloch, the Greeks Bacchus Omestes, the Gauls Teutates, de Maistre, like Feuerbach 149 acknowledges Christianity's anthropophuistic origins. Are you now going to abolish worship and dogma alike? Are you going to do away with priesthood? Then do away also with crime and punishment, the penal code, prison, the scaffold, executioners, and judges. For your penitential arrangements and all their paraphernalia are merely a segmentation of the priestly function, a reworking of the warrior cult. Of course, and this is yet another argument raised by the incompetent devotees of peace, religion is not necessarily a religion of terror, it is also a religion of love. Not only is there a vengeful God, there is also a God of benevolence, a kindly God. Worship, with its concomitant expiations, also has its offerings of praise, hostium laudes, which, it seems, exclude any notion of war and human sacrifice. But which of us still cannot see that all these notions are interrelated and automatically self-suggesting? The granting of pardons is the same thing as the victory chant, it is warfare. Pardon, or help dispensed from on high, is suggestive of natural and social wretchedness, discord between the elements and divided consciences, war again. So it is that the Mass, the sacrifice of the man-God, which opens with an act of contrition, aspiragismi, closes with an act of thanksgiving, Deo gratias. Step outside of that circle and you tumble into the void. There is no religion, no civilization, no humanity. and so, the idea of war envelopes, dominates and, by means of religion, governs the whole gamut of social relations. Everything in the history of humanity implies it. Nothing can be explained without it, nothing can exist other than through it. Whoever knows war knows all there is to know about the human race. An innocent philanthropy querying the means by which society will triumph over this parricidal rage is within its right so to do. War is a sphinx that our unfettered reason is called upon to transform, if not destroy. What is certain is that, in order to be done with war, one must first have understood it. One may challenge philosophy to dispense with it, not just when it comes to explaining preceding ages and the understanding of the present day, but even when it comes to sheer prognostication of the future. Eventually, once peace is achieved and secured for good, humanity will nonetheless follow the path opened up for it by war, by its principle and by its very notion. Of which the following chapter will furnish you with fresh proof. Chapter 4, War as Justice Revealed. War is divine right in its artistic expression, God and my sword. Now, if religion with its dogmas, its worship, its priesthood is nothing other than the mystical representation of our warrior nature and its concomitant external phenomena, divine right is only the face of human right, better yet, it is its introduction, its instigator. So, we can lump them together, particularly because divine right, which we imagine we have done away with, is pretty much still the only one that governs us. Some liberal braggarts reckon that they are beyond the reach of jurisdiction from above because, since the 1789 revolution guaranteed miscreants impunity, they consider themselves having outstanding courage by not doffing their cap to a passing emperor or a crucifix erected at a crossroads. Which is how the world came to see the people in 1793, having enacted the 21st of January, bestowing its repetitive applause upon, May 31st, 13th Vendémiaire, 18th Fructidor, 18th Brumaire, and, stumbling from coup d'état to coup d'état, finishing joyously in 1804 by saddling itself with a master more absolute than Louis XIV had ever been. 150 So, let us learn to appreciate our elders, they being our models to this very day. What is the right of conquest, still so dear to all modern nations? Divine right. The people bows its head respectfully before battle orders. Such worship of strength is, deep down, less unreasonable and less inhuman than one might imagine, but we have to ask how and why. Our critique demands as much. Without that, all the gains made in the name of revolution would be lost, liberty and nationality, and all the most sacred principles such as those over which the god Sabaoth 151 presided, will be incidents of war and myths, and yet we claim no longer to be governed by myths. As it establishes and shapes the state, conquest conjures up the sovereign. Right now, we have before our eyes a striking instance of this in the person of Victor Emmanuel. 152 Our idealist formalism is proven, conquerors are the only princes for whom the masses have any respect, peace-loving, weak ones are sneered at and held up to ridicule and dispatched to the scaffold or monastery. What does it signify if they were carried shoulder high, as was done in the 1804 and 1852 elections? 153 War carries its entitlement, which is to say, its divine right. Clovis, founder of the Frankish monarchy, was war. His posterity has been written off as ne'er-do-wells, so much for peace. When Pepin 154 sounded Pope Zachary about the validity of his act of usurpation, what was the pontiff's response? Very straightforward, which it amazes me to find held up as a rebuke to the Pope, that, according to the laws of nature, royalty is the preserve of the strongest, given that royalty is power and divinity par excellence, the essential underpinning of divine right. The Merovingians, their courage grown flabby, had forfeited their dominion, authority, command, and wealth. Everything had shifted to the majordomo, therefore the majordomo was king. In such instances, right followed upon fact, the Pope's pronouncement has nothing more to add to that. If force counts at all in human affairs, we have to acknowledge that that pronouncement was accurate. Henry IV was legitimate, but what good would his birthright have done him, what good would it have done him to attend Mass, had he not also had strength? Henry IV, the gentlest and most legitimate of princes, ruled by right of conquest. At that point he was fulsomely recognized by the people. No offense, but the people subscribes to the religion of force. It may well be in error, but let me just ask, how come it has erred over such a long time and with such obstinacy? Oddly enough, in 1814, the man with the divine entitlement was Napoleon, the conqueror. The man with human entitlement, the revolutionary, was Louis XVIII, author of the Charter. In the minds of the masses, which of these was accepted as legitimate? Just as it has served as royalty's underpinning, so war serves as democracy's foundation. The Champ de Mai 155 was where the warriors mustered together. What was true of the Franks holds still truer for the French. By proclaiming every citizen a National Guard, the 1830 Charter 156 had implicitly determined that every citizen would be an elector. What you describe as political right is, in terms of its principle, nothing but the right of arms. And there is further evidence of this. Military service aside, the entire merit of universal suffrage rests upon this maxim, blithely rehearsed by our tribunes and which is unadulterated divine right, vox populi, vox Dei. 157, which, as we shall see, ought to be translated as, the right of peoples is the right of force. The parliamentary principle of majority rule is a deduction from popular suffrage, be it universal or restricted, direct or indirect. Does it not remain and is it not always the right of force? To be sure, force is something considerable in nature and which must be acknowledged, but what is the right of force? You jurists and philosophers do not believe in such a right. Tell me, then, how comes it that universal opinion subscribes to it so strongly? The political constitution, in essence warmongering or founded on divine right, leads on to the civil law, the fulcrum of which is property. What is property, according to tradition and to the code? A working out of the right of conquest, jus utendi et abut endi. 158. For there is no point in our quibbling. In the final analysis, we have to fall back upon Romulus' 159 definition. The ancient demarcations between patricians and plebeians, nobles and commoners, bourgeois and journeymen, has given way to the division into property owners and wage earners. The inequality of fortunes, that is to say of powers or faculties, neutralizing political inequality, can in turn be traced back to the honorific distinctions and titles of the nobility. Society revolves around the feudal principle, which is nothing more than the warrior idea, the religion of force. Well then, are we going to abolish property on the grounds that it, like monarchy, has warlike, divine origins? 160. In rehearsing these facts, far be it from me to succumb to any critical intention. I take society just the way it is, neither approving nor disapproving of its institutions, and I ask whether, in the light of such general, such persistent, such perfectly connected facts as these, it is reasonable to label as chimerical, superstitious, and fanatical an idea that has been a guide to the world for the past 60 or 80 centuries, which floods society the way the light of the sun floods the surface of the planet, which introduces order and security in peoples as well as planting dissension and revolutions, an idea that is all-encompassing, all-governing, God, force, and war. For it is becoming plain, as we make our way through this review, that, deep down, those three words are synonymous in the minds of the masses. Let me move on. It is by means of the ideas of sovereignty, authority, government, prince, hierarchy, classes, etc., that the notion of righteousness is embedded in the masses of humanity. Now, all of that is derived from the idea of an army and, consequently, forever implicit is the idea of warfare. Equality comes later. What is the meaning of equality? That every citizen is as entitled to wage war as any of his neighbors, or, to phrase that differently, that he is equally entitled to freedom of competition, guaranteed by the abolition of warranty marks and masterships. 161. Thus, de facto and de jure, the social state is always a state of war. In that, I am not advancing an argument of my own, I am merely spelling it out, and one would have to be willingly blind to query the accuracy of my exposition. Yes, war dispenses justice, in spite of its witless detractors. It has its forms, its laws, its rituals which have made it the prime and most solemn of jurisdictions and from which the whole system of entitlement has derived, the right of war and peace, the rights of peoples, public rights, civil rights, economic rights, legal rights. 162 What is judicial debate? The word gives it away, it is an imitation of warfare, an unbloody warfare, a contest. Why judges? Well, because in authentic armed conflict, victory attests to right, whereas in verbal sparring, one must have arbiters, of equal merit with the litigants, and who attest to and swear that righteousness, insofar as reason can determine, is on this side and not on that. This affinity between justice and warfare is evident even in matters of an economic order, even though these may appear to be the very negation of it. Is slavery, upon which almost the whole of production among the ancients was based, not warfare? 163 And serfdom, which replaced slavery, and wage labor, which replaced serfdom, are these not still warfare? Are customs levies not warfare? The tension between capital and labor, between supply and demand, between lender and borrower, the entitlements of authors, inventors, improvers, and the penalties imposed on counterfeiters, forgers and plagiarists, do these not all point to warfare? Behold a nation, deemed, once upon a time, one of the boldest and today the most industrious and powerful of all in terms of its capital, calling for wholesale disarmament and speaking out against war at every opportunity. But is it actually doing anything other than changing its armor and challenging its rivals to a fresh contest, in which it believes itself assured of victory? 164 How on earth, I ask myself, did Portugal ever agree to peace with the English? 165. The Emperor Napoleon I had a profound grasp of this, to us, paradoxical truth, that war, by which I mean war as conceived and affirmed by the conscience of the human race, and justice are one and the same. One of the aspects of his character was that, in equal measure with his fondness for displaying his force, he was jealous when it came to the assertion of his rights. Napoleon waged war in order to win kings and peoples over to his way of thinking, he was out to win them over, that was his innermost vow, his dearest wish. Embarking upon a campaign, he spelled out his intended purpose, the change that he meant to effect in the European economy, to the power he was attacking. He would beseech it to see reason, but was obliged to join battle, and, having won it, what did he want? To sign a peace in the foreign capital, content, delighted, and believing that he had convinced those whom he had defeated. 166. The certain fact is that in Napoleon the urge to lay down the law was at least equal to the urge to fight, he had that much in common with all conquerors. Furthermore, the most warlike nations, which we have already identified as the most theological ones, are at the same time the most justice-dispensing ones. What would have become of civilization but for the Roman conquerors, by which I mean, Roman law? What would have become of Christianity, but for Charlemagne's pact? What has been European society's greatest achievement since that celebrated alliance between sword and mitre? Why, the Treaty of Westphalia 167, which built the foundations of universal balance atop the contending forces, and under the aegis of the God of hosts. Damn the publicists who cannot fathom these things. Damn the nations that misconstrue them. By stripping right of this ancient basis in force, there is reason to believe that that would be tantamount to turning force into the merely arbitrary. Instead of peace, wealth, and happiness, we would have been grappling with lifelessness, atrophy, and dissolution. Chapter V, War as Revelation of the Ideal. There is no people that does not have its Bible or its Iliad. The epic is the popular ideal, outside of which a people has neither inspiration, nor national anthem, nor drama, nor eloquence, nor art. Now that epic is entirely founded upon warfare. What? Are you peace-loving sages going to let your zeal get the better of you and reduce poetry to the levels of Theocritus and Florian? But you could not even manage that. Sweet pastorals need the contrast of scenes of warfare. Now do you have some sense of how essential war is to our nature, mindful that, but for it, not only might man never have conceived of religion and justice, but he would still be bereft of his aesthetic faculties and would not have been capable of producing and savoring the sublime and the beautiful? But I must return to an objection that deserves to be answered once and for all. I am told, this is the same old sophistry. Post hoc, ergo propter hoc. Because man's primitive condition was savagery and warfare, you want to make warfare the principle, or, at the very least, the coefficient of everything that man has since dredged up from the treasury of his conscience and his reason. Because warfare was the first topic upon which religious, juridical, poetic thought was brought to bear, and because that topic has rubbed off on institutions and ideas, you would turn warfare from a mere accident of historical development into the formative principle behind civilization, the essence of humanity. That is too crude a sophistry to seduce anyone. That warfare has provided the subject matter for poetry is very plausible, given the precept. No serpent nor odious monster is there. That cannot be made a pleasant sight by an artist's impression. Does it follow that warfare has to be taken as the principle behind all poetry, if not of poetry per se? No, of course not. Poetry has a life of its own, it is a prerogative of our natures, like reason, religion, work, a faculty to which war is offered, like everything else, as an aid to the composition of its pictures and its songs, but which is independent of warfare and which is perfectly understandable detached from any warlike accoutrements. Likewise, are we to conclude from what war has made available to the theology of symbols, the jurisprudence of formulas, the political economy of analogies and metaphors that it, war, conjured them into existence? Likewise, no. Religion and justice, like poetry, have existences of their own, predating any conflict. Rather, it is to the primordial existence of religion and justice within us that war owes its reserved character, one that does not acknowledge the beasts and which, up to a point, mitigates the atrociousness of combat. If, in their jargon, theology and entitlement have borrowed anything from the practices of warfare, it is the mode of expression, a comparative terminology which they could very well have done without. Have you ever heard it said of two items being compared that one of them should have been deemed, by virtue of their being compared, the copy, or indeed the product of the other? Those of my readers who raise this objection with me seriously cannot yet have understood me. I realize that in everything one needs to consider the substance and the form, the material and the work. The objection raised with me boils down to precisely that. But I know too that, despite the distinction necessarily drawn between them, these terms are implied or imagined in such a way that form, in the absence of substance, or substance in the absence of form, substance in the absence of form or form in the absence of substance, is utterly meaningless. So, there is no religion in the absence of dogma, no justice without formula, likewise, no poetry in the absence of an idea and subject, and no art in the absence of moldable substance. Insofar as it affects religion, justice and war, the first two of them deemed as the basis, and the last as the expression, symbol, or formula, the question is, the issue, I say, is not how to distinguish between basis and form, but of first finding out if the substance could have existed in the absence of form, secondly, whether, having no existence in the absence of form, it could have assumed one other than has been bestowed upon it, which I emphatically deny. Likewise, as far as poetry goes, it being deemed a faculty of the ideal, and war deemed a target for epic or artistic exploitation, the issue is no longer about making a broad distinction between the form and the substance, but of finding out whether poetry, the faculty for conjuring up the ideal, such idealization being in need of a material, living reality, could have fully manifested itself in the absence of war themes, which, again, I deny with all the strength of my conviction. No, there is no religion, and more emphatically no theology, no worship, no priesthood, and no church, in the absence of this deep-seated tension that governs man and nature and which brings forth or, if one prefers, occasions suffering and sin, and which assumes the form of warfare where we mortals are concerned. No, there is no justice, no jurisdiction, no authority, no legislation, no politics, no state outside of that very same tension which, in the absence of any other spur, we would merely have to seek the destruction of in order to cut it adrift in an instant. Where did it emanate from, that horrific communism that came about in 1848 and that plunged European society into a retrogression that of which we barely see the end? Analyze, summarize everything that has been spouted upon this matter and, at root, what do you find? This prodigious idea, of which no one, to be sure, was aware, namely, that in order to remain worthwhile, moral, pure, generous and, indeed, hard-working, society had, above all else, to cling to its tensions, to the state of war. Well, the same holds for poetry and literature. War which is said to drive out the peaceful muses is, instead, food and drink to them, the topic of their eternal conversation. The rivers of blood spilt by Bologna. Stunned by the apparent fruitfulness of marriages there as well the fertility of her countryside, the very first visitors from the old continent to the United States made much, upon their homecoming, of their admiration and the hospitality they had received. To hear them, and in actual fact they were not lying, never, in civilized memory, had anyone set eyes upon such expanses of still virgin soil, and, upon that soil, such vast, game-stocked forests, such verdant prairies, such abundant harvests secured with such little effort, such affordable arable land, such low-priced livestock, such a well-nourished population, children so happy to be alive, mothers so happy to carry them and, finally, settlers housed within a few leagues of one another and perfectly free in a land of which they could literally have called themselves the kings and boasted of having reaped its first fruits. Everything about the American that was exceptional was credited to his virtue. The greatest things were expected of him, except that it did not occur to anyone that that democratic virtue would flag as the population density grew, and the day was not far off when these paragons of democracy would sink back into the vulgarity of their ancestors. Today, that enthusiasm is beginning to cool again, and one need not have gone strolling in Ohio or Niagara to get a better gauge of society in the United States and recognize the good points and the bad. The people of the United States are not, in the historical and physiological sense of the word, a young people, any more than the one that has supplanted the native peoples of Mexico, Bolivia, and Brazil. It is an agglomeration drawn from every corner of Christendom and mainly from England and Germany. As a rule, these immigrants were not, of course, drawn from the elites of their respective nations. Instead, most belonged to the ranks of the plebs. On arrival in America, what did they find? Land free for the taking all around them. With the exception of the two kingdoms of Mexico and Peru, destroyed by the Spaniards at the time of the discovery, no state had had the time to ensconce itself upon the new continent. The natives survived by hunting and fishing. The entire area occupied by the United States today was, so to speak, brand new. These were the circumstances in which the invader population settled in. One can readily appreciate the arrangements it was initially able to devise for itself in terms of intelligence and mores. These immigrants having for the most part quit their homelands in order to escape from hunger and to seek their fortunes, it was only natural that their minds were applied mainly to everything that might afford them well-being and wealth. In every other area, they showed no initiative. They must have been all the more scornful of the ideas that had inspired so much agitation, so many revolutions in old Europe, that they could, with some semblance of reason, have accused such ideas of futility. They had enough in the way of ideas. It was time to get down to the serious business of living and, consequently, producing. This is readily seen if we take a bird's-eye view of America and its institutions. There is nothing over there that is native, not to mention not imported from Europe. Religion, politics, government, prejudices and languages, and trifles such as tastes and fashions. Whether the stock transplanted from Europe to the United States will ever boast a character, a genius, or faculties of its own, the sort of things found in all Old World natives and as can still be found in the 3/4 gone peoples of the New, I could not say. Man is to the country where he lives and which has produced him as the soul is to the body, they are made for one another, each being the expression of the other. What does appear to be beyond doubt is that it will take centuries before the American has matched his nature to that of his soil and his climate, before he has grown himself a soul, a thought, a genius attuned to his continent, before he has achieved that nativeness without which man, an outsider in his own surroundings, is like the soul of a Plato ordered by God, after its separation from the body that served as its vehicle, to inhabit the body of a tyrant from Sudan or Dahomey. Until such time as the American has achieved such naturalization, he is going to be nothing more than a branch broken off from the Indo-Germanic trunk and, so to speak, exiled from high civilization. Without the influence of nativeness operating on his being, the living spirit of traditions petering out or diminishing to vague and distant recollections, there has to be an ensuing degeneration in everything to do with social living. To cite but one example of this, the American people, which started out with the most absolute freedom, albeit a negative freedom, has not at all abided by the trend from which it emerged. Similarly, its religion, rather than leading toward practical philosophy, has lapsed into superstition and gloom, just as his supposed democratism has ground to a halt in the most abject individualism. Finally, the idea of economic right, the idea of humanity's social constitution, of equality and fraternity for all men has not surfaced in the United States. The proud Yankee has not the slightest suspicion of the transformation which is looming in old Christendom, the benefits of which his offspring shall someday enjoy without having had any inkling of their approach. The impoverishment we have just identified in the American in terms of spirit is palpable in terms of mores. Ultimately, what is American society? A pleb suddenly enriched. Now, far from rendering the common man more urbane, wealth most often merely throws his uncouthness into relief. Talleyrand's canard about the Americas is well known, I shall not repeat it, but there is undeniably some truth to it. The American people further exaggerate the utilitarian mind of the English people, from which most of them come. In it, British pride has turned into insolence, lack of refinement into brutality. Freedom, for the American, is definable as the ability to do anything that is disagreeable to others. Look to your own defenses, is its maxim. I will openly admit that in order to get the better of an uncouth individual, my preference is for the help of the gendarme and, if need be, the jailer. That is all uncouthness deserves. You can be killed, robbed, murdered, look to your own defenses. In certain instances, we have lynch law, I believe they call it. At the insistence of the public, the culprit is arrested, tried, and strung up, all in a matter of a few minutes. This was the people's justice during the February incidents, it is the justice of councils of war too. I would rather trial by jury. The American sees no disgrace in bankruptcy, even fraudulent bankruptcy, no matter the scale of the fraud. Review Britannic. European businessmen know what American crises are all about. On arrival in Europe and stepping into a hotel lounge, the American makes to remove his boots in front of the fire, he puts his feet up on the fireplace, stinking out his neighbors, hogs to himself whichever dishes take his fancy at table and arranges them in front of himself, as if they were shop goods, and indulges himself in all manner of such vile behavior. Is he not a free man? And is the table d'hôte not a marketplace? Is he not paying for all his purchases? Follow his example, look to your defenses. One respectable English lady of letters so captivated them that they began, so it is said, to spruce themselves up a little. A number of these adventurers then reverted to savages, throwing themselves with gusto into forest living. They are heroic murderers. I should like to know if they would hold the line if faced by our civilized soldiery. The real merit of American society is the family life developed to the highest degree and surrounded by all sorts of assurances and which could easily be made into a substitute for religion, once education has spread the philosophical spirit further through the masses. Add to this an excessive freedom, the ridiculousness of which is easily corrected, but which seems to me destined to serve as a counterweight to the old continent's monarchical, communist, and governmentalist instincts which, in this regard, wields a powerful influence over civilization generally even now. It is through these two great forces, family and freedom, rather than through her political energy and fabulous wealth that North America can expect to balance Europe this century. The future will decide upon the rest. P.J.P. Proudhon is here coining the neologism militarism. By this he means the conjoining of social, political with military values, and their deployment in public policy. The concept is more fully fleshed out, and linked to governmentalism and social economy, at the end of Chapter X, Book 4 below. See, Volker Biergahn, Militarism, The History of an International Debate 1861–1979, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1981, 7. AP. Chapter 6, War, the Discipline of Humanity. No longer is it the people's instinct, no more the legend, it is for philosophy incarnate, Hegel 176 to now have his say. War, he tells us, is indispensable for the moral advancement of humanity. It throws our virtue into relief and sets a seal upon it, it retempers nations made soft by peace, consolidates states, bolsters dynasties, puts races to the test, awards dominion to the most deserving and spreads movement, life, and flame to everything within society. 177. There would need to be a lot of truth in this bellicose philosophy for a peace lover like Ancien 178, a minister of the Holy Gospel, inimical to war by calling and profession, to have associated himself with it. Peace, he states, leads on to opulence, opulence multiplies the pleasures of the senses and indulgence of those pleasures leads to softness and selfishness. Acquisition and enjoyment become everyone's motto, souls become irritable and characters go into decline. Warfare and the misfortunes it brings in its wake exercise the manly, sturdier virtues, but for it, courage, patience, steadfastness, devotion, contempt for death would perish from the earth. Even those recruits not participating in the fighting learn to brave privations and to make sacrifices. In a people civilized to the point of corruption, it is occasionally necessary for the entire state to collapse, so that public spirit can experience a revival, and there are grounds for saying what Themistocles used to tell the Athenians, we were perishing, if not perished. 179. M.L.E. Comte de Portalis, in a memorandum addressed to the Toulouse Academy 180, expressed himself in much the same terms as Ancien. His opinion deserves notice, precisely because the author's purpose in putting pen to paper was to challenge de Maistre theory regarding the providential nature and divinity of war. The inescapable outcome of the play of the human passions in the dealings between nations, war, is, in the schemes of providence, a mighty agent employed sometimes to inflict harm and sometimes as a reparative tool. War successively builds and overthrows, like the Jehovah of Deuteronomy, in turn, destroying and rebuilding states. At once prolific in calamities and in improvements, slowing down, interrupting or accelerating progress or decline, it imprints upon an incipient civilization, is eclipsed and reborn, only to be eclipsed yet again, that fateful movement that sets in motion all of the potential and faculties of human nature in turn, by means of which the lifespans of empires and the prosperity of nations follow one upon the other and are measured. Thus, the Protestant doctrinarian Ancien, the mystical constitutionalist Portalis, and the idealist Hegel join hands with the Catholic feudalist de Maistre, something that we are all the more entitled to be surprised at when the first of them, with his system of counter-forces, the second with his attachment to representative forms, the third by his a priori theory of right, likewise tend to create a system for the curtailment of war among civilized nations. Warfare, these authors cry in unison, is by its very nature a bad thing, but is providentially, or, to put it a better way, prophylactically necessary for humanity, which it preserves against corruption the way discipline protects the religious from laxity, the way the cane cures the schoolboy of his bad inclinations, the way a bitter medicine purges the ailing. Warfare remakes us through combat, castigat pugnando mores, it is the counterpart of comedy, which chastises us by means of ridicule. But I doubt the reader will be content with these rather mystical, superficial, and even declamatory considerations, in spite of the gravitas of the authors furnishing them to me. Citing the lofty virtues of which war is the occasion, the regret it generates and the rehabilitation to which it may lead 181 just to conclude that it is morally and politically effective, would that not amount to using the same sort of logic as the theologian who, after having made his deduction from what he calls the established fact of our original sin, that we are in need of redemption, and goes on to deduce, equally logically, that original sin is necessary for Jesus Christ's mission here on earth and the sublimeness of his sacrifice, to which the Gospels bear witness. Happy the sin, he would cry out, that earned us the Redeemer's coming and victory. 182 If we want to stay away from that vicious circle, we must establish warfare's proper virtue in terms of the conservation and betterment of mores, after which we will be entitled to say that the greatness and shortcomings of states depend upon what Providence ordains, which sometimes delivers them up to the delights of peace and sometimes imposes the manly tests of war upon them. In any organized being, the primary condition of life, health, and strength is action. It is through action that it develops its faculties, boosts its energy and achieves the full measure of its fate. The same goes for the intelligent, moral, free being. The essential condition of life for him too is action, intelligent, and of course, moral action, since what is at stake here is primarily of an intellectual and moral order. What, then, does it mean to act? Before there can be any action, physical, intellectual or moral activity, there must be a context relative to the actor, an other that stretches out before the ego as a locus and wherewithal for action, one that resists and stands in contradiction to him. So action is going to be a contest, to act is to fight. As an organized, intelligent, moral and free being, man is therefore caught up in a contest, which to say an action and reaction relationship, first of all with nature. Even there, he will find more than one occasion to display his courage, his patience, his contempt for death, his commitment to his own glory and the happiness of his neighbors, in short, his virtue. But man's dealings are not with nature alone. Along the way he also meets his fellow man, who contests his ownership of the world and the approval of other men, who engage him in competition, who contradict him and, as a sovereign, independent power, they use their veto against him. This is inescapable and it is a good thing. On the one hand, I say it is inescapable. In fact, there is no chance of two creatures, in whom science and awareness are on the increase but which do not march in step, who subscribe to differing views on every issue, who have opposing interests and who strive after infinite growth, ever seeing entirely eye to eye. Divergent ideas, contradictory principles, controversy, the clash of opinions are the certain outcome of their coming into contact. I added, besides, that this is a good thing. It is by means of diversity in opinions and feelings and through the tension which it generates that a new world, the world of social interactions, the world of right and liberty, the political world, the moral world comes into being, atop the organic, speculative, and affective world. But, before the interaction, there must, of necessity, be a contest, before the peace treaty, the dueling, warfare and, this is always the case, at every instant of life. Genuine human virtue is not entirely negative. It does not consist solely of abstaining from all the things that are condemned by law and morality, it consists also, and to a much greater extent, of the deployment of energy, talent, determination, and character against the overreach of all those persons who, by their very existence, have a tendency to overshadow us. Sustain, the Stoic says, et abstin, uphold, which is to say, fight, resist, use force and conquer, which is the first and most essential aspect of life, hoc est primum et animum mandatum, abstain, being the second. How far will this dueling go? In certain cases, to the very death of one of the parties, such is the answer of nations. And all of this without injustice, without treachery, without outrage, and, by the mere effect of this law of nature which makes us struggle, even armed struggle, even, in certain cases, to the bitter end, a condition of life and virtue. The warrior who insults his foe, who uses unlawful weapons against him, or devices that honor forbids, is dubbed a war criminal, he is a murderer. Thus, war is inherent in humanity and must live as long as it does. It is a part of morality, independently even of the manner of its manifestation, of the rules governing combat, of the determination of the rights of the victor and the obligations of the vanquished. Not only does it not fade, albeit that, like everything having to do with humanity, its aspect and character change over time, but, like fire, it stops only when it has run out of fuel, like life, which peters out only for want of sustenance. War proliferates and is aggravated between peoples in keeping with their religious, philosophical, political, and industrial development. It seems as if only extinction of the moral life itself can extinguish it. The very same organic and animal causes that create contradiction and antagonism between us wish this antagonism to be eternal, wish it to spread through the acquisition of knowledge and talents, of the interests and self-esteem at stake, and the contending passions. Moreover, it must be understood that throughout all this, virtue and honor have to be kept safe. Warfare has nothing in common with acts that ordinary morality reproaches. Nothing that might fall under the remit of the criminal courts belongs in its armory. There is no warfare, no dueling between the scoundrel and the honest man. Above all else, God's judgment, as it used to be called, stipulates honesty, fealty and a clear conscience. This is the virtuous, chivalrous side of warfare that has gone unnoticed by Hobbes, who, after having astutely acknowledged that war is immanent within humanity, and, so to speak, the latter's natural state, promptly contradicts himself by contending that that state of nature is a brutish condition, that war is evil and mischievous, and, in a new contradiction, claims that the state has been devised for the sole purpose of preventing it. 183 As if the study of politics, of the rights of peoples, as if the necessary dealings of nations, as if their annals did not bear witness, instead, that the state was created as much for the purposes of external warfare as for internal order. But, the objection goes, if warfare between the subjects of the same state has ceased, why might it not be ended between the states themselves? Which is what Hobbes was trying to say, and his thinking has been espoused by all the publicists. If warfare, still extant between nations, rarely erupts in the form of bloodshed between private individuals, this can be put down to, on the one hand, the growth of civil law, which has no use for combat in interactions and the settling of disputes, and, on the other, to the conditions of the political order, which can only survive and weather attacks from without, if the citizenry abjures all private warfare and, where nations are concerned, makes the privilege of seeking justice with weapons in hand the preserve of the state. Now, it is far from being the case, as we shall demonstrate later, that all matters of contention between states can be amicably settled through straightforward arbitration, much less that said states can defer to a common authority that sits in judgment of the differences between them. It was long the case, the duration of which period we today would still not dare to pronounce is over, that nations had to settle their differences by resorting to force. That sort of resolution was, as far as they were concerned, the only judge, the only rationale, the only honorable course. From which it follows that war, which, between one citizen and another, underwent and had to undergo a complete metamorphosis, neither had nor was able to undergo the same transformation between nations. And which of us would dare guess the date appointed by fate for that great overhaul? Who could guarantee us that on the day that peace might, through some arbitrary force and contrived combination, be concluded and consolidated between the powers, might war not flare up again between individuals and in a fiercer, more bitter, and no doubt less chivalrous manner? Let us therefore conclude with the mystics Ancienne, de Maistre, Port Alice, and the materialist Hobbes, but in the name of a higher reason to which neither mysticism nor materialism could possibly attain, that war, in one form or another, is essential to our humanity, that it represents a vital, moral aspect thereof. But for amendments made to it in terms of substance and form and advances in science and morals, it is as much a property of civilization as of barbarism, and, in all these aspects, the most grandiose manifestation of our individual and social existence. Strength, bravery, virtue, heroism, the sacrifice of assets, liberty and life, and, more precious than life itself, the joys of love and family, labor's well-deserved rest, the honors of genius and the city, these are what warfare conjures up in us, and the sublimeness of virtue to which it summons us. Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, identifies the real with the rational, and being with thinking, all amalgamating into a single, universal principle, the idea. There are three aspects to the latter. It is posited, thesis, runs into opposition, antithesis, and then resolves itself by reconciling thesis and antithesis, synthesis. The notion that all that is real is rational leads him towards this conclusion: history is the expansion of the universal mind over time. The state stands for the idea, it represents the substance to which its citizens are merely incidental. Strife between peoples represents different paths leading to the realization of the idea. Force, therefore, Beethoven's right. This view of the history of right leads to the negation of freedom of the individual. Conservatives, Catholics, and Orthodoxes on the one hand, plus socialists and Marxists on the other, will be heavily influenced by this thinking. H.T. Proudhon's method was antinomic, not dialectic, borrowing more from Kant than he did Hegel. In Proudhon's system, the terms of the antinomy are real, not only ideal, and they perpetually rebalance as our scientific understanding of the nature of phenomena evolves. While there has been considerable discussion of Marx's use of the dialectic, less has been written on Proudhon's method. An exception is the work of the Jesuit, Henry de Lubac. C. On Marxian Socialist, a study of Proudhon, Octagon Books, 1978. A.P. Chapter 7, The Warrior, Greater Than Nature. It is primarily through the exaltation of a manly figure that war manifests its prestige. Man, armed, seems larger than nature, he feels worthier, prouder, more alive to his honor, more capable of virtue and commitment. Without as much as his uttering a word, without his making a move, an aura of glory seems already to surround him. Strap your sword on your hip, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. These were the terms in which the Hebrew bard addressed the young king: Axinge gladio tuo super femur tuum, potentissime, specie toi et pulchritudine toi intend, 184. Among the ancients, the warrior was the friend, the protege of the heavenly powers. His courage came to him from on high, a god covered him with his shield, rendering him invincible and invulnerable. Touch not mine anointed, said Jehovah 185, the God of hosts. His anointed. Hear that? The anointing or consecration of the warrior, the tattoo, still in vogue among our soldiers and sailors, is the sign of divine protection. The anointing of the warrior sets the pattern for that of the priest, and as Volney has very shrewdly observed 186, the anointing of kings is a further imitation. The warrior is hallowed for his defense of righteousness, his punishment of crime and his protection of the weak. That was the earliest form of justice in society. Prior to the organization of the state, there was chivalry, one might even say errant justice. Which is why the warrior marches with head held high, his cap topped with a plume, his breastplate sparkling. He does not hide within the crowd, does not use his mercenary's cassock as a disguise. His entire craving is to be recognized from afar, to measure himself against an adversary beloved of the gods, delta eta iota omicron nu alpha nu delta rho alpha, and to be worthy of him, standing in the sunlight between the two armies. Glory be the war maker and him alone, the word and the thing were invented for him. When the sacred author tells of the glory of God, he is making a comparison between him and the warrior. The people look to that predestined one for their salvation and have faith in him alone. Philosophy piques the people's interest, provided it can make itself understood. The poet touches and delights it, but only the warrior can get it to follow him, because, in the people's eyes, he alone seems superhuman in stature. Was it Mazzini, a missionary 187, or was it Monsieur Cavour, a diplomat, that swept the Italians along last year? No, it was a hero, Garibaldi. 188 The people always magnifies and idealizes its men, above all, it remembers to dress them in helmet, sword, and buckler. It makes them handsome, valiant, and victorious. Ah! If only Robespierre had known how to ride on horseback. If only Girolamo Savonarola 189 had donned the breastplate of a Trivulzio, a Gonzalo, and a Bayard rather than his Dominican's cloak. Ah! If only the papacy had, like the caliphate, carried the sword that spills blood and the sword of excommunication in the same hand. Ah! Had the Nazarene, whose words enthralled the multitudes, but managed to bestow the sanction of arms upon his religion. Greatness on that scale is not bestowed upon mere mortals. The qualities of hero and saint, of emperor and of pontiff cannot coexist within the same person. Also, how crestfallen the masses are when the action that erupts does not conform as closely as they might prefer to the message. What a furore there was at first, when, instead of the warrior foretold by the Sibyls, the missionaries of the gospel held up their crucified master for mortals to worship. Jesus, the Christ of the slaves, long-suffering, weaponless and nailed to a gallows, Jesus was dismissed as Antichrist. As far as the masses are concerned, Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne and Napoleon, these are the true Christs. The word hero, which we have borrowed from the Greek, is an augmentative meaning strong man, committed man, fearless and irreproachable. He had a God on his side, a God oversees his every action. He himself is the Son of God's and he partakes of both natures. The dogma of the Incarnation sprang from this notion of heroism. Cara deum sobles, magnum Jovis incrementum. 190. The natural judge of man is woman. Now what does woman prize above all else in her partner? The worker? No, the warrior. A woman may like a hard-working, industrious fellow for a servant, a poet, or an artist as an adornment, a sage as a rarity. She respects the just man, the rich man will win her favor, but her heart belongs to the soldier. In a woman's eyes, the warrior is the very ideal of manly dignity. It is when she glimpses him armed for combat that she calls him her lord, her baron, her knight, her conqueror. And since love shows itself through imitation, she too wants to be a warrior, a heroine. She turns into an Amazon. For every single god of war, like Ares or Mars, there are 4 goddesses like Bellona, Pallas, Diana the huntress and Venus, yes, Venus herself, the Bellatrix. Mars was ever the friend of Cytherea 191, said Voltaire. That frivolous poet did not think that he was giving expression to so serious a thought. What a story it is, the tale of Abigail, wife of Nabal the wealthy man, and of David, the vagabond warrior, the penniless king, the homeless conqueror. 192 The whole of the bourgeoisie is mad about uniforms. When it comes to following her hero, woman acknowledges neither danger nor vow. O Jupiter! You alone were to blame for the misfortunes of Vulcan. What were you, the paterfamilias, thinking of when you gave Venus over to a blacksmith? 193. The people are of a mind with women. The man of war is noble everywhere, he represents a caste. The slave has no entitlement to lay a finger on weapons, he would be dishonoring combat. If his master would but allow him to arm himself, that very act alone would make him a free man. What is more, it would bestow nobility upon him. The revolution had done away with the nobility. In their zeal, the men of 1789 flattered themselves that they were closing down the temple of Janus and bringing the warrior age to an end. Napoleon revived the nobles, a warrior himself, he was abiding by his principle, just as the revolution had had to abide by its. What was left of the nobility following the tennis court oath, following the night of August 4, by which time the Third Estate, the worker and the bourgeois were everything? Nothing, any more. But by 1805, amid the fire of battles, the situation had altered. Therefore, the people assented to the restoration of nobility and the establishment of the Legion of Honor as acts of lofty justice. Whoever says army, says nobility, except that whereas hitherto nobility and warfare had meant caste privileges, these had, thanks to conscription, become accessible to all Frenchmen by 1805. What a triumph for the multitude it was to hail its own flesh and bone in a Duke de la Moscow, a Prince d'Essling, a King of Naples, 194. Little wonder, after everything that I have just been saying, that the head of state must always be, in the estimation of the people, a warrior, the prince of heroes, the strongest of the strong men, the noblest of the noble ones. The 1814 Charter, the 1831, just like the constitutions of 1791, 1799 and 1804 enshrine this principle: the king or the emperor has command of the armies. Napoleon said, shortly after his arrival on St. Helena, "We shall see now what Wellington is going to do." 195 His understanding was that Lord Wellington, as England's leading general, having won the victory for her, ought to have lorded it over the government. This epic figure had no understanding of shopkeeper England's bourgeois character, which the 1848 Republic tried, albeit in vain, to import into this country. Pity would have moved him to laughter at the sight of a French assembly appointed by means of universal suffrage, gravely determining by way of an article in its constitution, that the President of the Republic could not exercise personal command of the army. 196 In the belief that they had arrived at liberty's golden age, the Republicans had sought to make the head of state merely a civil magistrate, which led to a huge furore when Louis Napoleon turned out for the reviews in Satory in general's uniform. But the real authors of the furore were the authors of that constitution which, by dint of that curious reservation, flew directly in the face of popular sentiment and, I dare say, reason itself. At a time bristling with warmongering notions, a head of state who was not a general was a nonsense. That was the people's view. Within that view, an underlying reason behind Louis Napoleon's transition from dark-suited president to grand-epauletted emperor has passed unnoticed. The Latin imperator, emperor, is the grammatical equivalent of the Greek tyrannos or kyranos, master, boss, commander, from which we get tyrant. How is it the Latin term sits so well with us when the Greek one is looked at askance? Does the blame lie exclusively with Plato, who, as he was writing in favor of government by aristocrats, and bent on discrediting plebeian tyranny, depicted the tyrant as a sort of a monster? 197 There is a possibility that Plato may have had a point there, but there is a consideration which Plato did not mention, that the emperor is an army general, whereas the other is a chief of administration and police, a burgomaster. Weapons are suggestive of despotism. Between equals, command is odious and out of place. Which is why the French people has no respect for its representatives and likewise for its constitutional kings. Did we not hear Louis Philippe dismissed as a tyrant? He was nothing more than the king of civilians. Glory to God, honor to arms. Once upon a time that motto was on display in every fencing room. The people's wit went further, it blended scales and sword into a single emblem. Do not go telling it that the warrior's sword must be lowered when faced with magistrate's toga, sedent arma togae. 198 It might well retort that you have no Latin, that in Rome justice and warfare were not, as they are among us, two powers, and that the poet was merely trying to use those words to indicate the ranking within the same men, inside every citizen, of the peaceful and warrior callings. Judge, general and, if need be, like a dictator, that is what the people reckons its leader is. Happy, therefore, Thrice happy is the nation whose leader is at once the bravest and the most just. Which has only been witnessed twice in modern times, in the shape of Gustavus Adolphus 199 and George Washington. Chapter 8, War and Peace, Correlative Terms. How could men not wage war when their heads are full of it, when their understanding, their imagination, their dialectic, their industry, their religion, their arts are drawn to it, when within them and surrounding them, all is opposition, contradiction, and antagonism? But there is, opposed to warfare, a no less mysterious divinity, no less venerated by mortal men, peace. The idea of universal, everlasting peace is as old and as categorical in the consciousness of nations as that of warfare. Out of that conception sprang, first, the fable of Astrea 200, the heavenly virgin who returned to heaven at the end of Saturn's reign, but who is someday due to reappear. Whence she will reign over an endless, serene peace, as pure as the light playing over the Elysian fields. That is the fateful time towards which our aspirations carry us and where the trend of events is steering us, according to some forecasters of progress. As time slips by, and as warfare becomes more furious and the horrors of the Iron Age are redoubled, then Armorum congruit horror 201 as the poet has it. Peace becomes the favored goddess, just as we begin to despise war, that hellish ogre. This turning of minds in the direction of peace, this ancient aspiration to a dampening down of discord, may in part have been due to the Messianic movement, in which Augustus was the main actor, Virgil the eulogist, the Gospels the code and Jesus Christ the God. How much truth is there in this inkling which the prognosticators flatter themselves they are seeing realized every time humanity is faced with a huge crisis? War and peace, which the common man views as two mutually exclusive states of affairs, are alternating conditions in the life of peoples. They cry out for each other and define each other and complement and support each other, like the inverse, though adequate, and inseparable terms of the same antinomy. Peace demonstrates and confirms war, and war, in turn, is a cry for peace. The Messianic legend even states as much: the peacemaker is a conqueror, his reign established by means of triumph. But there is to be no final victory, no definitive peace, until the anti-Messiah appears. His defeat, in the end time, will be a sign both that wars are at an end, and of the end of the world. Which is why, throughout history, we have seen warfare unfailingly reborn of the very idea that had brought peace. After the Battle of Actium, a single, worldwide empire was proclaimed, in the belief that war could be ended. Augustus closed Janus's temple. It stood for the revolts, the civil wars and the barbarian invasions afflicting the empire, and which had been undermining and degrading it for upwards of 300 years. Diocletian, with a high-mindedness worthy of the ancients, once again sought peace through partition, and in his own lifetime, the twin emperors waged war on each other in order to resurrect unity. Constantine strove to resurrect that unity by embracing Christianity, but then wars erupted between the old and the new religion, between orthodoxy and heresy. And this endured, and the war grew worse until that empire, the admitted enemy of the human race, might be done away with and unity dismantled. Whereupon the long-suppressed nationalities were resuscitated and rejuvenated by the Christian faith and by barbarian bloodlines, but only to begin the carnage anew and strive towards their mutual extermination. War weariness had led to a reversion to the idea of a Christian empire. A compact was signed between the Pope and Charlemagne. And for 5 centuries, the squabble was over how that compact was to be interpreted. 202 A frightful business. It was after the sovereign had been proclaimed as the Prince of Peace that we witnessed bishops, abbots, and the religious, gripped by a warrior fury, donning breastplates and strapping on swords, as if peace, taken unduly seriously, had amounted to an attack upon religion, a blasphemy against Christ. And what did the wisdom of the nation then devise in order to rescue the faith which was enmired in universal hostilities and to reopen a doorway to peace? The separation of the powers so unhappily conjoined. But the tragedy merely took a ghastly turn. Christianity was divided against itself more than ever. Pius II, Aeneas Sylvius, the most prudent, most saintly, and most venerated of pontiffs, could not quite rally the Christian princes against the Ottomans. And then died of sorrow. 203. The cry goes up on all sides, it was not the Turks who sowed division between the peoples, that was the Church. No salvation, no peace for the world without a reformation. And, with reform as their pretext, the wars of religion flared up again, with political wars hot on their heels. The 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries echoed to the din of battle. Amid this upheaval, Grotius wrote his treatise De Jure Belli AC Paces. 204. But even the events were overwhelming. Along came the revolution and the ghastly concerto was raised to hitherto unprecedented levels. Let us pause here for a moment. What was the revolution, or what should it have been? Like Christianity, like Charlemagne's compact, like the Reformation, the revolution should have spelled the end of war, the brotherhood between peoples, the groundwork for this having been laid by 3 centuries' worth of philosophy, literature, and art. The revolution was what one might have called the revolt of reason against force, of righteousness against conquest, of the workings of peace against the brutalities of warfare. But the revolution had barely been named before war was on the rise again. The world had never beheld such funerals. In under 25 years, 10 million human sacrificial victims were burnt offerings in these contests between giants. In the end, the world drew a breath. A solemn peace was pledged, a mutually reassuring treaty signed between the sovereigns. The genie of war was nailed to a rock by the Holy Alliance. This was the age of representative, parliamentary institutions. By means of an artful coalition, the burnt-out torch of warfare was surrendered into the custody of interests which abhorred it. The wonders of industry, the growth of trade, the study of a brand new science, a peaceful science if ever there were one, political economy, all of these conspired to direct minds towards the ways of peace, to inspire an abhorrence of carnage, to attack the very ideal of warfare. Societies calling for disarmament took shape simultaneously in England and in America. Propaganda won the old world round, there were meetings, congresses gathered, addresses to all governments published. Catholics, Protestants, Quakers, deists, materialists, fell over one another as they competed in pronouncing warfare ungodly and immoral. War is murder, war is thievery. It is murder and it is thievery, taught to and commanded of peoples by their governments. It is murder, it is thievery acclaimed, feted, dignified and crowned. It is murder, it is thievery, minus the punishment and the disgrace but with the addition of impunity and glory. It is murder, it is thievery, spared the scaffold thanks to the triumphal arch. It is the absence of legal consequences, for it is society ordering that which it forbids and forbidding what it orders, rewarding that which it punishes and punishing what it rewards, glorifying that which it stigmatizes and stigmatizing that which it glorifies, the deed being the same, just the name being different. 205. Just as in the days of Christ's birth, a warm breeze blows over humanity, Pax Hominibus. At the Peace Congress held in Paris in 1849, the Abbot de Gueret and Pastor A. Coquerel, representing the Catholic Church and the Reformed Church, shook hands with each other, achieving reconciliation over a joint anathema targeting war. 206. It looked as if an endless life of riches and happiness was in prospect. What was the deadly influence turning it into an era of trouble and discord? What compromised the peace of Vienna was peace itself, by which I mean the ideas that it articulated, ideas that could all be traced back to just one thing, the establishment of constitutional monarchies. 207. As elements and symptoms of a future conflict, note that in the 45 years since the treaties of Vienna, Italian Carbonarism, the 15 years of liberalism 208 doctrinarism 209 the socialism that emerged from the July Revolution, the war in Spain, the war in Greece, the uprising in Poland, the separation of Belgium, the occupation of Ancona, the troubles of 1840 on the occasion of the Eastern Question, the Sonderbund, the massacres in Galicia, the 1848 Revolution, the striving after unity in Austria and Germany, thwarted by the Hungarian uprising and the resistance from Denmark, the war in Navarra, the Roman expedition, the two campaigns in Crimea and Lombardy, the failure of the papacy, the unity of Italy, the emancipation of the serfs in Russia, not to mention the minor wars in Algeria, Kabylia, Morocco, the Caucasus, China, and India. For the past 14 years, the whole of Europe has been at arms. Far from the appetite for warfare having cooled, gallantry within the armies has grown, the populace's zeal has peaked. Yet never before was there such a softening in mores, a greater disdain for glory and less of a thirst for conquest, never have the soldiery shown themselves more humane and driven by more chivalrous sentiments. By what unfathomable frenzy have nations which respected and honored one another been induced to fight one another? Maybe it will be said that, had their interests been taken into consideration, peaceful resolutions might have carried the day. Experience gives the lie to that supposition. The theoreticians of constitutional rule had lulled themselves into thinking that the way to cast warfare aside was to make it subject to the ruminations of representatives. Well, what do we find, right after the February Revolution? Even as the stock exchange was panicking, an increasingly conservative and peaceful parliament unanimously voted through subsidies, making pledges to peace all the while. One of the reasons the last monarchy lost was that it had been too firm in its resistance to the country's bellicose instinct. Louis Philippe has still not been forgiven for his peace at any price policy. What had swung the country over to war in the interim? Nothing, except, maybe, the desire to assuage the martial ardor of an overexcitable generation. Nothing, I say, as we have seen from the outcomes of both the Crimean and Lombardy wars, nothing, not a thing. So, war and peace, interconnected with each other, affirming both their reality and their necessity, are the two main functions of the human race. In history, they alternate, like the waking state and sleep in the life of the individual, like the expenditure of energy and its recuperation, like production and consumption in political economy. Peace is therefore warfare and warfare is peace. To imagine them mutually exclusive is childish. Monsieur de Foucault says, there are some people who seem to think of the workings of the world in terms of a play divided into acts. They reckon that, during the intervals, they can, without fear of being disturbed, indulge in their pleasures and private affairs. They fail to see that those intervals, during which events seem to have been interrupted, are the interesting point in the play. It is during this apparent calm that the causes of the brouhaha to follow later are being prepared. It is ideas that form the chain of time. Those who can see only the big events, who hear only the detonations, have no understanding of history. 210. By way of our conclusion regarding peace, let us therefore state here, again, what we stated at the outset of this book when we spoke about war. Peace is a divine act, for it has remained for us a myth. We have seen nothing of it save its shadow and are familiar neither with its substance nor its laws. No one knows when, how, and why it begins, when, why, or how it ends. Like war, it has its place in our thoughts, along with the latter, it makes up the first and largest category of our understanding. Peace, to be sure, ought to be a positive reality since we hold it to be the greatest of blessings. How is it that our notion of it is purely negative, as if it conveyed only the absence of struggle, strike, and destruction? Peace ought to have an action of its own expression, life, and movement, its own particular creations. How does it come to pass that in our modern societies it is still what it once was in ancient societies and even in the philosophers' utopias, the sleep of warfare? For the past 45 years, Europe has been permanently ruled by armies, and the economists rail against that enormous and pointless expenditure. 211 which is what the ancients used to do, in times of peace they were preparing for war. Such was the recommendation down through the ages, from Plato to Fenelon, from those who dabbled in offering instruction to peoples and kings. While the peace lasted, there was practice in the handling of weapons and we engaged in petty skirmishes. For the last 40 centuries during which Europe has been dabbling in theology, metaphysics, poetry, comedy, novels, science, politics, and agriculture, it never imagined any other diversion, any more agreeable recreation, no nobler exercise when it came to its moments of ease. Peacemonger, when you preach free trade and concord to us, do you even realize that what you would have our reason believe in and our wills practice is a mystery? Chapter 9, The Problem of War and Peace. War, as now we can scarcely doubt, is primarily a phenomenon of our moral life. It has its part to play in the psychology of humanity, just as religion, justice, poetry, art, industry, politics, and liberty have theirs. It is one of the forms of our virtue. We must examine it against the backdrop of the universal conscience, and not that of the battlefields, sieges and clashes of armies, the procedures of strategy, tactics, and armaments. All this materialism, with which the historian's accounts are full and which makes up the background to the poet's images, is pretty well useless. It has nothing to teach us about the philosophy of warfare. War is one of the powers within our souls, it has its phenomenality within our souls. Everything that is part of our intellectual and moral makeup, everything that constitutes our civilization and our glory, is conjured up, item by item, and developed through the dazzling activity of warfare and under peace's humble incubation. The former might say to the latter, I plant, you, sister, water, in turn, God brings growth to all. Minds with a penchant for mysticism, such as the Comte de Maistre and Monsieur de Ficquelmont himself, happy to have discerned these great things, like to loiter in the half-light. The divine holds them enthralled, unadulterated truth, sought by the philosopher, has no charm for them, a dismal reality that we cease to admire as soon as we possess it. According to them, there is a grave danger in depriving man of his sense of wonder and banishing all the mysteries from his gaze, one by one. Such considerations might easily have been applicable in the days of Bossuet. 212 In the wake of 18th-century philosophy and the German critics, following the French Revolution and the establishment of an Academy of the Moral and Political Sciences. 213 Following the explosion of socialism, they have had their day. These days, such reservations are forbidden us, they would amount to our failing in our destiny, our duty. So, since it is our nature always to eat the fruit of science, let us eat, even should we die thrice. What is war? Something incidental, ephemeral, or a necessary mode of our existence. Is war, peace's thesis or antithesis, one of those component antinomies that is easily criticized from a position sometimes at one extreme or sometimes at the other, but which nothing can destroy because they are part of the essence of humanity and one of the conditions of his life? Is there, by any constitution of states, some improved implementation of the rights of peoples, a chance that we might end war once and for all, or is it merely susceptible to amelioration and honing? In which case, where war is concerned, what do we mean by amelioration, honing or progress? Does it mean that warfare must become increasingly atrocious, or rather that, keeping pace with civilization, it should boost our courage and virtue, together with our contempt for death? In either instance, rather than delving into the philosophy of warfare, we would merely be delving deeper and deeper into mysticism and harking back to the ideal of the Cimbri and the Teutons. In short, are we to see war as a scourge upon humanity, or as the exercise of its sovereignty? Is it a phenomenon of the physiology or the pathology of nations? Does it fall within or outside the definition of right, within or outside religion? Is it commanded, tolerated, or condemned by morality? In the first case, what can we do to make it better, more effective, more edifying, more heroic? In the second, how can we set about stamping it out? In my own view, it is plain that war has deep roots, scarcely discernible, in the religious, juridical, aesthetic, and moral sentiments of peoples. It might even be argued that it has its abstract formula in dialectics. War is our history, our life, our very soul, it is legislation, politics, state, homeland, social hierarchy, the rights of people, poetry, theology, it is, once again, everything. We hear talk of doing away with war, as if it were some sort of toll or tariff. and there is no appreciation that if we discount war and its associated ideas, nothing, absolutely nothing remains of humanity's past and not a single atom upon which to build its future. Oh, I may well say to these clumsy peacemongers, as I myself was once told in respect of property, how do you envision society, with war abolished? What ideas, what beliefs are you offering? What literature, what poetry, what art? What would you make of man, that intelligent, religious, justice dispensing, free, individual and, for all of those very reasons, a warring creature? What would you make of the nation, that independent, outgoing, autonomous collective? What becomes of the human race in its eternal repose? All in vain, a pointless philanthropy bewails the hecatombs offered up to the god of battles, in vain does a grasping commercialism parade, besides its countless products, its railways, its shipping, its banks, its free trade and the appalling consumption that war brings in its wake, the burning down of towns, the ruination of the countryside, the mothers, wives and young girls' despair, the depopulation, the degeneration of races, the hobbling of societies in terms of the production of wealth and the exploitation of the globe. For as long as imaginations and consciences have no other interest in denying it, and have nothing against it other than the waste of human lives and money, stagnating business, or a drop in savings and bankruptcy, war is not about to go away. In quarters high and low within society, there will even be a degree of animosity towards those who combat, I almost said calumniate, it. See to it, if you can, that this supernatural fanaticism, this cult of force of which philosophy has thus far grasped nothing, is assailed in its morality and in its ideas, strip warfare of the prestige that makes it the pivot of all poetry, the basis for all political organization and all justice, then you will be in a position to hope for its abolition and, on the basis of the affinities which we have detected within it, to jettison what traces of prejudice and servitude still remain upon this earth. We are, Monsieur de Lamartine 214 has said somewhere, in the first of the mighty eras through which the human race may have to pass as it strides towards the aim of divine destiny, an age of renovation and transformation akin, perhaps to gospel times. We are on our way to one of the most sublime staging posts, to a complete organization of the social order. For our children's children, we foresee a series of free, religious, moral, rational centuries, an age of truth, reason, and virtue in the midst of the ages. Taking God as our starting point and our goal, and the general welfare of humanity as our purpose, and with morality as our torch, conscience as our judge and liberty as our path, you will not be running any risk of going astray. The men of the National Assembly were not Frenchmen, they were men of the world. They were misunderstood and belittled when not looked upon as just priests, aristocrats, plebeians and loyal subjects, seditionists and rabble-rousers. They were and felt themselves to be better than that, God's workmen, called by Him to restore humanity's social reason and to re-establish right and justice in the world. The Declaration of Rights is the 10 Commandments of the human race in any language. These are magnificent and prophetic words such as ooze effortlessly from Monsieur de Lamartine every time a beam of the social reason that he invokes sheds its light upon his soul. Yes, we are in one of those heady times that determine the fate of nations, one of those times of renewal and worldwide transformation, a time without analogy in the past except that of the Gospels, a time of which the French Revolution was the Mount Tabor 215 and the men of the Constituent Assembly the first, immortal missionaries. Now, if Monsieur de Lamartine is to be believed, what is the identifying feature of this divine and oh so wonderfully regenerative era going to be? He is going to tell us, as in gospel times, it is going to be a promise, the promise of peace, an olive branch heralding an end to strife and catastrophe. After the storm comes the lull, every period of warfare ends that way. The modern revolution summoned Gentile and Jew alike to share enlightenment and brotherhood. And not one of its apostles failed to proclaim peace between the peoples. Mirabeau, Lafayette, and Robespierre himself erased war from the symbols they put before the nation. It was the seditionists and the ambitious who later insisted upon it, not the great revolutionaries. By the time the war broke out, the revolution had degenerated. 216. To say poet is to say interpreter to the gods. I accept those recent words from Monsieur de Lamartine as oracular. But when will they be fulfilled? That is what we should like to know. Meanwhile, I cannot help having reservations in favor of the revolutionaries who, in spite of the court and in spite of Robespierre, seized the initiative in the struggle and had war declared on the counter-revolution, represented at the time by the foreigner. No, it was neither the ambitious nor the seditionists who issued the call to arms, yet they had more of a genuine feel for the revolution than Robespierre and his friends. What, then, might have befallen that revolution but for the endorsement of blood and victory? War is divine, war delivers justice, war brings a regeneration of mores. How could Monsieur de Lamartine, with all his familiarity with matters divine, have forgotten that? Give the revolutionary wars their due, if you please. War is the most ancient of all the religions, and will be the last of them. I give an undertaking today to explain what philosophy has to date left unexplained due to an oversight. I will also identify the cause, the warrior myth. I shall strip warfare of its divine character, and will deliver it, unveiled, to the free judgment of peoples and kings. May this work of mine, like the hymn to peace sung by the angels over Christ's manger, serve to herald a better future to the world. I would bless the exile that brought me the inspiration for this book, and, though I may yet appear somewhat suspect in terms of my teachings, I would die in communion with the human race. Book 2, On the Nature of War and Right of Force. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. 217. Horace. Summary. Universal opinion affirms the existence of a positive right of war, analogous with, related and equivalent to the rights of peoples, political rights and civil rights, in short, rights of any description. By contrast, the unanimous opinion among the jurists holds that there is no substance to the right of war, that to designate the semblance of rules abided by in war as such is not proper, that force, of itself, is as incapable of creating a right as of delivering a judgment, in short, that the expression rights of war ought to be deemed a euphemism, a fiction. This pronouncement by the jurists has caused a turmoil in ideas. With the right of warfare denied, the rights of peoples is left bereft of its principle, its sanction, public rights and civil rights in turn collapse along with it, the spirit of revolt invades the universal conscience and society shifts from the state of war to the state of banditry. The theories of Grotius, Wolff, Vattel, Kant, Hegel, and Hobbes. Who is mistaken as to the spontaneity of the human race in affirming war's juridical status, or who is going to deny the wisdom of the jurisconsults? The theory of the right of force. The reality, straightforwardness, and primordial character of this right, its application to international relations. Examples borrowed from times ancient and modern. How, historically, the following have been deduced from the right of force: 1. The right of war, 2. The rights of peoples, 3. Public right, or the constitutional right of states, 4. Civil rights and economic rights. Warfare defined. An instrument of justice, it is legitimate in terms of its holy, sacred essence. First chapter, on the disagreement between the testimony of the human race and the jurisconsult's doctrine regarding the act and right of war. It is one of humanity's misfortunes that its teachers rarely have any understanding of it and, because it does not operate as they would like, they denigrate it. When it comes to warfare and international law, as practiced by nations, three fundamental propositions govern. 1. There is such a thing as a right of war. 2. War is of itself a judgment. 3. That judgment is delivered in the name of and by virtue of force. True or false, this is the belief, held more or less explicitly by the common man, what the Academy ought to rebut or justify, in the absence of which civilization is left tainted or at least suspect, and the science of rights falters on its foundation. Let us begin by drawing a comparison between the general belief and the teaching of the Academy regarding the first of those propositions: there is such a thing as a right of war. All peoples affirm a right of war, which is to say, a right emanating from superior force, a right that victory proclaims and sanctions, and which, by virtue of that sanction and proclamation, becomes legitimate through practice and as legitimate and respectable in its outcomes as any other right, such as, say, liberty and property claim to be. As a result, all peoples affirm the legitimacy of conquest, achieved in the desired circumstances and in accordance with the prescribed forms. As I say, they assert it as vigorously as the working man asserts his rights over what he produces. When the universality of the human race says one thing, it is always worth philosophy taking an interest in it. This has unfailingly proved the case, when it comes to religion, family, or government. When it comes to the moral order of things, universal acceptance, should the propositions not always be clear-cut, has always been achieved by means of the citation of some higher reason, if not through the very articulation of that reason. No, what I find immediately striking when one comes to read the authors who have dealt with warfare, say, Grotius and Vattel 218, is the stark contradiction between the opinion of those jurisconsults and the unanimous sentiment among peoples. Grotius, initially, plus his translator Barbieric, 219, Wolf 220, and then Vattel, Wolf's abridger, Pinheiro Ferreira 221, who annotated Vattel, Burlamaqui 222 and his successor, De Felice, 223, Kant 224 and his school, Martins and his publisher, Monsieur Verge, 225, as well as Pufendorf, 226, Hobbes, and the multitude of Catholic, Protestant, philosophical jurists, all deny the reality of any right of war. What they understand by that term is not what the natural meaning of the word suggests, and which popular common sense universally proclaims, the right of war, the way one would speak of the right of labor, the right of intelligence, the right of love. To them, the right of war is merely a sort of legal figment suggested by the wretchedness of the times, designed to put paid to the contention between passions and interests and to forestall, by means of moderation on the part of the victor and resignation on the part of the vanquished, the utter destruction of the latter and sometimes of both. In itself, these learned men say, warfare is incompatible with the notion of rights, it contains nothing resembling such. Even though it may give rise to rights of various sorts, even though it may pose as the assertion or exercise of a right, it is, by its very nature, a stranger to rights, being the violent and insulting suspension of them. It is in the light of that explanation that we are to understand these authors whenever they speak about just war and unjust war. By just war, we are not to understand that they are referring to an armed struggle conducted in accordance with certain rules in pursuit of a dispute which needs resolving in that manner, which would suggest that in a just war, rights being unsure or equal, both belligerents stand equally upon their claims and honor, and that the matter at issue hinges upon the competency of their arms. In the jurist's view, and according to all their definitions, justice in warfare is essentially one-sided. For A to be able to wage a just war, it is vitally necessary that there is injustice in B, his antagonist, in which case, all means are fair when it comes to ensuring that that right is enforced, except for whatever is due to respect for humanity. As for the idea of warfare serving as right's actual manifestation, that, these jurists state, just goes to show the barbarism of the nations in contention, it is the very opposite of justice. So, according to these authors, one has to take great care not to see the provisions of what are commonly referred to as the laws of war, drawn up in chapter and verse, as a sort of right sui generis, of which war is the expression. Right and war, they tell us, are mutually exclusive terms. By the laws of war, we mean certain humane exclusions which common practice among peoples has introduced into the gory play of battles and which opinion imposes upon the belligerents, solely in order to put a stop to the abuses and confine the carnage, so to speak, to what is strictly necessary. As Hobbes says, war is not, in fact, to be regarded as an essential feature of the life of nations, a phenomenon which, bearing its laws in itself, would then give rise to a positive right. Instead, it is diametrically inimical to the happiness of peoples and to the preservation of the human race. Being, like famine, pestilence or madness, a manageable scourge. Which is why, Grotius adds, even in the heat of battle, man must never forget that he is a man and that he is dealing with fellow men. The laws of war have no meaning beyond that. With regard to morality, we could not cite another example of such dissonance between the belief of the masses and the sentiments of learned men. Philosophical reasoning and intuitive belief have never seemed in such blatant contradiction to one another. And stranger still, even though philosophical reasoning prevails in schools, in books, in courts of justice and the councils of princes, and appears that it is possessed of everything that it needs in order to enforce its edicts and impose its definitions, it is the ideas of the common man that continue to rule the world and govern the affairs of nations. Here, the objections fairly gush from the pen. If the right of war is a chimera, how might such a spontaneous, universal, and persistent belief have come about? How has religion sanctified it everywhere? How come this ghastly superstition has not yet retreated in the face of the progress in ideas and mores? We can imagine childish brawls, a fracas between youngsters, strife between herdsmen, workmates, sailors, occurring under the spur of sheer animalistic passions. We can even imagine banditry, piracy and, to some extent, criminal gangs. None of that is anything other than the more or less violent and spectacular effect of animality, erupting into vice and crime. But war, a conflict between two sides, each of them made up of the elite of a country, swathed in honors and lawful formalities and religious ceremonials like some holy, sacred act, this warfare is unfathomable if, from one vantage point or both, it must, as a matter of principle, be held to be unjust. Unjust warfare, as the jurists inevitably posit, whether coming from one side or from both, is the greatest of crimes. Now, if justice can be placed in jeopardy as far as an individual is concerned, by the maelstrom of passions, it finds it harder to yield in the context of a group. The weightier the group, the city, the state, becomes, the more justice gains the upper hand within it, thanks to the impact of the law governing that body, the upshot being that we can say that justice, in the context of the human race as a whole, is incorruptible. So, once again, if war is a crime, and by its very nature it cannot be anything else according to the jurists, then how, I ask, is it deemed honorable at all? Why has universal reprobation failed to fend off such a monstrous iniquity? Why has war become more frequent throughout history, become more intense as civilization has increased? Why is half of the human race still made up of villains? Finally, how is it, if war is bereft of any juridical element, if there is nothing to be said for it, if it amounts to murder and thievery, as the advocates at the Peace Congress denounced it, why is it met with so little opposition in nations made up of 20, 30, 60 million souls? Likewise, why has it sometimes embraced the whole world, become widespread? It is unheard of for individuals with criminal records, living off the proceeds of crime, to form themselves into regular societies. The brigand's first enemy is his accomplice. To speak of association is to speak of justice. Now, justice and crime, the former being the means and the latter the end, are incompatible. It is even more repugnant that a people as a whole should wax so enthusiastic about war if it is convinced of the iniquitousness of its cause, and, moreover, it defies explanation that, in any war, a cry of disapproval, targeting one or other of the belligerents, should not ring out to stop it in its tracks. The issue of the right of war must therefore be posed in a quite different fashion to the one understood by the Academy. Throughout the ranks of the warring parties and the neutrals, minds must be persuaded that the feelings aroused by war, in terms of its morality, are the diametrical opposite of those which might be inspired by the spectacle of a caravan of pilgrims under attack from a band of robbers. Let us question the army commanders. The courage of the soldier is underpinned by, above all else, his conscience. The soldier not only counts on the good faith of his commanders, which is that of his nation, which is that of the human race, but also on the good faith of his innermost senses. True, war is the most terrifying, yet most grandiose manifestation of justice, that is, for that very reason, surrounded, like some great feudal assize, with solemnities and rules, but, notwithstanding the bloodletting, humanity still has its place there, and the executions of war are determined by a higher law that states that, as a rule, such executions are just, because carried out in the name of force. The soldier also tells himself that in a war carried out according to the rules, everything becomes selfless and sublime, that if there, as anywhere else, murder, rape, depredation and debauchery get their chance to disport themselves, such misdeeds are no more evidence to be used against war than the ditherings of a judge are against the institutions of the courts. Further, that the army is the genuine representative of a country in its dealings with the foreigner, and, that army being the people's force, it becomes, in the event of war, its conscience, that, even in the prospect of defeat, war is, as far as the citizen is concerned, the most sacred and glorious of duties, because what is at stake is the salvation of the homeland and that renders it honorable, come what may. Further, what brings victory is moral energy, as much as and more so than material force, that within victory there is, therefore, not merely pride, but also a just appreciation of the righteousness which, where nations are concerned, is not established by procedures, but by the selflessness of the sacrifice, the scorn of death, probity, temperance, and leniency wedded to courage. Which is why the real soldier neither hates nor feels contempt for his foe. Instead, he honors him and, outside of the battle, offers him his hand. He knows that this foe fights, as he does himself, for his prince, for his homeland, that, like him, he represents a nation's conscience and champions a great cause. What more sublime sight can there be than that of two armies suddenly suspending their hostilities in order to pay honorable tribute to the brave, as happened at General Meusnier's funeral during the siege of Mainz, 227. Finally, the soldier tells himself that war is much less to be feared than the faint-hearted might imagine, that it is good, useful, and fertile, that its effect upon nations is akin to a health crisis as it puts an end to an ambiguous situation and from individuals draws a sort of a reaction that reveals in them the virtues of discipline, the treasures of sensitivity and the greatness of soul which they might never have displayed in any other circumstance. This is what the soldier says to himself in his heart of hearts, in accordance with the common sense of the human race, that which elderly jurists, strangers to action and indifferent to rights, may misconstrue, the comic side of which may well provoke a smile in peacetime, but which becomes a much more serious affair at the first sign of difficulty arising between states. It has been said that in 1793, France's honor had taken refuge under her colors. We quiver lest the same be true of Europe today. The soldier's courage is in contrast with the corruption of all sorts that devours civil society and would bode ill for civilization. The point, therefore, is to delve deeply into this religion of warfare handed down from age to age and still so ardent. Until such time as that scrutiny has been carried out, until such time as the puzzle has been explained, humanity will not only remain mired in a state of war, but will be swept along by war. The destinies of states being exclusively dependent on the courage of their armies, nations are going to bob along on the ocean of history, sometimes riding high, sometimes swamped by the wave, and since, when all is said and done, war is not the whole and all of humanity, even though it seeps into everything, it is also not the final word, since there is more to this world than force alone. It will come to pass that if force retains the upper hand, right, mores, civilization, ideas, and liberty will all be in jeopardy. Warfare, everything assures us, is therefore more than a fact, more than a circumstance, more than a habit. It is not the insult from one triggering the self-defense of the other, it is a principle, an institution, a belief, and we are one step away from saying a doctrine. Let us set the teary-eyed declamations and sentimental invectives to one side. Speaking through the mouths of nations, war affirms its reason, its righteousness, its jurisdiction, and its function. It is this that we have to penetrate. Chapter 2, War is brought forth as a judgment delivered in the name and by virtue of force. Universal conscience declares this judgment the norm, the jurisprudence of the authors rejects it. The second proposition on which there is a manifest parting of the ways between universal sentiment and scholarly opinion is this: war is a judgment. In accordance with the commonly held view, Cicero defines war as a way of settling differences through the use of force. He adds, with sadness, that one is obliged to do so when every other means of resolution has become unfeasible. Discussion befits man, violence the beasts. Nam, cum sint duo genera dissertandi, unum per deceptationem, alterum pervim, cum illud proprium sid hominis, hoc bilierum, confugendum est ad posterius, siuti non licet superior. 228. It is evident from that quotation that the great orator accepted the traditional definition of war conditionally, as a way of passing judgment. Back in his day, the very notion of the right of war had been eclipsed, such was the number of injustices the warmongering Roman permitted. Before Cicero, Aristotle 229 had written that the most natural warfare was the sort waged against ferocious beasts and the men who resembled them. Following the example set by the Greek philosopher and classifying recourse to arms as a beastly thing, Cicero positively denied that warfare was of any juridical validity and cast such a slur upon that primitive means of resolving differences between nations as to render it beyond redemption in the estimation of the scholars. His words did, though, provoke objections from the old Quirites 230. Those devotees of the lance, or queer, religiously observant of the right of warfare in order to invest their opinions with greater authenticity. On their expeditions they refrained from using the element of surprise and guile against their foes, trusting to courage alone and looking upon every victory scored by means of underhanded combat as sinful. Thus, at every step, a discrepancy breaks out between the testimony of the human race and scholarly thinking. According to the former, there is a righteousness in warfare; according to the latter, such righteousness is simply fiction. War is a judgment is the consensus among nations. War has nothing in common with the courts, the scholars retort. It is a dismal and baneful extreme. Jurisprudence hasn't changed since Cicero. Grotius sides with Cicero's view. The idea of a verdict delivered by force of arms reminds him of the trial by combat employed during the Middle Ages, and he dismisses that as superstition. Far from regarding war as a judgment, he detects within it, instead, the result of a complete absence of justice, the very negation of all judicial authority. It was with that thought in mind that he composed his book. He says, if the nations will but do as citizens do and learn to discern their mutual rights, let them but set themselves up as a court of arbitration and there will be no more war. 231. In short, Grotius, like Cicero before him, deems war a painful extreme, bereft of any juridical value, with the responsibility falling upon whoever embarks upon it or provokes it unfairly. Pufendorf is of much the same mind. Peace is what sets man apart from the beasts. 232. Vattel expresses the same view. War, he says, is that state wherein one's rights are pursued through force. 233. So, it is no judgment. How does one assert one's rights under the civil law? In front of the courts, and it is after securing the judgment of the judge that one resorts, if need be, to forceful means, distraint, forcible dispossession, house raids, selling off at auction, garnishment. 234. Arrest warrant, etc. On the other hand, war, according to Vattel's definition, being confined solely to forceful means absent any prior judgment, could not stand in a starker contrast to justice. As we have just been saying, a consequence of the absence of justice and international authority. Moreover, Vattel, like Grotius, embraces the principle that, if a war is just on one side, it must of necessity be unjust on the other, from which he concludes that the responsibility for the injury done lies with the aggressor or unjust defender, quite independently of how the recourse to arms may turn out. Vattel's commentator, Pinheiro Ferreira, essentially embracing the sentiments of his leader, but more heedful of the nature of the prosecution of it, defines war as the art of paralysing the enemy's forces. Others before him had argued that war is the art of destroying the enemy's forces. 235. Now, whether it is about the destruction of the enemy's forces or the simple paralysis of them, which would be less inhumane, it is plain that we are still speaking of an extrajudicial circumstance. For Pinheiro, as for Vattel and Grotius, war is still but a matter of constraining, in the absence of any prior judgment, an act of bad faith, or of defending oneself against an unjust attack. In both cases, the idea of a war tribunal, judgment by trial of arms, or of a legality inherent in combat, in short, of a right of war, evaporates entirely. There is no point in my carrying on with these quotations, the authors all imitate one another. So, the deeper we delve in our examination, the more we see the difference being drawn between scholarly jurisprudence and universal belief. According to the former, the right of war is an empty word, at best a legal fiction. There is no righteousness in battle, victory proves nothing, the conquest that results from it is only made legitimate through the formal or unspoken, but freely given, consent of the vanquished, through the passage of time, the merging of races, the absorption of states, all of which are subsequent to war, and they have the effect of banishing the remnants of the former strife, mitigating its cause and preventing its resurgence. Ranking warfare as a form of judicature would be an affront to justice. By contrast, in the minds of the masses, warfare assumes a different character. Given the uncertainty of international law, or, what amounts to the same thing, given the impossibility of its formulas being enforceable against litigants such as states, the belligerents, out of necessity or unspoken convention, fall back upon the decision of arms. War is a sort of an ordeal 236, or, as they used to say during the Middle Ages, a judgment of God. This explains how two nations in conflict, before coming to grips over an issue, each look to the assistance of heaven for its own case. It is as if human justice, conceding its powerlessness, were beseeching divine justice to demonstrate through battle which side is or will be the righteous one, in slightly more philosophical language, as if the two peoples, equally persuaded that the right of superior force is here the best, wanted by some prior religious act to whip up their moral strength, essential to the success of their physical force. The prayers for victory uttered by each side, prayers that scandalize our society, which is as ignorant of its origins as it is ignoble in its incredulity, prayers as rational as the opposing pleas delivered by barristers by way of grounding the verdicts of the courts. But, whereas here the verdict is merely indicative of righteousness, it may be argued, again from the point of view of the masses, that victory confers right, the outcome of the war being precisely to ensure that the winner gets what he wanted, and not just because, prior to the fighting, he had, by reason of his presumed force, an entitlement to it, but rather because victory proved that he actually was deserving of it. Take away this idea of judgment, which opinion inevitably attaches to war, and it is whittled down, in accordance with Cicero's expression, to a squabble between animals, a notion which our species' morality, a morality nowhere unleashed the way it is when war is concerned, does not allow us to entertain. In fact, the deeds which in every nation are the overtures, companions, and sequels to hostilities, demonstrate that there is something here other than what the jurists saw in it. For a start, what would the meaning be of this expression right of war, as old as the human race itself, and found in every language and reiterated by all the authors who have been tormented by it? Have the people that create languages given a name to anything but realities? Does the people not speak of the abundance of its sentiments as well as its sensations? Is it the one that devises legal fictions? Does it dream up constitutional monarchs, answering through their ministers? Does it worship nominal or metaphysical divinities? And then how should we account for the multitude of honorable formalities with which nations surround themselves in their dalliance with warfare? For example, the giving of notice, the making of declarations, the suggestion of arbiters, mediations, interventions, ultimatums, the invocation of the gods, the withdrawal of ambassadors, the untouchability of parliamentarians, the trading of hostages and prisoners, the rights of neutrals, the rights of refugees, of supplicants, of the wounded, the respect due to the dead, the rights of the victor, the rights of the vanquished, the postliminary rights, 237 the limits upon conquest, etc., is This whole code not a fully fledged jurisprudence. Can it possibly be argued that all of these juridical accoutrements are wrapped around sheer nothingness? That idea alone, that there is a formality to warfare, that fact alone, accepted by the policy of the nations, that men with respect for one another do not wage war after the manner of bandits and wild animals is proof that, in the general opinion, war is an act of solemn jurisdiction, in short, a judgment. But behold something very different. In the name of what authority, by virtue of which principle is such judgment of warfare delivered? The answer might appear blasphemous, were it not the cry coming from humanity, in the name and by virtue of force. Which brings us to our third proposition. Here we have to concede the most absolute contradiction between the judgment of the masses and the viewpoint of the scholars. At this point, our authors fail to stand their ground any longer, they are flummoxed. Cicero cries out, and I quote, "Force is the reason of brutes, hoc bellerum." Grotius takes up the refrain. Force does not confer right, albeit that it helps with the upholding and wielding of it. 238. To which Vattel adds, one claims one's rights on the basis of qualifications, or testimonials, or evidence, but one pursues them through force. Ancillon says, force and right are mutually repugnant ideas, the one can never provide the basis for the other. 239. That incomparable metaphysician Kant, who was able to tease out the laws of thought, and who was the first to come up with the idea of a phenomenology of mind, knows nothing about war. He falls into line behind Grotius, Wolff, and Vattel. The elements of the rights of peoples are, one that states, in terms of their mutual external relations, like lawless savages, are by nature in a non-juridical condition. 2. That said condition is a state of war, force is right, although in actual fact there may not always be warfare and always be hostilities. That particular condition is unjust in itself, and it is the whole purpose of rights to leave it behind. Elsewhere he states, nations are entitled to wage war, as the legitimate means of asserting their rights through force, should they have been slighted, and since that claim cannot be asserted through a trial. 240. Martins and his French publisher, Monsieur Verge, espoused precisely the same argument. The first is absolute in his condemnation of warfare. War is a permanent state of gratuitous acts of violence between men. 241. Monsieur Verge makes a few exceptions for the state that finds itself compelled by an unjust assailant to fall back on defending itself. Naturally, he states, war is not to be regarded as the Comte de Maistre regards it, as some grand law of the world of spirit, nor, as Spinoza does, as the normal state of the creation. 242, it is an infuriating last resort, the only means of compelling a collective, sovereign entity to honor its commitments and abide by international mores. Schutzenberger, 243, war is always unjust per se, in the sense that force determines right, or, to be more precise, that there is no right other than force. Barney, translation from Kant, 244. In turn, Monsieur Hautefeuille, the most recent person in France to have written on this scabrous subject, has this to say, echoing Hobbes, it is part of the natural order that the rule of force precedes that of right. 245. And the ranks of commentators, translators, publishers, annotators repeat, in unison, no, force can never confer right. Whereas, on occasion, it may intervene in the workings of justice, it is as a means of torture or constraint, like the gendarme's handcuffs and the executioner's axe. It would be monstrous to see that as the basis or expression of a right. We have heard from the scholars, let us now examine the universal evidence and see how a quite opposite sentiment has embedded itself in the conscience of the peoples. Initially, during that phase of humanity wrongly or rightly referred to as the age of savagery, prior to its having discovered how to use its intellectual faculties, physical force was all that was known and respected. At that point, force, reason, righteousness were held synonymous. The degree of force was indicative of the degree of merit, insofar as there are grounds for talking about rights and duties obtaining between creatures so recently hatched and bound together by such rare and weak relations. Society took shape and the regard for force grew alongside it. Likewise, the notion of force and the notion of right separated from the other, little by little. Force is glorified, consecrated, and deified through such human names and examples as Hercules, Thor, Samson. The population is split into two types, the aristoi or optimates, literally the mightiest and, by extension, the bravest, the most virtuous and the best, and the plebs, made up of weaklings, slaves, and anybody lacking in force, the ignavi. The former make up the pais legal, the men of law, which is to say, the ones that have entitlements, the others are outside of the law, ex leges, they have no entitlements, they are individuals with human faces, anthropoi, and are not men, andres. That society of strong men and aristocrats makes up a sovereignty, a power, two terms which, taken as synonymous with each other, serve as reminders of the identity of those two notions, entitlement and force. Up to that point, arising from the prerogatives of strength, disputes were regulated and slights made good by means of the duel or trial by combat, the putting of force to the test. But it was not long before such combat was replaced by the prince as representative of collective sovereignty or force that no one was strong enough to defy and who, not wishing to see his men fighting one another, took it upon himself to dictate who had right on his side and to deliver justice. But where did that substitution of the judgment of the prince for combat between the parties come from? Quite simply from this principle, that whoever commands force commands right and that no one has the right to dissent from the verdict delivered by the prince. Is the worm about to rise up against the lion, or the hyssop 246 against the cedar? That would be equally nonsensical. But who is to be the repository for this public force or power, one of the main attributes of which being the ability to determine what is right? The strongest. Let us be clear here, none of that means, as the jurists seem to be arguing, that force is the whole and all of right, that there is no right but force. It merely means that force represents the first and most non-negotiable of rights, that if, at a later date, other rights are created, they will still, in the last analysis, defer to that, consequently, whereas trial by combat between persons from the same city is replaced by the verdict of the prince, between independent cities the only acknowledged right, the only valid right, will still be the right of force. Which is why, in the view of all peoples, conquest, seizure by means of strength and courage, is deemed legitimate, the most legitimate of possessions, based as it is upon a right that is superior to all civil conventions, usurpation, hereditary succession, sale, etc., upon the right of force. Hence the people's admiration for conquerors and the untouchability of those who take things into their own hands, the deference upon which they insist, the hush that descends in their presence, salutare in conspectus aegis. 247. Respect for force, belief in its juridical authority, if I may say so, is suggestive of the expression of a just and holy war, justa et pia bella. This, as I see it, has less to do with the homeland that needs defending than with the very conditions of war, which, as the ancient Romans used to think, shuns all trickery, industry, and stratagem, as if a sort of sacrilege, an adulteration of combat, a corruption of justice, and countenance no means other than brute strength. It was for that reason also that in times of revolution, when there is a cooling off of civic, religious, and moral sentiments, war, which, by some mysterious contrivance, continues to marry force and right, serves as a principle for those who no longer have any, which is why a nation, no matter how corrupted, will not perish and will not even experience decline, as long as it can keep that justice-delivering, regenerative fire of the right of war burning in its heart. War, which the bankocracy and businesses pretend to regard as piracy, is the same thing as right and force indissolubly united. Strip that away from a nation that had invested all its beliefs in their being synonymous and it is done for. I offer these facts, or rather opinions, only for what they are worth, which is to say, as testimonies, meaning, as far as the nature and morality of war and the juridical merits of force go, that the feeling of the human race is the polar opposite of that of the gentlemen lawyers. We shall soon have to discover on which side the truth lies. For the time being, let us make do with registering our preliminary conclusions. War, according to universal testimony, is a judgment delivered by force. The right of war and the right of force are, thus, one and the same right. And that right is not the vain fiction of the lawmaker, it is, according to the multitude which asserts it, an authentic, positive, primitive, historic right that is therefore capable of serving as a principle, motivation, and basis for a judicial decision, all things that scholarly jurisprudence formally denies. None of which would amount to anything if the misunderstanding concerned only a word. If that initial hurdle were overcome, in relation both to right and history, the men of learning and the ignorant would see eye to eye on everything else. But the discrepancy does not stop there, it encompasses the full range of rights, people's rights, public rights, civil rights, economic rights. So that, depending on whether universal opinion is declared mistaken or scholarly jurisprudence incorrect, society will rest upon crumbling foundations, or the teaching of rights will have to be completely revised. This is something that we need to be absolutely clear about. Chapter 3, Consequences of the Doctrine Professed by the Authors Regarding the Right of Force. I know of no spectacle more intriguing than that of philosophical reasoning pitted against popular reasoning, the former defining, analyzing, extrapolating, reasoning and, with masterly dignity, coming to a conclusion that contradicts what it terms prejudice, the latter, not knowing how to present a plea or defend itself, incapable of hammering home an argument, framing an objection and never knowing any better than to reply to all the difficulties placed in its way with these naive words, est, non, what is, what is not, and, that being said, toying with the erudition of men of learning as if it were a cobweb and dragging civilization and the world into its practice. Something widely acknowledged, in that it is a matter of experience, is that civilization has antagonism as its starting point, and that society, or in other words, rights, international law, public law, and civil law have evolved under the inspiration and influence of war, which is to say, under the jurisdiction of force. If it were true, as the unanimity of the jurisconsults contends, that any such jurisdiction was merely a legacy of barbarism, an aberration of the moral sense, it would follow that all our institutions, our traditions, and our laws are blighted by violence and tainted at the root. Terrifying though it may be to think, it would follow that all power is tyranny, all ownership usurpation, and that society is in need of being rebuilt from top to bottom. There is no unspoken acquiescence, prescription, or subsequent conventions capable of redeeming such an anomaly. One does not lay down prescriptions for the truth, one does not compromise on behalf of injustice, in short, one does not build right upon its very negation. If, instead, it is the jurists themselves whose superficial philosophy has misconstrued reality and the legitimacy of the right of force, then the harm done would be greatly reduced, but the teaching of rights would need to be thoroughly overhauled, lest legislation, courts, the state, public morals and the morale of the army be exposed to the most lamentable upsets. Let us pose the question in all seriousness. Warfare exists and is as old as man himself. It was through it that humanity began its education, inaugurated justice. Why that blood-stained debut? It does not matter. We shall be looking into the motives and cause of that later, but we must first accept it as a fact at least. There is, they say, nothing as absolute, nothing as unsparing as fact. Now, science and classical learning reject the morality of this fact and, consequently, its juridical value. Hobbes reduces everything to the compulsions of matter, denying the immanence of justice within us and its social impact, and sees the fact of warfare as just a manifestation of blind, immoral force. Universal conscience, however, sees that as just one factor, unhesitatingly affirming the reality of a right of war, consequently the jurisdiction of force. In men's battles, there is something more than passion, something which Hobbes's harrowing theory does not take into account. There is this singular pretension, exclusive to our species, that not only do we see force as force, but also as something more, something that enshrines a right and, in certain instances, it makes right. As we have observed, animals fight with one another, but they do not wage war. Regulating their contests is never going to occur to them. The lion has an instinct of his strength, which is where his courage comes from. He has no inkling of a right deriving from that strength, and those who have credited this carnivore with who knows what brand of chivalrous generosity have not painted him from nature. Ask Gerard, the lion killer, they have unwittingly drawn him in their own image. Man, on the other hand, better or worse than the lion, let the critics decide. Man aspires with all the energy of his moral sense, to turn his physical superiority into a sort of an obligation upon others. He wants them to embrace his victory like a religion, a rationale, in short, a duty, corresponding with what he terms his right. This is the nub of the idea of war, what sets it apart from the contests between wild animals. This, with the passage of time, has gradually introduced those singular conventions between people that are known as the laws of war. Neither Hobbes nor the others ever managed to discern this in phenomena, but the human race has never hesitated to affirm its universality. It is due to this deep-seated feeling that there is a right conferred by victory, that we hold to this view, innate within us, that all legislation is, at source and in its essence, warfare. Let us not be afraid to say it, as it need not make us blush, but it is to this cult of force that we must trace all of the acknowledged juridical relations among men. For a start, consider the earliest inklings of a right of war and the rights of peoples, followed by the establishment of collective sovereignties, the formation of states, their expansion through conquest, the establishment of magistracies, etc. The right of force may be queried, it may be deemed contradictory, a nonsense, but then have the decency to query its handiwork too, and call for the break-up of those immense human agglomerations, France, England, Germany, Russia. Let the attack be directed at these powers, which assuredly did not spring fully armed from the energies of nature, and that no sophism can make fall under any another principle than that of force. Plainly, it is this formula of the right of war, the right of force, so little understood, that underpins the constitution of society and civilization in their entirety. What can the scholars take exception to in these considerations of such enormous gravity? Going by their words, the scholars say the same as everyone else, they recognize the right of war. But deep down in their hearts, they deny it, and all their reservations, all their theorizing show that they have no belief in it. The right of force is no right at all, among the men of learning, that is invariably the unanimous sentiment. As to the hypothesis, slipped in during the Middle Ages, that seeks to present warfare like a trial by ordeal, or judicial contest as a manifestation of the will of heaven, well, it goes without saying that Grotius and his successors repudiate it. In which they are correct, this is not the sense in which peoples understand the right of war. But, if the right of force is not a right, what do the scholars mean by the right of war? How do they account for, justify, the formation of states, the establishment of jurisdictions or the validity of legislation, all things which ordinary mortals trace back to the right of force? Evidently, this is not a case of plain dealing. Their teaching is a shield for hypocrisy. After having pronounced, loud enough for all to hear, that they do not believe in a right of war, much less that force is righteous, they proceed to talk like everybody else does, compromising their consciences and striving, with much equivocation and mental reservations, to bring their esoteric teachings into line with the commonly held belief. I have already spelled out what the scholars mean, in petto, by this term, right of war. Let us state it again and try to embarrass our learned jurisconsults a little. There was one thing of which Grotius was profoundly aware and which is a credit to his memory, that we feel better about ourselves the more civilized we are, that no matter the lengths to which two nations may be driven by anger, interest, fanaticism, or hatred, mankind must never entirely lose its rights, so, as a result, even in the midst of the bloodletting, charity and justice still have their place, that, there being no positive prescription, this restraint is commanded of us all, the strong and the weak alike, for the sake of our dignity and our moral survival. It is through this sentiment that, from ancient times to our own day, century after century, war has been diminishing in its atrociousness, and, among other things, it is in order to curtail the killings and the devastation even further that these laws have been introduced which, taken together, make up the laws of war and bear high witness to the perfectibility of our species. In short, the right of war is the showing of respect to humanity in warfare, so says Grotius and all the publicists who have come after him. It is certainly something to have grasped and then expanded eloquently upon this truth. Regrettably, it fails to address the issue. The point is not the manner in which military executions are to be carried out, it is the right which prompts them and motivates them, and which is the product of them. Penal legislation has also felt the influence of humanity, torture and the infliction of unusual suffering have been done away with, there is talk of abolishing the death penalty. But, in whatever form, punishment remains, in everyone's estimation, a juridical fact, hence the rigorously proper expression, penal law. By analogy, one wonders in what sense and why warfare is a juridical fact, from where the notion of a right in warfare would logically follow. Now, it is obvious that Grotius's ruminations do not even touch upon the problem. They have nothing to say to us about how war might be, by its very nature, a manifestation of right, an act of jurisdiction. Instead, they encapsulate the formal reproach in every respect. Take note, the only thing that follows from those ruminations is that acts of humanity performed in time of war are exceptions from warfare, that, if men were just, there would not even be any warfare, which clearly leads to this, that war is a departure from justice, provoked by a violation of right. In fact, according to Grotius, the right of war is respect for humanity. In theory, this is nothing other than what the grammarian term in Antiphrasis .248. It would be laughable to infer from such terminology that, implicit in war per se, as in marriage, labor, association, property, government, and every other individual or collective manifestation of the human being, there is a series of mandatory conditions, or, to put it another way, that warfare is the subject of juridical decision-making and legal prescriptions. But, judging by history, that is exactly what it should be. It is this essential analogy between war, labor, state, family, government, and religion, that Grotius was obliged to adopt, lest he build castles in the air and indulge in fantasy. For, if war may be looked upon as a lawful, legitimate contest, summoned up by justice and prompted on both sides by the grandest and holiest of interests, and if there is no right of war in the strict sense of the term, then the whole of history becomes inexplicable and nonsensical. The arrangement of societies is built upon a rhetorical flourish. If there is no right of war, if all that one can argue with certainty is that any such right may be a positive and sui generis manifestation of justice, then there is no other meaning in history, chance rules the earth, states are founded upon iniquity, the rights of peoples become a mirage, international treaties are fundamentally worthless, civilization turns into tragicomedy, the realm of man, as Fourier used to call it 249, is simply the animal realm raised to the higher power. For there is nothing either in the rights of peoples or in public law or in civil law, nothing in institutions and in mores, nothing in religion and in economics that is not dependent in its origins upon war. War has made us all that we are, and it functioned without right? Have you thought this through, master? I know that neither tradition nor antiquity confers right, that humanity was all the more likely to err insofar as its youthfulness left it wide open to ignorance, and that our progress consists of scarcely anything other than the adjustments which we are relentlessly making to our initial hypotheses. But that does not make it any the less extraordinary that justice has taken as its starting point what the jurists deem its negation, to wit, war, that, thereafter, the historical development of humanity has taken place against the backdrop of a right of war, so much so that, if that right is done away with, absolutely nothing is left of humanity past, present and, I dare say, even future, since it could neither shrug off its tradition nor regenerate itself outside of that same tradition and constitute itself in accordance with some other arrangement. Therein lies the gaping hole in Grotius's work. Not only did that great man fail to understand the right of war, not only was his view of that right based upon a misapprehension, but he saw that right was at odds with the faith, the tradition, and the consistent practice of the human race. He never even suspected that in denying the right of force, he was building castles in the air and raising a monument, not to justice, but to the arbitrary. Chapter 4, more on the same subject. The theory of Wolff and Vattel. Grotius's successors, especially Wolff and Vattel, seem to have spotted the danger. All their effort was poured into warding it off. According to Wolff, nations ought to be regarded as moral agents, to which natural law is as applicable as it is to individuals, but with the adjustments implicit in the differentiation between the particular and the general. As far as nations go, natural law, becoming the rights of peoples, therefore breaks down into the necessary rights of peoples, and the voluntary rights of peoples. The necessary rights of peoples, which Grotius called internal right, consists of the fact that natural right commands nations, in their heart of hearts, just the same as it commands individuals. It is immutable. The voluntary rights of peoples, or external right, is, according to Wolff, the result of the fiction of some sort of higher power, upon which every other would be dependent and which would foist upon each and every one, depending on the circumstances, certain prescriptions unjust in terms of natural law but which have, in the practice of nations, become indispensable. According to Vattel, that same right is a product of those nations being independent and sovereign, and, incapable of alleging fault in one another, or of persuading one another or compelling one another. They are mutually obliged to put up with certain more or less irregular things, granting more or less deplorable concessions to one another with an eye to forestalling greater misfortunes. It is important to stress here, as Vattel has, the sovereignty and respective independence of states. Apart from this, his theory of the voluntary rights of peoples is the same as Wolff's. Indeed, whatever the international concessions that may be made, the sum of which would therefore constitute the rights of peoples, they spring from the fiction of there being some higher power foisting these upon them, or enduring them with resignation, provided that, both writers contend, there are, hovering over the nations, in addition to the direct and positive prescriptions of conscience, unhappy circumstances resulting from their being antagonists, but which their interests, properly construed, require them to endure and which, as far as they are concerned, become the principle, occasion, or substance of a sort of right. That right is described as voluntary, not because it derives from the free will of nations, but because it is an effect of their antagonistic subjectivity, which plainly is no less than free, but which, making a virtue of necessity, accepts the law of its affliction as an emanation of its will. 250. An example will make this clearer. Two townships, two cities, are founded simultaneously, a few kilometers from each other. Within the boundaries of their respective territories, those two townships are independent and sovereign. Each of them constitutes a collective entity, a moral agent governed, a priori, by natural law. In their dealings with each other, and insofar as those dealings have no effect upon their sovereignty and survival, those two townships are therefore governed by the necessary rights of peoples, which is to say, by a law that is an inner compulsion within them, as if they were individuals. They should neither harm, offend, nor invade each other. All trespass against these rules is an affront to the necessary rights of peoples. But, as time goes by, the populace on both sides proliferates and the two townships expand. Soon they become contiguous, so that the inhabitants and their homes more resemble a single mass. The sovereignty of the one or other of them is placed in jeopardy, at least for their mutual individuality, nationality. The antagonism then erupts with formidable consequences. Suppose these two authorities are beholden to a higher power, kingdom, or empire, the issue will then be susceptible to settlement, to the cost of one or other of them, by that royal or imperial power which imposes the law and ensures that it is, like it or not, accepted. If it were otherwise, that is, in the case where both townships might be two absolutely independent sovereign states, how is the matter going to be settled? Wolff starts from the hypothesis of there being a higher power and Vattel from the necessity of things, in order to effect, gently or through the use of force, a revolution, plainly, non-juridical, but inevitably a revolution, in the make-up of the two states, the circumstances in which they exist and in their dealings. Such is the voluntary rights of peoples. Out of this voluntary right of peoples will then sprout the customary rights of peoples and the conventional rights of peoples, and, to a lesser extent, public right and civil right, etc. Add, if you will, the distinctions between perfect rights and imperfect rights, historical right and philosophical right. Bundle up this whole theory, which is convinced of its own profundity, and which is, instead, sheer nonsense, according to which right is born of duty, which in turn is going to have to derive from right, and, as Vattel states, we have only received rights in order to assist the performance of our duties, and you will have some notion of the complicated mechanism whereby jurisprudence strives to take on board that which, in the minds of the masses, flows directly from the right of war and the right of force. But let us leave the verbiage to the authors. We know what the voluntary rights of peoples consists of, and we have seen, from example, in what instances it becomes applicable. Now, what does that right say? In relation to war, what are its maxims, its formulas? Vattel boils them down to two fundamental rules. The first is, that in terms of its effects, war, in the proper sense, ought to be regarded as just on both sides. Second, that whatever is permitted for one is permissible for the other. 251. Conquest is legitimized by virtue of the first rule. In principle, Vattel says, the victor, in the wake of a just war, is allowed to seize only that which is his due by natural right, or whatever is vital for his safety, and to compensate for his expenditure. As for the winner in an unjust war, the conquest in which he indulges is yet another crime. But, given that the nations have no courts and that the two belligerent powers must be presumed to be equally in the right, it is accepted, under the voluntary rights of peoples, that in formal warfare any acquisition is valid, regardless of the justice of the cause, which is why conquest is a legitimate entitlement between nations. 252. From the second rule can be deduced the following, that a state defeated following an unjust aggression is liable only for reparations proportionate with the losses caused by that war. But when we come to moral harm, looting, devastation, etc., which are, in the case of an unjust war, according to natural law, just so many crimes, impunity is granted. The war being held just on both sides, what is permitted for one side is permitted for the other. As a result, evil wrought by the warrior is excusable. The reader knows now where to stand vis-a-vis the theory of Wolff and Vattel. On the very threshold of science, just when it is vital that right be founded on facts, that its positive expression be apprehended and, if possible, its material expression too, just before moving to make deductions from and settle on their applications, those two publicists throw themselves, so to speak, headlong into fiction. Society, the testimony of the human race states, is founded upon antagonism. Wolff and Vattel deny that. Within that antagonism, continues the voice of nations, right, the sovereign arbiter, finds its primary expression in the superiority of force. This appears equally inconceivable to our two authors and they deny it. After those two negations, the rest goes without saying, which is to say that the rights of peoples is dismantled, piece by piece, and becomes sheer illusion. So, imagine that two nations join in battle, each with the same positive and equal right and without affront on one part or the other. In practice, we are compelled to countenance it, but in principle it is denied. That, they say, is just some hypothesis dreamt up as an explanation for an abusive transaction. That conquest, a just, sacred, inviolable conquest should be the natural price of victory, the legitimate product of legitimate warfare strikes them as an even greater monstrosity. But, deferring to an invincible fatality which, having first turned men and independent, sovereign nations into fighters, casts them all into an antagonism from which there is no escape, our learned men hasten to conclude, in order to put an end to the arson and slaughter and step away from chaos, albeit by lying to their consciences, that it is a good thing to grant the winner what he demands and the decent thing to impose the confusion of defeat upon the vanquished, at the risk of legitimizing thievery and glorifying murder. No doubt Monsieur de Girardin's outraged cry "war is murder, war is theft," is to be credited to this queer jurisprudence. Monsieur de Girardin was able to brave the thunderbolts from the prosecuting authorities, he had the master teachers and their teachings on his side. But the conscience of the human race takes exception to these theories as well as to such insult. Not only does it assert the reality of the right of war, but, even then, it is very well aware that it can, if need be, reject the application of, and protest against, what it then described as abuse of force, the very same way that, in front of the ordinary courts, the litigant can reject the jurisprudence under which he has been summoned, without thereby rejecting justice, falsely challenging testimony, without denying the usefulness of testimony-based proof, protesting the misuse of property, without thereby denying property as such. Universal conscience, I say, upholds the reality of the right of war and the competency, in respect of certain quarrels, of the jurisdiction of force. International relations and, furthermore, the entire system of civil and political rights, are built upon that right and upon that competency as if they were solid foundations. And it is by virtue of that right of war, by virtue of the competency of a jurisdiction of force, that Vattel's two rules, sheer fictions within his system of voluntary right and destructive of all morality, are again rendered strictly truthful. One, in terms of its effects, war, in the proper sense, ought to be regarded as equally just on both sides. 2. In war proper, what is permitted for one is permitted for the other. Let me inform Vattel, not only ought war to be deemed as equally just on both sides, but it is just, and cannot but be just on both sides, since, if it were unjust on one side, or on both, it would no longer be war, since, in that case, society would be founded upon injustice and civilization's progress dictated by the randomness of violence and treachery, since, but for that equal justice, there would be no difference between banditry and warfare, and any gang of malefactors would simply need to inform society that it is prosecuting a war in order to arrange an amnesty for itself in the eventuality of defeat. Chapter V, that the negation of the right of force renders the philosophy of right impossible. Not a single theory of the right of war and of peoples has been forthcoming since Wolff and his abbreviator Vattel. None have tried to bridge this enormous gap which, leaving international law as bereft of sanction as of principle, ruins public right and civil right, compromising the power of the prince, state sovereignty, the legitimacy of the magistrates, the authority of the courts, the security of property owners. It places armies on a par with hellish gangs, breathes contempt and revolt into the populace and threatens to bring civilization to ruin. According to the authors, there is no right of war and no rights of peoples. Those are two hypotheses conjured up to meet the needs of civilization and the human race's sense of honor, but they are two utterly gratuitous hypotheses. The upshot is that the whole body of law is a ragbag of fictions. At the time of writing, this is what the entirety of juridical science boils down to. It is in vain that Kant, the immortal author of the Critique of Pure Reason, has tried to accommodate the problem that concerns us within his mighty categories. Misled, right from the outset, by the negation of the right of force, all he could do was fall into line behind Wolff, and has, pitifully, wound up mired in Utopia. 253 That horrific phenomenon, warfare, is troubling in the highest degree to the methodical, peaceful reasoning of the philosopher from Königsberg. It is his system's stumbling block. In fact, for want of a precise theory of war and its rights, the system of practical reason collapses, and the Kantian edifice is left relying on just one wing. We have to look at the ferocity with which the philosopher takes issue with the Sphinx derailing his logic. He casts around for rebuttals of it, counter-arguments against it, and any negations there may be, anywhere. Where can such fury in men be coming from? In respect of that question, Kant is left bewildered, and he concludes, not by solving the puzzle, but by slicing through it, by using the resources of general policy making to blank out this ghastly warfare, which shatters his philosophy of right. War, Kant says, has no need of any particular motive. It seems to be rooted in human nature, passing for an act of nobility to which love of glory must lead, in the absence of any vested interest. Thus, among the savages in the Americas, as in Europe, in the age of chivalry, military valor secures great honors, not only if there is war, as would be only fair, but also in order that there may be war and as a means of testifying to it. So that a sort of a dignity is conferred upon warfare, and even philosophers have been found singing its praises as a noble prerogative of humanity, forgetful of the dictum of one Greek, war is an evil, in that it generates more evildoers than it sweeps away. 254. So, Kant contends that there should be no war, be it between individuals or between peoples, that it is an extra-legal state, and that the authentic rights of peoples will end such execrable contests, by striving to create and consolidate perpetual peace. We have fallen from those learned doctors Grotius, Wolff, and Pufendorf to the skirts of the philanthropic and utopian Abbé de Saint-Pierre, 255, but we have not yet hit rock bottom. Is the project of perpetual peace feasible? Kant takes the view that one indication of the possibility of containing the passions lies in pitting them against one another. The problem of the Constitution, he says, even were it for a people of demons, is not impossible to solve, as long as that people has the gift of understanding. The advantage would be that, we would not need to expect world peace through some sort of moral reform of humans, which is impossible to obtain. 256. This is nothing short of ch. Fourier's 257 theory of the passions married with Ancien's system of balancing or counterforce. These days, Fourier's theory has been banished to the ranks of the utopias that no one even bothers to try out anymore, but why? Precisely because impassioned men, who are in that sense comparable with demons, are also endowed with understanding, and that understanding, far from helping to reconcile or balance out their ambitions, is the very thing that makes their attack all the more ferocious. As for Ancien's system, that is nothing other than the principle of European stability, by virtue of which nations, in order not to go to war against one another, are obliged to ensure that they are constantly under arms. However, as if this philosophical instinct were sounding a warning to Kant about the puerile nature of his thinking, after having identified the basis for a general pacification, he ends on this thought which the gentlemen from the Peace Congress would be well advised to mull over. Perpetual peace is impracticable, but it is indefinitely approachable. 258. Hegel feels none of the same embarrassment that Kant does. But Kant believed in man's practical reason, distinguishable in principle from pure or speculative reason, and giving rise to an order of facts, ideas, and sentiments, that understanding, on its own, cannot quite account for. Kant even made such practical reason a sort of endorsement of pure reason, by demonstrating how certain ideas, such as those about God, the immortality of the soul, the certainty of external objects, and consequently of our knowledge, ideas that pure reason, according to him, left undetermined, were guaranteed to us as essential postulates of practical reason, meaning that in the final analysis, intelligence in man has no certainty other than that which it draws from conscience. Hegel rejects that dualism, and traces everything back to a single principle, the evolving of logic through noumena and phenomena. 259. In light of that evolution, then, what happens is what has to happen. Hegel announces that this is right, no matter what it may be, and is never bothered by the subjective protestations of conscience. In his eyes, right is a word, just like truth and just like justice. There being no difference between science and conscience. Hegel has cast his eagle eye over war, and he approves of it, announces that its overall outcomes are good, in which he is not wrong. but he has no other explanation for such goodness in the overall outcomes of war, other than that they exist, and he cares not whether the principle behind them be moral or immoral. He contends that war, being inevitable, is, by that very fact, infallible, and that it cannot be mistaken. And look at the consequences. Whereas Fichte preached a crusade against Napoleon, 260 Hegel phlegmatically admired the dialectical march of the conqueror. 261 Had the Germany of 1813 been a little less Kantian, and somewhat more Hegelian, Napoleon I would have been victorious in his Saxon campaign, and the invasion of France in 1814 would not have taken place. On the contrary, the disastrous Russian campaign having been made good, and the coalition crushed once and for all, the empire of the Tsars would have been conquered. Napoleon would have died on his throne, and his son, the Duke of Reichstadt, restored to health by his father's victory, might well have been crowned with the crowns of France and of Austria. As a matter of patriotism, we in France can accept this Hegelian ending to the age of the empire, but it has to be said that, on grounds of the very same patriotism, the Germans would not be so comfortable with it. Hence, contrary to Hegel's system, it follows that the rationale of war is not the same as the rationale of necessity, and, whilst force must incontrovertibly count for something, it is still not the whole story. Building on the right of war, conceived in pretty much those terms, Hegel concluded at the same place as Hobbes, at governmental absolutism, state omnipotence, and the subordination of the individual. Whether Hegel still has a single supporter in Germany for that strand of his philosophy, I do not know, but I can state that talking about war and the rights of force in such terms, and blending the good with the bad, the true with the false, brings philosophy into disrepute. Hegel would have deserved this emphatic condemnation from Major, one of his own disciples. A philosophy whereby fatalism and the right of the strongest are hoisted onto the throne, whereby the individual is stripped of his personhood, his responsibility, and degraded until he is a mere droplet in the torrent of the universal mind, and which explicitly states that virtue and justice, iniquity and violence, vices and talents, personal deeds, passions grand and petty, crime and innocence, greatness in public or individual life, independence and the fates of nations, are viewpoints with which universal history need not concern itself. 262. Let us complete that sentence ourselves. Such a philosophy is an affront to common sense and a mockery of what it purports to glorify: fate, warfare, force. What other quotation might I cite right now? And to what end? The right of war being denied, the rights of peoples, about which the gawkers still prattle, adds up to nothing. Let us hear from the latest census taker of science, Monsieur Proudhon. In terms of international law, is there any sanction other than that of conscience and the evil that it brings down, sooner or later, upon the head of the party guilty of perpetrating injustice? For that to be answered in the affirmative, one would have to embrace semi-fatalistic beliefs which, whilst acknowledging freedom where individuals are concerned, denies it to peoples. One would have to argue, along with Domat, that trials between nations have force and God as their judges, the incidents that God adds to wars. In short, one would have to contend, with the modern philosophers, that war has never erred, that God guides its steps so as to ensure the birthing of a few advances demanded by force in the name of justice. To which our author responds: human liberty can be as ill served between nations as in private debates. The canon, ratio ultima regum, is not infallible when it comes to awarding victory to the right side. So we have no option but to acknowledge that a sanctioning international law is unclear in respect of the means of external sanction. The preventive, probative, reparatory, or penal means at its disposal amount to force alone. Its procedure is the skill of some general, its courtroom the battlefield. Montesquieu acknowledges these dismal truths, and from them draws this consequence, that princes, who do not live alongside one another in accordance with the civil laws, are not free. For the chief characteristic of freedom is that one cannot be forced into doing something not ordained by the law, and one is in that state only because one is governed by civil laws. D'Agucio adds, in the same vein, whereas in ordinary jurisprudence the law sits in judgment of the deed, Here, it is nearly always the deed that serves to ensure observation of the law. The absence of such a considerable part of sanction amounts to a profound mutilation of the idea of right. And Burlamaqui, Pufendorf and other writers admit that sanctioning international law scarcely deserves the description of law in the precise meaning of the terms. A precise understanding of the notion of right always encapsulates the idea of a supreme power, capable of compelling men to submit to it. 263. In short, the rights of peoples, the faith in accordance with which nations have lived, that sovereign right, is a fairy tale. Classical jurisprudence, the established, formal science tells us so. Everything in existence, in terms of kingdoms, empires, republics, the whole system of states more or less independent of one another, mutually acknowledged, though not guaranteed, sovereignties, is the product of chance, violence, and perfidy, the unfathomable outworking of fate and arbitrariness, and liable to be destroyed by whim and fate tomorrow. Behold consequences coming to pass and juridical chaos gradually ushering in social chaos. Since, as the venerable professor whom I have just quoted says, a precise understanding of the notion of right always encapsulates the idea of a supreme power, capable of compelling men to submit to it, and, as Ancien has it, authority is the sole source from which flows right, and since the absence of international law is because humanity is divided into independent sovereignties which acknowledge no supreme arbiter, it follows that the first thing to do is to draw all states back into unity, and overcome those old prejudices of nationality and fatherland that stand in the way of the achievement of right. As the learned Monsieur Proudhon has it, this fragmentation of men into diverse nations or societies is a matter of regret. One might aspire to some day see the peoples reunited in unity. Happy day, when the dismal name of foreigner is stricken from human languages, and with it that contention between interests and principles that narrow patriotism translates into wars. 264. That is also the opinion of Monsieur Verge, Martins's publisher and commentator. According to him, the notion of fatherland is a negation of the rights of people. Under that principle, he writes, are the Crusades not the negation of the rights of people? Instead of the Greek fatherland and the Roman fatherland, there was Christendom. 265. So, fatherland no longer counts for anything, nationality counts for nothing, the autonomy of races, the differentiation between peoples, the determinations of states, nothing. Thus, the Alexanders, the Caesars, the Charlemagnes, the Charles VS, the Philip IIS, the Louis XIVs, the Napoleons, all these would-be universal monarchs, these fatherland destroyers, destroyers of national and individual freedoms, were benefactors of the human race, the true representatives of righteousness, the heroes who fought against them, the likes of Memnon, Vercingetorix, Wittekind, William the Silent, Gustavus Adolphus, William III, Kosciuszko, Wellington, rebels against Providence, foes of the rights of peoples, deserving of all the bitter fruits of defeat and history's blemishes. For right derives from authority alone, and since the supreme state has not deigned to establish its throne among nations, there is nothing better for us to do than to make up for that absence of a God of order by conjuring up an omniarchy of the earth by centralizing the 5 parts of the world. True, over the past 12 years, we have seen the hounding of much less dangerous utopians than these, men who, though they may have strayed from their aspirations for the future, at least did not abuse the public's trust and did not strive to discredit the state that paid them in the minds of their audience. In the long run, why would patriotic virtue not weaken in a nation taught such beautiful things by its doctors? Above all, how would the army hold on to the slightest respect for righteousness and morality, when all it ever hears is that it is not, nor could ever be anything other than an instrument of brutal violence? The Epicurean poet, Horace, who came along after the civil wars and who, as he himself has told us, was not exactly a glittering example of martial virtue, emphatically denies that war and right have anything in common. Your Achilles, he said to his young poet, recognizes no law nor right outside of arms, jura negat sibi nata, nihil non eriget armis. 266. It is in accordance with that fantastic model and on the strength of the word of ignoramus jurists, that you will hear more than one military man, albeit a brave one bestowed with honor, but forgetting that the first magistrate was an army commander, naively agreeing that justice is not the handiwork of the warrior, that the only law the soldier knows is his sword, and that if, in battle and in victory, it suits him to be moderate in the use of it, then that is sheer generosity on his part, and because it adds to his glory. Warfare and righteousness, the military readily admit, are, like virtue and vice, contraries, unrelated to each other and irreconcilable. Here, Grotius cites a host of famous dicta, preserved by the authors but proving just one thing, namely, that whilst the notion of the right of war has corrupted armies, this is primarily thanks to the mistaken ideas spread by the jurists, thanks to the pernicious practice, adopted by modern nations as a state maxim, of separating justice and warfare one from the other, as if they were two incompatible elements, and allowing only the man who fights, at the risk his life, for right's sake to be familiar with righteousness and bear it in mind. Chapter 6, that the right of force was not known to Hobbes. A critical examination of that author's system. The writer who sets about rehabilitating either an idea or an epoch or a man, could not surround himself with too many precautions and seek too many guarantees against slanderous backlash. True, these days there is no shortage of people who, no matter how little pretext I afford them, would be happy to say that the theory of the right of force, as I have just now laid it out, is borrowed from the renowned Englishman Hobbes, known to the average man of letters for having been the publisher and panegyrist of the most immoral and most atrocious propositions that have ever appeared regarding the rights of peoples. I imagine that few of my contemporaries and compatriots have taken the care to read the writings of that publicist, whom I venture to call a genius, albeit that I regard his teaching as containing only half of the truth, and that he had the glory of being one of the first to look to pure and right reason for the principles of social order, and beyond faith or religious revelation. It is one of the inevitable effects of progress that as our reason dawns and then melts away the fog from the chaos of our ideas, the old authors, the ground-breaking pioneers of thought, are gradually forgotten about and their books consigned to the attic. But it behoves those aspiring to carry on their work to remind posterity of them from time to time and pay their efforts the proper tribute of gratitude which they have earned. 267. Here is what I read about Hobbes in the biography Portative Universelle, published by Garnier Frères in Paris in 1852. Hobbes, Thomas, celebrated English philosopher, political writer, English and Latin poet, Malmesbury 1588 to 1680. During the civil wars he showed himself to be a zealous supporter of the royalist cause and was forced to flee to France, 1640. On his return to his homeland, 1653, he earned himself many enemies on account of his opinions and the intolerance of his character. Hobbes was a friend to Bacon, Gassendi, and Galileo. A bold and sometimes profound thinker, a strict logician but, at the same time, a narrow-minded and paradoxical genius, he deployed remarkable power to no great effect. His system is a blatant and rounded materialism, with God left out. In morals and in politics, he starts from this hypothesis, that man is by nature selfish, mischievous, hostile to his fellow man. He contends that rights only came about by means of contracts and have no other basis, and he concludes from this that the best government is that of force, the most absolute form of monarchical despotism. It was in his book Decisive, 1642, that he expounded this still notorious doctrine. That little entry is a summary of everything that, even today, is commonly believed about Hobbes. Materialist, atheist, advocator of absolute power, could one ask for anything darker or more horrific? He was also a maverick thinker, geometer, poet, Hellenist, friend of Bacon, Galileo, and Gassendi, three names as good as hundreds of others. He even knew persecution and exile on account of his views. This is remembered but not taken into account. The man is judged. The 17th century's clericals framed the indictment, the so-called critics of the 19th adopted their conclusions, and that is that. This is how hucksterish literature executes authors. And there you have your justice, O posterity. The purpose behind Hobbes's writings, his lifetime's thought, throughout his 92 years, was to employ the force of reason, or, as he liked to call it, right reason alone to seek out the principles of morality and right. Is a mind tormented for 92 years by such a notion an immoral mind? Because, ultimately, the labels atheism, materialism and absolutism tossed around wrongly and coming from some who certainly were no more knowledgeable than Hobbes about what God, matter, and the absolute are, suggests nothing less. Thomas Hobbes was part of that mighty generation that came along in the wake of the Reformation, but which was unsatisfied with the Reformation itself, a generation for which the entitlement to interpret the Bible freely, soon turning into an entitlement to think freely about everything, meant that the entire edifice of knowledge, hitherto faith-based, had, finally, to be founded upon reason. Within that generous phalanx of thinkers and standing out on varying counts and in differing directions were Bacon, Gassendi, Galileo, Hobbes's friends, and Descartes, Grotius and Spinoza. Hobbes walked in step with these great men and, though his teaching may be somewhat in error, he deserves to retain his place, especially since his impact upon his own century and the centuries thereafter has been greater than generally supposed. Where does society come from? Hobbes asks himself. What is the state? What are the foundations of political order? What is the extent of the prince's power? What is its principle? What is meant by democracy, aristocracy, monarchy? What value has the oath? What do these words mean, contracts, obligations, etc.? Religion offers us enlightenment on these issues, its answers we know. It has its own solution to these formidable problems, and our lives are lived according to its precepts and we cling to its tradition. But, setting faith and God's express order aside, what are we to think of all these things? There we have the thesis. True, it was a mighty mind that, back in the first half of the 17th century, was grappling with such issues, and there is no denying that the man who attempted to resolve them was a man of genius. 268. Now that the labels materialist and atheist have come to mean someone questing after truth and the governance of mores by the power of reason, in the light of experience, then Thomas Hobbes must certainly be deemed an atheist and materialist. But Descartes is also an atheist and the same goes for Bacon and all the rest. Taken as a whole, our modern society can ultimately, perhaps, be described as atheist and materialist, in that it is distinct and determined to distinguish itself ever more from the philosophy of theology, the way the temporal is distinct from the spiritual. Even those who have clung to religious beliefs are the first to acknowledge the need to separate religion from reason. That said, we next need to know if Hobbes himself, a speculative atheist in the way that Descartes was a Pyrrhonian, was also one at heart, whether he proclaimed in his soul and conscience, like the disbelieving psalmist, "No, there is no God." I confess that I am not in the least inclined to clarify that. What interests me is Hobbes's teaching, his salvation bothers me not. So, setting to one side the idea of God and religion in respect of social science and geometry alike, Hobbes wonders what social or juridical truth there is, as far as man is concerned, in this state which he imagines is open to the inspiration of his understanding alone and which he describes as the state of nature, rather than the religious state. And our philosopher, despite his desire to be guided solely by reason and to break free of the undergrowth of revelation, nevertheless failed to separate moral conscience from religious conscience successfully, just like the theologians and moralists of his day and our own, as these two ideas, religion and morality, are still, as far as he is concerned, indissolubly wedded, not to say identical. His response, along with all the theologians of his day and all the believers of our own day, is that, in a state of nature, which is to say, outside of the idea of God and the influence of religion, man, Adam the sinner, is prey to the governance of antagonism and selfishness, that, consequently, answering only to the promptings of his appetite and knowing no law beyond his own will, he is, by nature, an enemy to his fellow man, a savage beast, homo homini lupus, unless, by some heaven-sent miracle he becomes his benefactor, his god, vel deus. Hobbes's conclusion could not have been other than it was. The notion of immanent justice, the distinction between two sorts of moralities, religious morality and rational morality, between two sorts of rights, God-given rights and human rights, deeper and more delicate than the division between the spiritual and the temporal, or indeed between religion and reason, was not clearly thought out in Hobbes's time, and everything inclines me to think that it never will be. Following this first proposition from Hobbes, that, in a state of nature, man is the foe of his fellow man, it seems that the debate ought to have stopped there. In the absence of doctors of theology, the first peasant to come along could have said to Hobbes, "Good sir, if it be true that in the state of nature we are only savage beasts, ever ready to devour one another, then plainly there is no morality other than in God and religion, no justice other than in religion, no authority other than in religion, no real, decent policy other than in religion, and that your right reason is, consequently, a nonsense, and you would be well advised to return to the Catechism, and instead of philosophizing, you would have nothing better to do, like us poor peasants, than ponder Holy Scripture, work during the week, and sing psalms on Sundays." That line of argument might have gone unanswered. But Hobbes could not succumb to it because, whilst it is true that once one accepts that moral principle and religious principle are identical, one need no longer quest after the rational foundations of society, and the distinction between religion and reason, between sacred science and profane science still stands, regardless, and Hobbes was still within his rights to wonder, maybe not whether what we term justice and morality still applied outside of religion, but how, absent religion, with or without justice, with or without morality, man and his neighbor might struggle free of their antagonistic condition and come to an accommodation. Thus, defeated by his own weapons, which are those of dialectics, but loyal to the indestructible principle of the distinction between faith and reason, Hobbes presses onwards, faltering with every step. And here is where he finally arrived. That the German philosopher Hegel starts from nothingness in order to arrive at being, we know. Hobbes follows a similar procedure. He starts from the state of war in order to arrive at the state of society, from unrighteousness to arrive at righteousness. Therein lies the originality of his system. In the state of nature, he says, such as we can only imagine it outside of the institution of religion, in that condition, where there is no lawgiver, since God had yet to put in an appearance, with no laws, no authority, where there is a war of each against all, where the dividing line between good and evil is non-existent, what is then to regulate the actions of man? In other words, what are we to imagine as being the sovereign driver of his will, and, consequently, the law governing his existence? Plainly, that he should do everything to avoid death and suffering. Common sense tells him, the preservation of his body and his limbs, by all possible means, that, as far as man in a state of nature is concerned, is the only authentic rule, the dictamen 269 of pure, right reason. From there Hobbes derives his definition of right, the definition that he will employ as the scaffold for his system, everything that man in a state of nature can do rationally, or, to put that a better way, logically, vis-a-vis and in defiance of all, with a view to preserving his body and his limbs, that, I say, is done justly and righteously, id just et jure factum decam. So that the underpinning of right, according to Hobbes, is that every person, insofar as he can, looks to the preservation of his body and his limb, ut quisque vitam et membra sua, quitinus postest, tutor. 270. Manifestly, such a right, entailing, as Hobbes most explicitly states, the ability to kill and steal, is not right, it is a non-right. The idea of right implies mutual respect and reciprocal decency. If the affinity is on one side only, if it is unilateral, it amounts to sheer selfishness. Which is why I said that Hobbes started from non-right in order to arrive at right, just as Hegel, in his Metaphysics, begins with nothingness and arrives at being. We shall see how the English publicist made that transition. Having set out that definition of right, Hobbes is dauntless in his exploration of it. Who wishes the end wishes the means, our author states. Whoever has right on his side, or, to put that another way, whomever right reason commands to protect his body and limbs at all costs, is also commanded by the very same right reason to deploy all possible means to achieve this. This term right reason, employed by Hobbes in accounting for thievery and murder in the state of nature, has something about it that we find revolting. But we have to grasp the thought and, above all, bear in mind the writer's aim, which is to remove us, as soon as he can, from that state of nature where right reason commands us to rob and murder, and then, by dint of that very same reasoning, to raise us to a higher state in which we will be instantly commanded to keep the peace and honor our pledges. In Hobbes, right reason is the equivalent of the geometer's straight line. It is the shortest course whereby man, prompted solely by the law of self-preservation, can encompass his purpose. Thus, we say that right reason commands us to resort to all possible means to keep ourselves safe. Now, knowing which of all the means that may be on offer are the ones we ought to be using is, Hobbes contends, left to each of us to judge for himself, insofar as it affects him, by virtue of his natural right. For, if it were contrary to right reason that I should be my own judge of my danger, someone else would doubtless judge it. If someone else is judging a matter which concerns me, I in turn can judge what concerns him, which amounts to my setting myself up as the sole judge of my interest, the sole judge in my own case. Point 2. So, we are still in a state of non-right, which Hobbes himself implicitly recognizes, when, following his line of argument, he goes on to say, nature has gifted each of us with the right over all things. But in practice, that right over all things accorded to us all, is equivalent to each of us having nothing, universal competition allowing no one to claim anything at all with any assurance and guarantee. Hence the war of which the state of nature consists. Point 272. From those words, which I have quoted verbatim, we can see that as far as Hobbes was concerned, absolute entitlement was synonymous with absolute nullity of rights. Can we not see in this also Hegel's logic where it makes absolute being synonymous with nothingness? The point is to know how we are going to get away from this absolute right of all to all things, in which it is plain that humanity cannot survive. To that end, Hobbes brings in a brand new factor with the aid of which he effects within that juridical absolute, this unright, a series of determinations giving rise to special, positive rights, in short, to authentic rights. Not everything I am entitled to do is equally advantageous to me. I am in a state of war with all my fellows, I do have the right to take whatever pleases me, to kill the first person to happen along, and to everything I need in order to sustain my body and hold on to my limbs, an immense faculty and one which leaves me with a good many options, it would seem. However, I would readily consent to forego a morsel of this absolute entitlement, in return for some guarantee and safety, for I may be killed myself, which proves, if we extrapolate from the hypothesis, that war is a poor preserver of the human race. Viewed from this new angle, my entitlement to do anything in order to preserve my body and my limbs will change by itself, it will take my interest as its boundary and rule, in statu naturali mensurum juris esse utilitatem. Point 273. Utility, that is Hobbes's great principle. Which is where Bentham and all the utilitarians got it from. The case can be made that it makes up the foundation of the English conscience and is embodied in English blood. It is the theory of interest rightly construed. Those who profess it fall far short of having clung to the master's rigorous deduction. Hobbes has been buried under the weight of the curse placed on materialists and atheists. Bentham and his acolytes, with their hypocrisy, are greeted as honest fellows and outstanding Christians. Far from its being associated with the real inventor and theoretician of the idea, it is Bentham who is conventionally deemed the head of the utilitarian school. We shall now return to the remainder of the patriarch's propositions. Prior to the formation of societies and outside of the religious institution, men's natural state is war, the war, as I say, of each against all. Indeed, What is war other than a time during which man serves notice upon his fellow men, orally or by deeds, of his urge to fight and resort to violence? Outside of that time, there is peace, status hominum naturaeus, antiquam in societatem coiretur, bellum est, nec hoc simpliciter, sed bellum omnium in omnes. Bellum enim quid est, praeter tempus illud, in quo voluntas cert ante pervim verbis factis vel satis declaratur? Tempus reliquum pax vocator. 274. Thus war, although it may be man's natural state, we already know what Hobbes meant by the natural state or state of nature, and such warfare is an evil, and the very same right reason that authorizes us to have recourse to it, vis a vis and against all odds, as a means of self-preservation, prompts us to prefer peace over it. It requires only the most cursory attention to understand the philosopher's dialectic and do justice to his views. Hobbes is not at all an advocate for warfare and violence, quite the contrary, he desires peace and seeks right. Resolved to ask nothing of theology, but rather to abide exclusively by common sense, strict logic, and sheer selfishness, he voluntarily stands by the least favorable hypothesis, the way that Descartes commits to his methodical doubt. And it is in the name of that same selfishness, by virtue of that unbending logic that he credits to it and which he dubs recta ratio, that he reaches his abrupt conclusion, without the slightest detour, without any surprise, without sophistry, regarding the superiority of peace over war and the need for man, on pain of contradiction, to wish it. Man's primordial state, Hobbes says, is the state of war. In that state, man is entitled to do anything to his fellow men for the sake of self-preservation. But humanity cannot wish for its own destruction, so it obeys the law of leaving its state of nature behind in order to arrive at peace. There we have Hobbes's line of argument. How then are we to leave behind our state of nature in order to enter the social state? How is peace to be established in the middle of this warfare? By means of contract, Hobbes replies. And what is contract? The actions of two or more people who transfer their rights to one another, deorum vel plurium jura sua mutuo transferentium actio vocator contractus. 275. At which point Hobbes builds his state. He shows how all of man's positive rights and obligations within society may flow from the very same principle of selfishness which had initially served only to orchestrate warfare, and this, let us take note, always in the name of what Hobbes terms right reason, state of nature or natural law. So now we can see what Hobbes's theory consists of. To be truthful, it is, at bottom, merely a demonstration of the need for justice, through the reductio ad absurdum of the hypothesis of the non-existence of justice. A law lecturer who, prior to tackling direct evidence of the existence of a positive principle of justice in man's reason and conscience, might want, by way of prolegomena, to demonstrate to his students the impossibility of any contrary system. He could not go about it better than Hobbes has done. He would tell them, the reality of the principle known as justice is denied. The claim is that justice, right, morality are hollow words, mere conventions. Well then, gentlemen, before having you put your finger on what those words cover, let us, for a moment, stand upon our adversary's ground. There is no right, so be it. Human society is the product of an arbitrary convention, a legal fiction. I am willing to accept that. So, it needs saying that, outside of that convention, Hobbes used to say outside of religious institutions, man exists in a natural state of antagonism wherein everything is permitted him, where his only law is to seek satisfaction of his appetites, per fas et nefas. 276. But, after having fought over a relatively long period of time and indulged his savage instincts, it becomes apparent that, for the sake of the preservation of his belief that nothing is forbidden him, for the sake of and by virtue of his selfishness, he will seek, initially by means of an armistice and later through some sort of treaty, to leave behind the state that results in nothing less than the utter destruction of the species. If he but takes one step down that road, he will be able to take 1,000 more. He will abjure his right to kill and rob, and he will form a city-state. In short, with the help of the reason which at the outset had him looking to war and all manner of crime for his happiness, he will make for himself, little by little, a law of peace and of all its concomitant virtues. Justice is not, therefore, a hollow word, since it is necessary, and from that necessity alone we can rigorously deduce an entire system of legislation and morality. That is what the lecturer would say. Now let me say again that Hobbes, the materialist, the atheist, the apologist for tyranny, has done nothing else. In which regard his system can and should be preserved in almost its entirety. So wherein does the weakness in Hobbes's theory reside? I identified that right in the very first lines in this chapter, and I have just explained it, that it contains only one half of the truth. Yes, justice, the social condition are necessary things, since the opposite leads to nothingness, since the very same man, whose absolute right over all persons and things we acknowledge, is prompted by his own interests and his own selfishness, to step back from such absolutism and go in search of peace, security, wealth, well-being, in short, his own self-preservation through a voluntary curtailment of his rights. But the science of right does not stop at this conclusion of necessity. In the most positive fashion, on behalf of inner sensibility and psychological experience, it affirms that there is a principle of justice which all the religions have presented as revelation and a God-given order, and which a more attentive philosophy looks upon as the dictate of reason and conscience. Justice, we tell ourselves today, being at once idea and sentiment, a rule of the mind and a potentiality of the soul, is immanent in our nature 277 and as real and readily recognized as love, sympathy, motherliness, and all the affections of the heart. From which it follows that man is not only drawn into the social and juridical condition by a mere calculation of interests or by necessity, as Hobbes says, the prompting of interest might, on its own, have been powerless to sustain the social state. Since everyone craves peace as long as it serves his purpose, but rejects it and rips up the pact the moment he reckons it works counter to his selfish interests, the mass of humanity would have been living in a state of perpetual dissolution. Treachery would have been added to warfare, and this sham peace, this sham social condition might have been worse for our species than the primitive state of open war. A cohesive force is crucial here, that force we find in the principle of justice, which, being in the long run a mightier influence upon our hearts than interest and necessity, pushes man in the direction of association, making and sustaining states. Now, what is this principle of justice or power, the most universal and consistent of our instincts, if not always the most vigorous? Respect for our own dignity, respect for our soul, a respect that takes possession of us not merely the moment we see something that tarnishes and offends us, but at the sight of anything that offends and tarnishes our fellows. So, Hobbes was wrong, in the first place, about religion, in which he saw either an institution from on high, or an invention of the priests, and which we today regard as the symbolic or primitive form of society and of justice. He was wrong about the nature of society, which he deemed the outcome of mere necessity and calculated interest, whereas it is also the product of a specific faculty of our soul, which pushes us towards it, even as our irascible appetite pushes us to war. He was wrong about the character and essence of peace, which he defined negatively as all the time not given over to warfare. He was wrong about war itself, which he regards as a state of calamity, the antithesis of genuine right. Finally, he was wrong in his definition of right, which he describes, in absolute terms, as the faculty which man possesses to do everything, making no distinction between good or bad, for the purpose of preserving his body and his limbs, what we look upon as respect for the dignity of men, in our own person and in the person of each of our fellows, a respect that is, deep down, nothing more than the respect religion inculcates in us in the name of heavenly powers, and the effect of which upon our will is to render us subject to society and force us to abide by its laws. These reservations, the importance of which will be appreciated by the reader, are articulated with a marvelous and forceful logic that Hobbes displays as he presses on with deductions from his principle and assembles this social edifice, which critical nitwits and brazen plagiarists accuse him of overturning. Hobbes has made reason take the first and maybe the hardest step in the science of right. It falls to our century to take the second. And naturally the reader will be asking me, what has Hobbes to say of the right of force? Nothing. If he chances to bring it up, which I have not noticed, it can only be in an ironic way, by way of antiphrasis, as do all the jurists who speak of it, meaning that he acknowledges it not at all. Indeed, Hobbes's theory starts from the hypothesis of humanity's passing through two successive states, the state of war, bad, which he shuns, and the contractual state or state of peace, the only one he endorses. In the first state absolute entitlement prevails, and this, as I have stated already, is nothing but non-right, with utility as its sole maxim. In the second state, that absolute, uniform entitlement narrows and is restricted in 1,000 ways by means of contracts, but again under the aegis of utility. In both these states, force features only as a method of action vis-a-vis the enemy or infringers of the compact, far from Hobbes recognizing it as an element or form of right, and the establishment of a contract-based society as a counter to the barbarous, anarchic, immoral exercise of it. Representing Hobbes as the theoretician of or apologist for the right of force, of the right of the strongest, is quite simply an inversion of his thinking and unadulterated calumny. You will ask, however, does Hobbes not teach that the best government is the government of force? Isn't he the supporter of absolute power? We need to understand one another here. Here we have, indeed, exposed the flaw in Hobbes's system, but at the same time, it is here too that this philosopher has demonstrated the power puissance of his genius. Let us remind ourselves of what we so recently stated. Relying solely upon the conclusions of necessity and interest, justice is but a fiction of the understanding, society an unstable state. Which is why there is something more in justice than some law of necessity and calculated interest. There is a potentiality in our soul that prompts us to assert the just quite independently of any egoism, which has us craving public order above all else, and which is a stronger bond within the city-state than we have with our family, our loves, and everything traceable exclusively to our selfishness. Like us, Hobbes was aware of the importance of the social mortar that was supplied by religion, and which, in our view, is nothing other than justice per se 278, unable to demand it of conscience, which he discounted on account of the way it muddled moral sentiment and religious sentiment. He was obliged to seek it in the very organization of the state. This novel factor, this sanctioning principle, which, according to him, ought to have completed the task so well begun by necessity and developed by means of contract, is force, still, of course, invoking the argument of utility, of the widest common interest. Are our philosophical jurisconsults, I mean the most spiritualist, most liberal of them, doing anything today other than Hobbes did? Does he not identify public force as the entire sanction of right? Is he the only one among them ever to have grasped that, if justice per se is a thing rather than a word or a mere idea, if it represents a principle to live by, a force of nature or humanity, an affection, if I may make so bold as to say, and at the same time a law of our very soul, is it not self-sanctioning rather than endorsed by some outside power or authority? 279. We who believe in the reality and immanence of justice can state that it offers compensation and vengeance, that it carries its consecration within itself, and that while, in certain cases it is permissible to deploy against scoundrels rendered less than brutes by crime, the rigorous means deployed against brutes, such corporal punishments are, in themselves, negligible, that the authentic correction of crime has its roots in the conscience of the culprit, and that the authentic sanction of right, in short, is the joy that accompanies virtue and the remorse that follows upon crime. 280. Hobbes did not get to that point. He no more believed in the efficaciousness of conscience than he likely had in that of religion, and he fell back on force. Not that he acknowledged any sort of right of force. To him force was a guarantor, an agent, or organ of reassurance. Do our jurists and our statesmen do anything else? And he concluded, as our jurists and statesmen do, that the best government is the one best established in authority or in force, that one feature of that force and authority is that the prince, the organ of power, be declared untouchable, unaccountable, and even, no matter what he does, unpunishable, the prince's crime appearing to him to represent a lesser danger than the undermining of the supreme authority. He went on to say that the prince or council invested with sovereign power had to have the entitlement to censure and forbid all sorts of writings, that the distinction between monarchy and tyranny is a nonsense, etc., etc. Apropos of which, let me say again that all of the governments for the last 2 centuries which purported, as the English philosopher did, to be guided by the rules of right reason, independently of religious law, have merely been following Hobbes's maxims at every step. Moreover, there is still the quiet understanding that, in everything that this absolute power does and undertakes, it has to act with a view to the widest common interest, which is none other than peace, since it was established in the name of that interest. Here again I imagine that our self-styled democrats, devotees of strong government, are prompted by the most utilitarian sentiments. That, in summary, is Hobbes's system. It is nothing short of the theory of temporal power, regarded as distinct from all religious, spiritual, and moral factors. A host of curious observations could be made regarding this theory, as vigorously framed by Hobbes. I shall make do with a single remark from the lips of the strongest and most absolute man of modern times, Napoleon. Force is not the foundation of anything, he stated, meaning that a society in which the moral conscience has collapsed, and which has no other guarantor of order, no sanction for right other than force, is a society in jeopardy. It has to regenerate or perish. As for the right of force, taken, as we have in the chapters above, in the literal sense of the term, that would have drawn a smile from Hobbes and Napoleon alike, and, in all truth, it can be argued that de Cive represents a most thoroughgoing demolition of it. So the issue remains, posed by the wailing of the masses. It has not been raised by anyone and no writer has skimmed the surface. It is high time that we brought this part of the discussion to a close, because it is not our primary concern, the summation of which was not a matter for me. Is there a solid foundation to the ancient, traditional opinion of war, in other words, the belief in the actual right of force, or does it, as the scholars contend, carry an implicit contradiction within it? That is the question it falls to us to resolve. For it is plain that if the religion of warfare, here I call religion any belief not rationally demonstrated, has no foundation other than an illusion of conscience, if it is nothing but a crude fetishism, it will be enough to have established, once and for all, that force has not and cannot have any bearing upon right, that, far from creating it, destroys it. The establishment of that proposition will, as I say, suffice to bring war into disrepute, and the debate, barely launched, is instantly over. War survives only on its good reputation. Demolish that reputation and you have perpetual peace. The issue is all the more interesting in that we do not really know which side has the greater chances of error. Could it be that so many and so wise men have been so grossly and so stubbornly wrong? Moreover, can the reason of peoples be capable of such a durable and deep-seated aberration? Given that so many superstitions have disappeared, been swallowed up by one another, or been dispelled by philosophical analysis, can it be that we, all unsuspecting and unable to prevent it, have fallen victim over so many centuries to the stupidest and most contemptible of them all? On this occasion, who will ultimately carry the day, the instinctive reasoning of the masses, or the ponderous reasoning of our jurisconsults? Chapter 7, The Theory of the Right of Force. Universal evidence holds that the right of war is a positive right, sui generis, a vital component in the establishment of the rights of peoples. The rights of peoples being, in turn, the root from which, historically, first, public right and then civil right, etc., emerged, it follows that right of any sort has its historical starting point in warfare. Now, what is war? We have already said. A judgment, true or false, delivered by force. So the issue boils down to knowing. 1. If a right of force or of the strongest genuinely does exist, in other words, if there are instances in which force may truly constitute right and operate as an arbiter. 2. What the boundaries of that right are, in what circumstances, to which ends, and in what manner should such arbitration operate. In primitive nations, that question would have been well nigh an impertinence, so uncomplicated and natural did the matter appear. A small number of ideas, wrapped in facts, or represented by symbols standing in for facts, carried their justification within themselves, no one felt any need to reason otherwise. This is no longer the case where we moderns are concerned. Our civilization is all analysis. We survive on reason, accepting only that which has been demonstrated to us and rejecting any principle, any fact, any tradition, and any law that flies in the face of received wisdom, or which can only be accommodated within our encyclopedia through translation into a series of reliable propositions. Pending such clarification, reason takes exception to a law that fetters it and the fatalism by which it is obsessed, and does itself as much harm by its negation as it sustains from the act itself, or from the prejudice which it denies, because of its failure to grasp this. As regards warfare, the disadvantage would be mediocre if it had lessened along with the firm belief in the right of force, of which it purports to be the enforcement or exercise. Unfortunately, almost the precise opposite has been the case. Belief in the right of war scarcely exists any longer, and the scourge has never been harder to master, nor seemed more terrifying. So that, through, on the one hand, a brand new variety of contradiction, jurisprudence looks upon the right of warfare as a fairy tale, philosophy, horrified by this right which it cannot comprehend, bridles at the facts and dives into utopia. Commerce, literature, and science join forces and enter into a coalition in order to foist general disarmament upon heads of state. On the other hand, governments are always at odds, people dream of battles and band together, the better to be crushed, armies proliferate, nations' entire savings are squandered on war munitions. Finally, right and left vie with each other in asserting, without knowing what they are saying, like Caiaphas 2:81 prophesying redemption, that force is the only hope of a solution to the economic, political, national, and social problems that arise everywhere. The world has, perhaps, never been prey to such pressing worries. And why should that surprise us? The world seeks a principle to govern relations between nations. Now, the only one they can come up with is force, and they no more have faith in force than they do in God Himself. How to exit this maze? Let us go back to first principles. Justice is not an imperative suggested by a higher authority to some inferior being, as most of the authors who have written about the rights of peoples teach. Justice is immanent in the human soul, it is its foundation, representing its highest power and its supreme dignity. It consists of each member of the family, or of the city, or of the species, even as he asserts his freedom and dignity, acknowledging these things within others and showing them as much honor, consideration, power, and enjoyment as he seeks for himself. That respect for humanity in ourselves and in our fellows is the most basic and most consistent of our affections. By virtue of this innate disposition to treat one another in a rightful manner, we are all entitled to call ourselves simultaneously dispensers of and subject to justice. It is because the right of justice, as they used to say back in feudal times, is present within every one of us, that the determinations of the courts are legitimate, the judge, as the people's representative, as is the prince himself, being merely a mandatory. Now man, being an organized being, is a composite of powers. He wishes to be acknowledged in all his faculties. As a result, he has to acknowledge those of others, but for that, all our dignities would be trampled underfoot and right would be flawed. Again, it is in accordance with this principle that justice frames its judgments. It has only one means of judging, namely, by comparing, depending on the matter under consideration, the merits and demerits of the parties, the worthiness of their handiwork, the excellence or shortcomings of their faculties. After that, there are as many varieties of the application of justice, or, to put it more simply, as many sorts of rights as there are faculties and, in the realm of actions, items with the capacity to furnish justice with basis for comparison. Psychological analysis breaks down the soul into its potentialities, Right splits into as many categories, and it can be said of each of them that right has its place within the potentiality that sires it, just the way that justice, considered as a whole, has its place in the conscience. Thus, there is a right of labor, by virtue of which every product of human industry, no matter what it may be, belongs to its producer, as do his talent, his genius, and his virtue. 282 That right is inherent within labor, which is to say, to man made manifest in the guise of the hypostasis. 283 Of labor, it is an emanation from labor, it belongs to him, not as some concession from the state, but as an expression of the worker, as his inviolable prerogative. 284 There is a right of intelligence which demands that every man is able to think and be educated, to believe in what strikes him as true, to reject what strikes him as false, to debate plausible opinions, to make his thinking public, to secure, on the basis of his learning, certain positions within society ahead of the ignorant, even should the latter be more hard-working, wealthier, or even more moral in their conduct. The right of intelligence is inherent within intelligence, just the same as the right of labor is inherent within labor, just the same as right and duty are, broadly speaking, inherent within man himself. There is a right of love which consists not merely of every person being entitled to love and, if he may, be loved in return, but, by its very nature, love commits the lovers to certain reciprocal obligations, the infringement of which implies the negation of love per se. This right of love is one that every people has tried to endow with formulas, in the guise of marriage. 285 There is a right of seniority which insists that, where merits are equal, lengthier service secures a higher ranking. This law is no more a concession by the prince, nor a figment of the jurist, than the preceding ones, but is directly traceable, like all the rest, to human dignity and the respect which due to it, in every one of its manifestations or hypostases. This is not to say, it will be universally understood, that right and work, right and intelligence, right and love, right and seniority are one and the same thing. The result would be that the worker, because he labors, arrogate to himself all manner of privileges, just as the noble once did on the basis that he was a noble. The same would hold true for the scholar, the lover, the veteran. In its broadest sense, let me say again, right is the respect which every man can claim from his neighbor, as much by virtue of his person as of his family and his property, by reason of their shared nature and of the fellowship of their interests. But right, when it comes to its application, diversifies and is regulated, here, by virtue of the sum and quality of the labor, there, by virtue of the intellect, elsewhere, in terms of the earnings paid or promised, etc. Likewise, there is an understandable difference between the right of work and the right to work. The latter derives from man's higher, absolute right, his very existence requiring daily action and the exercise of all his faculties; the former, being narrower, derives from labor itself and is measured by its product. In the right to work, there is work to be sought and to be done; in the right of work, it is more a matter of work done and for which payment or privilege is being sought. The very same distinction exists between the right of love and the right to love, the right of ownership and the right to ownership, etc. 286. Let me say now that there is a right of force, by virtue of which the strongest is, in certain circumstances, entitled to preference over the weakest and to be paid at a higher rate, even should the latter be more industrious, wiser, more loving, or older. And as we have seen, the right of work, intelligence, and love are emanations from the faculty which serves to define them and of which they are the crown and sanction. Likewise, the right of force also has its principle in force, which is to say, always in the human person, manifested under the guise of strength. The right of force exists, no more than the rest, as a tacit convention; it is neither a concession nor a fiction, any more than it is purloined; it is, in a very real way and in the full sense of the term, a right. And what I have said elsewhere with regard to labor, the intellect, love and seniority, I say again of force. Right and force are not the same thing. Of all our faculties, conscience alone helps us to know, feel, assert, and defend righteousness, and is alone in being acknowledged by justice as identical with it. Force has no place in matters of the intellect and of love, it has nothing to do with age and time, even in the case of labor, its contribution is merely as an instrument, so it is no substitute for, nor can it usurp, prerogatives. But force is part of what it is to be human, and makes its contribution to our dignity. Consequently, it too has its right, which is not right, all of right, but which we may not misconstrue, lest we fall into folly. Were the right of force to be denied, we should have to deny, on similar grounds, the right of labor, the right of intelligence, and all the other rights, even the least contested ones. One would have to conclude by denying the right of man, the dignity of the human person, in short, justice. We would have to say, with the utilitarian materialists, that justice is a fiction of the state, or, with the mystics, that it stands outside of humanity, which is in line with the absolutist theory of divine right, long since convicted of immorality and abandoned. So, force is not zero in the face of right, as some would have it. Force per se is good, useful, productive, necessary, to be venerated for its handiwork, and therefore worthy of consideration. All peoples honor it and offer it recompense, woe betide those who would neglect it. Along with the potential to identify, produce, and love it, they would soon lose even the moral feeling for it. Thus, force is, like all our potentialities, the subject and object, the principle and substance of right. Part and parcel of the human person, it is one of the thousand faces of justice. As such it may, in the right circumstances, deliver justice itself through its mere manifestation. That will be the lowest measure of justice, if one will, but justice it will be. The whole point will be to bring it to bear appropriately. Here again I cannot help but highlight a contradiction in the authors. According to them, force is the very opposite of right, albeit that they accept it as its necessary sanction. Force, says Ancien, is right's necessary guarantor, but for it, it remains a hollow word, a veritable ghost. Such force exists only within the social order and for the social order, or, rather, it constitutes it. The morality of men does not have the capability to offer assurances against the misuse they might make of their resources. It is not morality that ensures that right and justice prevail, it is the existence of public force that makes for that splendid effect. 287. The Protestant Ancien argues just like the atheist Hobbes. He curses humanity, denies justice, and bases his authority upon force alone. It never occurs to him that justice has no sanction other than itself, that, consequently, force serves merely as a sanction for the right of force, and that it plays such a huge role in men's affairs. It is because, seemingly, this right of force, which we do not even possess the good sense to acknowledge, is itself the starting point and underpinning of all rights. If it can be said, by a sort of introversion familiar to poets, that public force is the sanction for public order, it is because force is implicit as a special, primordial right in public justice, without which public order itself would be nothing better than public tyranny. This is what Hobbes, who devised the theory of brute force, otherwise known as absolute power, failed to grasp. Without it, he would have moved from respect for force to respect for the human person, and he would have affirmed the reality of justice and remade his system from top to bottom. Force is even more central to the theory of the origin and development of rights than in modern metaphysics, which traces everything to forces. Matter is a force, every bit as much as mind, science, genius, virtue, the passions, just as capital and machines are forces too. We call a politically organized nation a power puissance. Potentiality pouvoir is the concept we use to describe the collective political force of that nation. The greatest of all strengths, in the spiritual and moral sphere, as well as in material terms, is association, which can be defined as the embodiment of justice. 288. Here there looms before us, as plain as day, what we so recently merely suspected, to wit, that the right of force, so despised, is not only the earliest and the most anciently acknowledged, but also the bedrock and foundation of all manner of rights. Truth be told, other rights are merely its ramifications or transformations. So that, far from force being repugnant to justice, it might be more accurate to say that justice itself is merely the respect for the dignity of force. The ascendancy of husband over wife, of father over child boils down to the right of the stronger party. Why deny it? Why should we men blush at this? Why would you women folk draw up a list of grievances? Papa is master, one little girl told her brother who dared to query a fatherly instruction. In the estimation of that child, the father was right because he wielded power, and that, instruct her as sublime and in essence true, but only becomes false when one gets embroiled in distinguishing between faculties and rights. Primitive peoples follow the very same line of reasoning. They know little of what we call talent, science, or genius. Among them, knowledge is communal, and intelligence, they do not work, in the economic sense of the word, and trace everything back to force. So, as far as they are concerned, whoever is the strongest is the most deserving. They have but one word, aristos, to cover those two ideas. In our colleges, are the top students in every year not also the strongest lay forts? To the strong go the honors and the commandment. With every bit as much reason as the metaphysician, the savage may state that justice is nothing more than considered force. What is it that has society in permanent upheaval, splitting it up menacingly into aristocracy and democracy, bourgeoisie and proletariat, other than the right of force never having been acknowledged, as it should be, as residing within the masses? Prior to the revolution, nobility, clergy, royalty, and bourgeoisie had ended up established in pretty regular fashion by means of a mutual acknowledgement of their strengths. The revolution upset that system, but the bourgeoisie resuscitated the economic state in which 89 and 93 had left society, and the people's strength, considered separately, went unacknowledged. The people is always the monster to be fought against, muzzled and clapped in chains, in camo et freno maxillas eorum constring, 289, whether skillfully led, like the rhinoceros and the elephant, or broken by hunger, bled by colonization and warfare, but, as much as possible, steered away from rights and politics. The rulers of nations acknowledge one another, the upper classes also acknowledge one another. In truth, the people never receives anything other than formal acknowledgement, and this because it carries nothing within, except force. What caused the jurists to go astray with regard to the right of force is that righteousness was, so to speak, hidden beneath the dense foliage of rights that had sprouted from that ancient trunk. It was their failure to grasp anything about force other than violence and misuse. Finally, it was the fact that they had failed to discern in the onward march of justice a sort of expansion and differentiation of the right of the strongest, and, likewise, in times of decline and dissolution, they also failed to see that loss of freedoms and rights amounted to falling back on the plain right of force. In a society that has attained a high degree of civilization, abuse of force diminishes of itself and has a tendency to fade away. By trespassing against rights born on its stem, it renders its own right odious and places its own existence in jeopardy. Therein lies the ghastliness of tyranny, it being simultaneously suicide and infanticide. If each faculty, potentiality, puissance, force, carries its own right within itself, then the forces within man and society ought to balance one another out rather than annihilate themselves. The right of one cannot prejudice the right of the other, since they are not of the same nature and could not run up against one another in the same action. Quite the opposite, they can only develop through the reciprocal assistance that they render to one another. What generates rivalries and conflicts is the fact that on occasion heterogeneous forces come together and are indissolubly bound together in a single person, such as we might see occur in man as a result of the union of passions and faculties, or in government as a result of the union of different powers, or in society through the agglomeration of classes. Sometimes, on the other hand, a similar potential is shared between different individuals, and we find that sort of thing in business, industry, and proprietorship, where hosts of individuals perform precisely the same functions, aspire to the very same advantages and exercise the very same rights and privileges. Thus it can come to pass that either the forces wedded together clash, rather than maintaining a fair balance among themselves, and that just one of them overrules the rest, or that those separate forces cancel one another out by dint of competition and anarchy. Such outcomes are inevitable when, under the sway of impetuous passions, dignity within the individual, justice within the state, and the feeling of fellowship in the guild is weakened. In a soul that is its own master, in a well-ordered society, forces clash momentarily until they take cognizance of one another, get the measure of one another, confirm one another and weigh one another up. Just as, within the family, fatherly power is counterbalanced by love, which often tilts the scales in favor of the weakest member, so, within the city, trade forces balance one another out and bring about a general happiness through a fair balance. So, the end point of contending forces is harmony between one another. In which regard, the fate of states around the world is none other than that of the citizens within a single town, or the provinces within a single state. Any antagonism wherein the forces, rather than balancing out one another, destroy one another, is not a war any more, but a subversion, an anomaly. All of which is so simple and so self-evidently true that I find it rather hard to spell it out and am eager to be done with it. Force, the first of the human faculties in terms of age, but the last in terms of rank, and rightly so, commands its right like any other, and, like any other, may be called upon to lay down the law. On the understanding that the rule of force is applicable solely to the affairs of force, just as the law of love governs love, or the law of labor the affairs of labor. It is for reason to see, in every dispute, which law should be applied in the delivery of a verdict, and how the judge identifies the article in the code, in accordance with which he delivers his determination. There is nothing in all this that falls outside ordinary common sense conditions, or should I say of common law. How is it, then, that the authors do not have a word to say about this, and that which lies at the root of all legislation, that which history indicates as the first moment in judicial evolution, i.e., that the right of force, is universally misconstrued, sacrificed, trampled underfoot or, worse still, odiously distorted and travestied? The truth is that humanity, in its imperturbable onward march, refuses to be led astray by the hallucinations of its supposed learned men. The overall outcomes of the political movement have been what the principle of antagonism that presides over it wanted them to be, pretty much. But how much bloodshed and tears might the world have been spared had we but had a more wholesome understanding of war? What services might the Church have rendered if, whilst celebrating the God of hosts, she had been able to address peoples and kings in precise terms about the right of war? In which case the Church's teaching, ascending to the level of revelation, might perhaps have secured temporal dominion through the legislation of force and never again have lost it. Chapter 8, Application of the Right of Force. 1. The definition and object of the right of war. One thing is now certain, that right made its debut in the world as force, that the long vilified right of the strongest is the oldest, the most elementary and most indestructible of all rights. We shall now follow this through some of its applications. Right is specific to our species. But it assumes different names depending on the objects to which it is applied: right of force, right of labor, right of intelligence, right of ownership, right of love, family law, criminal law, civic right, etc. What was long known as the right of nature should henceforth be stricken from the vocabulary of rights. If we take the term to signify righteousness in its earliest form and in its most concrete manifestation, it is nothing but the right of force. If we use it as the antithesis of divine or revealed right, we should stop doing so, given that divine right, supposedly predating and superior to man, is, deep down, absolutely the same as ordinary right, as posited by the conscience and set out by practice and reason. Even from a supernatural vantage point, the distinction has become pointless. Canon law is divine right drafted by the Church, therefore, there is even less reason for us to concern ourselves with it. So, the right of force being, in the order of historical development, the source from which all of the others flow, the right of war naturally followed from it and constituted its very first branch, in the wake of which, one after another, there followed the rights of peoples, or international law, political law, civil law, etc. This genealogy, consistent with history, is the opposite of what is generally embraced. Following the byways of psychology or metaphysics, the authors have, after some preliminary considerations regarding right, first broached personal rights which, promptly made into actual right, give rise to civil law. After which come, one after the other, political rights, the application of civil law, people's rights, the appliance of political rights, and, lastly, the right of war as a specific segment of the rights of peoples. We would have nothing against this approach, as it essentially matters little where one starts the teaching of rights from, were it not that it culminates in the denial of the right of war and, with it, the right of force, before going on to turn the rights of peoples into a right bereft of foundation and sanction, resulting in the ruination of every other right. Therefore, we shall adopt a different approach and, after having posited the right of force, we shall, in accordance with history and logic, proceed to deduce the right of war from it. It is a law of nature that weakness seeks the protection of strength. This is the principle behind the preeminence accorded to the paterfamilias, the tribal chief, the warrior. Where common welfare is at stake, having the weakest command and the bravest obey is repugnant. In this respect, it has never occurred to anyone to seriously query the right of force. That principle conceded, everything else flows from it. The family grows through procreation, especially where polygamy is countenanced. If the chief is strong, the family grows through the amalgamation of several other families who willingly seek amalgamation and pledge loyalty and obedience to the patriarch, which is how the tribe comes into being. In the event of war, it is bolstered by captives of both sexes whose labors add to its wealth and boost its capacity for war. Wealth being a form of strength. But how does war come about? Two tribes encounter each other. Lest they irk each other or run the risk of coming to blows, the first thing they do is to keep their distance. However, there is a chance that one of them, weakened by poverty or disease, or for some other reason, asks to be taken over. In which case the weaker surrenders itself into the care of the stronger, the person of the chief of the latter embodying both sovereignties. Which is why, in a business setting, the entrepreneur with access to capital seldom looks for a partner. He will accept auxiliaries, employees, clerks, workers, foremen, but no equal. Suggest to him that he should amalgamate, he will make it his business, after weighing up the options, to reserve the general managership for himself, making that the sine qua non of his consent. I will not, for the moment, go into whether the coming together of workers does not generate a collective force that outweighs that of the boss. 290 The right of force would be undiminished by that. I shall confine myself to noting that, in terms of the mores current within industry, the stronger party wields the upper hand, which is fair, and nobody raises any objection to that. Now, note this, the right of force is, by its very nature, like every other right, peaceful. It does not necessarily have the implication of warfare, it does not go looking for it. Far from it, it protests against that extremity from which the most valiant themselves always shy away. Let us discount minor incidents and focus solely upon the logical course of events. Previously isolated tribes soon come into contact as they expand. Straightforward neighborly relations, though not yet rights nor conventions, are established. They trade with one another, then, driven by the very same rationale that ensured that they provided services for one another, it turns out that there is a problem, and they notice that their initial independence is daily becoming more and more difficult to maintain until in the end it becomes impossible. Amalgamation or elimination is inevitable. What happens next? Man clings to freedom at least as much as he is disposed to association. This feeling of independence is much stronger in the masses, tribes, cities, and nations. They find all neighborliness suspect, everything that commits them and binds them, they instinctively repudiate. What happens in the event of an absorption that threatens to swallow their individuality, their autonomy, in short, their whole being? Belonging to a nation means independence and sovereignty. However, the causes nudging the two tribes closer to each other are unstoppable, the position is becoming urgent, the two rivers draw nearer and a point is reached where their waters are about to meet. There is no possible way to state that there is wrong on either side here. Plainly, each is equally in the right. The amalgamation could be amiable, but that is a rare occurrence, given that the encounter entails, for at least one of the cities about to amalgamate, and sometimes for both of them, a loss of originality. The towns of Attica, gathering together under the shared protection of Minerva, adopted a plural, collective title, Atheni. Those were merely hamlets peopled by a population who were of the same blood, spoke the same language, shared the same interests and were separated by, at most, the ambitions of their aldermen. Even so, it was no easy undertaking to bring them together, the distinctions lingered on and bled into the government. The Athenians used to appoint generals on a rotational basis, each commanding the same army for a day. Athenian democracy was always a competition between neighborhoods. But what was the amalgamation of Minerva's 12 walled towns into a single city when compared with the centralization of Italy? In Romulus's day, Italy was home to 100 small peoples, all of them independent, and their simultaneous development was soon going to compel them to unite. Rome was the center of this absorption, which lasted for nigh on 6 centuries. Now, just take a moment to gauge the difficulties in such an amalgamation, of which more modern times can show us not a single instance, and you will appreciate what war is. The first war the Romans had to fight was against the Sabines. The abduction of women, depicted by Titus Livy as the cause or pretext of that war, plainly suggests that the distinction between the two cities had become impossible. Therefore, the conditions of amalgamation needed resolving and the constitution to be determined. Had the two states been monarchies at the point of amalgamation, which dynasty was to end? In the event that only one of them was a monarchy and the other republican, the issue was either to set up a mixed government, or to modify the traditions and political mores of one of the two peoples. Then there was work to be done reconciling the different laws, reconciling customs, and generating tolerance, etc. Even in her earliest wars, Rome offered her neighbors isonomy, which is to say, access to the civil and political rights of her own citizenry, and, rightly, such adroit moderation on the part of the government of old Rome was marveled at. But what did isonomy mean for a sovereign city, for kings, princes, and patricians used to exercising sovereign rule at home? Sheer suicide. It is clear, in fact, that even by affording equality of rights and honors to the incorporated towns, Rome, as the capital, retained the upper hand. The towns could only hope that, through their electoral rights, they might wield a morsel of influence within the government, and it takes a long time to even get that far. To be used by parties and intrigues, in order to be able to use them in turn, what a share in a republic! What a compensation for sovereignty! And very rarely did Rome have grounds to congratulate herself upon a willing surrender. Titus Livy, Book 7, cites the case of Capua and the peoples of Campania. Itaque populum simpanum, urbem Capuum, agros, delibera deum, divina humanici omnia, investrum, patria conscripti, populique Romani ditionum de dimis. 291. Yet that was merely a case of submission pure and simple. Vattel, who quotes that passage, does not even seem to appreciate its importance and meaning. The meaning is that no people can think itself obliged to dissolve itself, to abdicate its sovereignty and independence, and yet it is a certainty that necessity, the overwhelming logic of things, nudges peoples together, and the very progress of civilization requires it. In the Middle Ages, nations such as Hungary and Bohemia, attracted by imperial prestige, superior civilization, and religious influence, and, naturally, impelled by a sense of their own infirmity, discarded their dynasties 292 and surrendered to the emperor willingly and without constraint. But the political mores of the time provided an excuse. With every medieval principality subordinate to the emperor, the inhabitants believed that they were more honored and better than if they were under the immediate protection of that suzerain than under the rule of their own princes. Furthermore, we know that in surrendering themselves, these nations took care to hold on to their nationality, their customs, and their privileges. They were joining the empire more as federated partners than as subjects, and the Magyars' eternal argument against the encroachments of Austrian despotism is to say that they have never been vanquished or conquered, but had voluntarily amalgamated on conditions that rule out their being conflated with the emperor's serfs. They were no part of his patrimonial domain. In their eyes, he is merely the successor to their kings. Let us grapple with the facts. Such issues can only be resolved in two ways, through voluntary action, after the fashion of the Capuans, or through the decision of arms. The former being most often shameful, which leaves the latter. A question arises here: is the decision of arms right? Can it confer right? I answer in the affirmative, except in respect of the manner of the warfare and the use made of the victory, and that is something we shall have to explore further. In principle, every war is indicative of a revolution. In primitive times, it represents the act whereby two peoples, driven into amalgamation by proximity and interests, have a tendency to seek mutual absorption, each to its own particular advantage. Suppose that, at the point where battle is joined, right were suddenly able to appear, like a god, and address the two armies. What would right say? It is inescapable that revolution is fated to work changes in the circumstances of both peoples, changes that are legitimate, providential, sacred. As a result, there are grounds to proceed, whilst preserving each nation's rights and prerogatives and sharing the sovereignty of the new state between them, in proportion with their strength. The divine verdict here would merely be the application of the right of force. But, with the gods fallen silent, men will not accept revolutions that run counter to their interests. They even conclude that revolutions are an affront to divinity. With the gods silent, they deny that proportional sovereignty is an adequate recompense for undiluted sovereignty, and they repudiate any such contrivance. With the gods silent, finally, they refuse to acknowledge the superiority of the enemy. They would feel it an affront to their honor to surrender to a lesser force without a fight. They all opt instead for recourse to arms, each of them hopeful and flattering himself that a clash of arms will be resolved in his favor. Therefore, the duel is inevitable. There is legitimacy in it since it is the agent of a necessary revolution. Its outcome will be fair, since victory serves no purpose other than to indicate which side has the greater force and to consecrate its right. For let us not forget the right of force, which ultimately determines the timeliness of the revolution and the position of the two peoples within the new state, antedates the war, and it is because it antedates the war that it can then assert itself in the name of victory. Such is the origin, theoretical and historical alike, of the right of war, setting to one side specific incidents and unwarranted acts of violence. That right derives from and implies the right of force, but it is not the same thing as the right of force. It is to the right of force what the Code of Civil Procedure is to the Civil Code, or the Code of Criminal Indictment to the Penal Code. The right of war is force's procedural protocol, and it is why we are going to define war as the vindication and demonstration of the right of force through force of arms. The souls of the ancients were filled with this principle. It hovers over their entire history, mingled, it is true to say, with fearful abuses, prey to wrong-headed interpretations and made odious by the barbarism attendant upon its application. But since when has smoke been an acceptable argument against light, and superstition been called as a witness against ideas? It is incumbent upon every even-handed history to sift the true from the false, the just from the unjust, in the thinking of nations as well as in their deeds. In the year 416 BC, during the Peloponnesian War, the Athenians laid siege to the island of Mela. The talks which were held at the time between the Athenians and the Melians, as recorded for us by Thucydides, is one of the most remarkable landmarks in the rights of peoples from that time, as well as one of the most misconstrued by the critics. We must, the Athenians argued, start from a universally accepted principle, that, among men, matters are governed by the laws of justice, when equal necessity compels it, but those with the greatest force do all in their power, and it is for the weak to give way. The Melians acknowledged that they found it hard to withstand the power of the Athenians, but they were hopeful that in resisting the unjust, the gods would watch over them. In their response, the Athenians made the gods complicit in their policy. "What we are asking for," they said, "what we do is in tune with the opinion men have of the divinity. As a matter of natural necessity, the gods prevail because they are the strongest, the same applies to men. We are not the ones who have laid down this law, we are not the ones who first enforced it, it came to us ready-made and we shall pass it on forever through the times to come. We shall also act now in accordance with that law, in the knowledge that you yourselves, and every other people, had you possessed the same force as us, would behave in the same way. 293. I have followed the translation by Monsieur Laurent, because that writer, one of Belgium's most learned men, is also one of the most strenuous opponents of the principle I am championing, the right of force. But Thucydides' Greek is explicit, he indicates that the right of force is at once a prompting of the conscience, on the basis of the understanding that all men have of divinity, and a law of nature which intends that wherever force lies, there too command resides. So much for this profession of the right of force which has revulsed most historians and which Denis of Halicarnassos, who was writing 4 centuries later, no more grasped than did Cicero, finding it suitable for a brigand or a pirate. Monsieur Laurent points out, however, that Denis himself was subscribing to that right when he asserted the right of the Romans to rule over nations, on the grounds that they wielded greater force. Following the Battle of Aigos Potamos, in which the Athenians' force was wiped out, Lysander gathered together his allies to ponder the fate of the prisoners. He summoned one of the Athenian generals, Philocles, and asked him what punishment he reckoned he was due for having issued an order for the Greek captives to be put to death. Philocles replied, "Level no accusation at men who are not judges, as victor, deal with the vanquished as you would have yourself dealt with if you were in our place." Monsieur Laurent, who also mentions this fact, has overlooked the lofty morality in it. It is not Philocles's ferocity that we should be admiring here but his sense of justice. Lysander and his allies sought to incriminate the Athenians for indulging in the executions of prisoners of war. As a result, they were inviting Philocles to say what punishment he was due. This was the stigma to which the Athenian general took exception. "We have no judges," he cried, "all we did was enforce the right of war, rigorously I grant you, but legitimately. See to what you, in turn, must do." Of course, the real jurisprudence of force forbids the slaughter of captives, but we should note that where the ancients erred was in respect only of the interpretation of the law, whereas in our modern authors the error relates to the principle itself. 295. But of course, the right of force is terrifying in its performance, where what is at issue is breaking a recalcitrant population all the more deserving of our esteem because of the strenuousness of its refusal. But the excesses attendant upon warfare ought not to blind us to the principle of right implicit within it, any more than judicial error, venal magistrates, the obscurity of the law, the wiles of litigants can blind us to the justice that presided over the organization of the courts, any more than an adulterer is an argument against marriage or fraud, and the broken word an argument against the usefulness and morality of contracts. It is this invincible sense of a righteousness implicit in war that at first swathed it in robes of formality, which conditioned it and governed its consequences, as if it were a sort of court proceedings. For instance, it is universally the case that the conditions imposed upon the vanquished are less generous than those which he might have obtained by means of voluntary submission, and this again is entirely fair. Here, the defeated party, like the losing litigant, pays the costs, his lot is made worse due to the compensation he must pay for the damage done because of his resistance to the victor. Be it understood, and I would do well to reiterate this, so as to ward off any pretext for calumny, that there can be no question here of justifying any sort of warfare, any more than there is of excusing or endorsing every deed done in war. The same applies to that right as to all the rest, the acknowledgement of which in no way legitimizes abuses. Man's heart is filled with passions, his handiwork is tainted, but the right is wholesome, whether it relates to warfare, labor, or property. The circumstances in which the right of force becomes applicable and, consequently, war legitimate as an action asserting that right and the resolution of an international quarrel, are of various sorts. Let us note the four main ones. 1. Incorporation of one nation into another, of one state into another state, absorption or amalgamation of two political societies. This being the instance which we used as our example, it was the first to arise and the most important, if not the most commonplace of all. All modern states, once their populations reach 1 or 2 million souls, are the more or less legitimate products of warfare, of the right of force. The erstwhile kingdom of France took shape little by little that way, initially through Roman conquest, which brought all of the nationalities making up primitive Gaul under the same yoke, then by means of the Frankish conquest which, at the time of the breakup of the empire, and with the aid of the bishops, preserved the union, finally, through the gathering into the royal domain of all the provinces that had broken away from the heart of the feudal regime. A simple glance at the map makes it plain that, on the basis of the needs of neighborliness, much more than any more or less pronounced kinship in terms of language, religion, usages, and customs, the host of statelets sitting between the two seas, the Pyrenees, the Rhine, and the Alps, were nudged into amalgamating into a single state, which naturally had to assume the name, title, and law of the one whose central location and superior force foredoomed it to be the center of attraction. Under the Roman external conquerors, the center was pretty much everywhere, but under the Frankish kings it was established as Paris, and to anyone studying the disposition of the various basins into which French soil is broken up, it is plain that the choice of that capital was not at all men's doing, it was the handiwork of nature itself. Here, for the very first time, we find, at the root of war and conquest, in the very origins of societies, a principle that we shall find hereafter perpetually at odds with the right of force, the right of nationality. Ever since Hobbes it has been stated and restated a host of times, a nation, a state, is a collective entity, endowed, like any other individual, with a life of its own, having its freedom, its character, its genius, its consciousness and, consequently, its rights, the first and most essential of which is the retention of its originality, its independence, and its autonomy. But, as we have observed, all of those rights must defer to the necessity which, through the proliferation of men and the growth in populations and states, compels them to join together, mingle and amalgamate, hence war and hence the prerogatives of force. What happens, therefore, is merely what happens in any police society, when two different rights clash. It is the lesser interest that has to defer to the greater and its right is consequently swallowed up by the latter's right. Thus, if public usefulness so requires, a mere particular interest may find itself dispossessed, but without any prior compensation. Expropriation here is merely the exercise of the right of force, the compensation attendant upon it represents the private right which the general right absorbs. Warfare between one nation and another, the exercise of the right of force, and the conquest that follows upon it is therefore the sacrificing of one or of several of these moral entities that are known as nations or states, to a higher need which in this instance outweighs the respect owed to that moral entity and its right to exist. 2. Reconstitution of nationalities. This theme is the preceding one turned on its head. It comes into play following the breakup of some large state, where its component parts had hitherto been amalgamated within a shared state, and have a tendency to go their own way, no longer responsive to the attractions of the center, more to their own particular attractions and revulsions. Thus, following the death of Alexander, out of the erstwhile Persian Empire formed by Cyrus, all those minor kingdoms that were the appanages of Macedonian generals took shape, and they endured up until the Romans arrived. Thus, out of the breakup of Rome, encouraged by the barbarian invasions, all of the nationalities that Rome had swallowed up re-emerged, Italy herself was part of this backlash, and all of her towns were found detaching themselves from the metropolis with youthful fervor, and there is no denying that as far as Italy was concerned this was the starting point for a life of splendor, universal influence, and glory. In a day, the handiwork of 6 centuries was destroyed, and what Italy had been in the world in terms of her unity, she became again thanks to federation. This is the explanation for the agitation that is racking the Austrian Empire before our very eyes. That at once monarchical and federative agglomeration of nations, united half by war and half by treaties. Just when the imperial government was on the brink of completing its centralizing endeavors, we see the long subdued nationalities, protesting against their being amalgamated with one another, asserting their privileges, their former charters, their autonomy, which, if the centrifugal force were to outweigh the centripetal one, would entail the breakup of the empire. Given the extent of the condensation at which they have arrived, grouping into large masses remains the law of peoples in Europe, pending some new reordering. Their shared security, the interests of their commerce, their industry, their intellectual and moral development, the higher interest of universal civilization make such large associations a necessity. These were the background conditions to the formation of Austria's empire, the largest fragment of that apostolic empire founded by Charlemagne and illuminated by Otto the Great, Barbarossa, and Charles V. Now fresh ideas, fresh needs agitate the populace. Whereas the Vienna government, under pressure from incursions from outside, looks to a concentration of the forces of the empire for its salvation, its constituent peoples are fearful that greater cohesion may, as far as they are concerned, prove to be an aggravation of their servitude, and, at the most critical point, they invoke the benefits of their nationality. Whereupon war becomes an issue, unless some compromise, which in this instance would bring no disgrace upon anyone, forestalls conflict. Maybe, in order to restore some cohesion to this difference of opinion, all that will be required is the sacrifice of a dynasty. The sacrificing of dynasties, like the sacrificing of nationalities, is also a law of history. Videbit Deus. Our morality, conscience, force, to be found in Vienna, Pest, Prague or Zagreb. That is the whole point. 3. Religious incompatibility. War sometimes meddles in matters of religion, but not as a judge in respect of doctrine. Clearly, theology has nothing to do with the exercise of force. Also, war does not purport to decide which of two beliefs is the true one, or, in the case of two theological opinions, which is orthodoxy and which heresy. As far as war is concerned, it is merely a matter of deciding, between two fractions of the same people divided over matters of religion and which find tolerance impossible, which of the two fractions is going to have to embrace the religion of the other, the way a child abides by the religion of its father, lest it find itself out of communion with the Father. Thy people shall be my people and thy God my God, said the grieving widow Ruth to her mother-in-law Naomi, who had suggested to her that she go back to her homeland in Moab. 296 In terms of religion, this is the very same maxim that war foists upon the weak. In the earliest societies, where religion merges with legislation, priesthood with authority, worship with justice and morality, tolerance, based wholly on the separation of church and state, is not feasible. The unity of religion is necessary. Religion, identified with justice, politics, and mores, is the very life of society. It is to the soul what food is to the body. The truly religious man can no longer suffer the dissenter or the ungodly. Mortal man can no longer endure a mischievous neighbor polluting the very air that he breathes, the water he drinks, the bread he eats, poisoning his livestock, killing his trees, destroying his crops and threatening his household. It is possible that neither of the competing religions is the right one, that both are of equal value. It is possible that the religion of the weaker is better than that of the stronger. But this is no concern of war. As I have stated, it acknowledges no dogma. The only thing that falls under its remit is to determine in a trial of strength which side must make the sacrifice, since the two sects cannot bear each other and one must be sacrificed, and neither one can argue that war is unfair. It is not war that excommunicates, Far from it, the decision which it falls to it to make implies that, in its eyes, all religions are valid insofar as they are a presentation of pure justice, in which respect it can be said that war's reasoning is consonant with that of the philosopher. In matters of religion, war is the very essence of tolerance. History is full of bloody executions, from which no church, no synagogue, and no priest has ever shied away. The Albigensian War is a case in point. Point an accusing finger, if you will, at human folly, superstition, prejudice, fanaticism, and hypocrisy. That is easy for those of us who live without religion, most of us having lost all sense of religion and even sense of morality. But if it is a fine thing to die for one's country, it is equally fine to die for one's faith. After all, there is no difference between one and the other. As for war, it is beyond reproach here. On the day when sectarian fury compelled it to step in, it did the only thing that needed doing, sacrificing, as bloodlessly as possible. I am arguing the hypothesis of formal warfare, the weaker to the stronger. Of course, it is a sad affair for a believer to lose his religion and his God in a sword fight. But such immense griefs are only to be found at the opera these days. In the end, what did civilization lose by switching from Osiris to Baal to Mitra to Jehovah, from the latter to Jupiter, from Jupiter to Christ, from the Pope to Luther? It was through those switches and apostasies 297 that we have learned how to separate faith from reason, worship from justice, church from state. 298 I would venture to say that never has the judgment delivered by force been better grounded, nor more fruitfully or legitimately enforced. For international balance equilibra, its limitations upon states. This contentious principle, fixing a term to the territory and maximum extent of a state, which it would be easy to show was a factor in most wars ancient and modern, has, since the Congress of Vienna in 1814 to 1815, been the very purpose of the European law of peoples. Applications of the law of balance are frequent in history, as Ancien has demonstrated in his Tableau de Révolutions du Système Politique en Europe. It was a law that spurred 18th-century Prussia to suddenly turn into a great power, becoming simultaneously a counterweight to Russia, Austria, France, and the Scandinavian states. As posited in the treaties of 1814 and 1815, the principle of international balance cannot but be considered the latest formulation of the rights of peoples, as we shall show in the next volume. Equally, we cannot fail to see this as paving the way for a higher order of things, and as the cornerstone of a definitive peace. Political balance, Eugene Ordelin says, consists of orchestrating among the nations belonging to the same system such a distribution and counterpositioning of forces that no state is in a position, on its own or in association with others, to impose its will, nor to curtail the independence of any other state. And if it is correct to say that the balance of different forces is ensured through the marriage of those two facts, intensity and direction, it will be acknowledged that between nations intensity is composed of all the sundry material or immaterial factors which by nature have constituted power puissance, or the effective means of acting. As for direction, that is determined by interest. Therefore, we have to marry the distribution of various power resources and the kindred or opposing interests in order to create within a group of nations, at a given moment, a state of balance, whilst not losing sight of the extreme mobility of the elements of power and, above all, of interests. They are liable to change on a daily basis, and the balance will run the risk of being upset by what some will increase or reduce and what others may venture to unite or divide. 302. Implicit in those considerations of M. Ordelin's is a whole theory of the right of force, a whole philosophy of war, terms, it seems, which howl at being yoked together, but which nevertheless, when juxtaposed, express a rigorous truth. They led to this consequence, which I take the liberty of offering to the learned jurisconsult for him to ponder, that, for the past century, thanks to the principle of balance or, as Ancien put it, of counterbalance, the rights of peoples has made some headway, and that headway it owes, not to the negation of the right of force, but to its affirmation, and I might even argue its restoration in the literal and material sense with which the ancients vested it. Such, broadly speaking, were the powerful drivers, the hallowed, enforceable interests that once upon a time filled the warrior soul with enthusiasm. Much more than the subject within our great states, lost like a droplet in the ocean, much more than the peasant in our county districts, the bourgeois and the working man in our towns, the ancient city dweller had an inner feeling for homeland and sovereignty. Only there was he a man, anywhere else and he lost everything, his wealth, his dignity, his liberty. This is what invests Tertius's great dictum, translated by Horace as dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, it is sweet to die for one's country, with such meaning. This was a dictum that the Roman plebeians by Augustus's time were starting to misunderstand and which modern nations have no great grasp of either. What difference does it make to a peasant in Lombardy, say, whether he lives under the protection of Piedmont or Austria, if the rent he must pay to the bourgeois is still the same and if, like the ancient colonists, he is doomed to remain a poor wretch forever? In this struggle of strength, everything is splendid, selfless, sublime. Here honor in life is boosted in proportion with that citizen's sacrifices. Dare I say that it is by means of this magnanimity of warfare that the vanquished reduced to servitude is more to be honored than he who, without putting up a fight, agrees to the absorption of his country and the abrogation of their sovereignty. If justice is our prerogative, and its daily cultivation the price of our happiness, days of battle, I mean legitimate battles, should be times of blessed joy for the combatants. The time set aside by fate is upon us. Two nations are standing by, the point is to know which must hand over its name to the other and, by absorbing it, double its own sovereignty. Who pushes them into this contest? The force of events, the order of providence, says the Christian, the law of the spheres, as Machiavelli would have it. 303 Well then, they all cry in unison, let us perish, or let us salvage the honor of our forefathers and the immortality of our race. Warfare, hate and insult-free, between two unselfish nations over some inevitable and otherwise insoluble affair of state, war, as an assertion of the right of force and of the sovereignty that goes along with force, that, I make no bones about it, strikes me as the ideal of human virtue and the ultimate rapture. Who dares to speak here of thieves and murderers? Would you like startling testimony as to the reality of the right of war and its necessary impact upon society? Look at what is happening right now to the head of the Christian Church. With the collapse of the empire, under the repeated onslaught of the barbarians, Italy falls apart. Her towns, surrendering to their natural attractions, strive, each on its own behalf, to recover their independence. Christianity was the universal law, the Church, centered on the papacy, the only power. It would have been easy for Christian Rome to rebuild a compact Italy armed against any outside influence, had the head of the Church been, like the consul of old, like the pagan emperor, simultaneously pontiff, magistrate, and general. But Christ had declared that his kingdom is not of this world and he himself had been careful to separate the spiritual from the temporal. There are formal passages in the law that prohibit the priest from taking up the sword. In order to reassemble the Italian state, all the Pope had was that thunderbolt from the sanctuary, excommunication. His opinion carried enormous weight, everybody prostrated themselves whenever he issued a blessing or enunciated the anathema, but once he wants to govern, conquer, or fight, everybody stood tall and resisted him. Thanks to this powerlessness on the part of the Pontiff of Peace, Italy stayed deeply divided. Alone, the Pope is incapable of carving himself out a domain, from the lands of the Frankish king 304 or the munificence of a countess 305 he will await the dowry that he will almost never savor. Unable to turn conqueror, he will serve to stymie any other conquest, sometimes curbing the emperor's momentum, sometimes undermining the king or breaking up republics. And medieval Italy, after having spent 1,000 years reenacting the heroic scenes and all the splendors of ancient Greece, after having initiated Europe into politics, the sciences, and the arts, then slumped, exhausted, and fell prey to the foreigner. Italy's downfall came about because the Pope, in whom the greatest authority in Italy was vested, was sovereign in moral terms only, because as the vicar of Jesus Christ he is barred, according to the testament of his divine creator, from ever becoming a conqueror, king, or emperor, because, in short, the make-up of his church forbids him from wielding the prime and most quintessential of the rights of the state, the right of force. To no avail. Ever since Charles V and the Reformation, the temporal princes have gradually joined forces to acknowledge and guarantee the spiritual leader a state of his own. The 1815 treaties gave their blessing to that arrangement and ensured that the Roman pontiff enjoyed the support of allied armies, Catholic, Greek and Protestant alike. In vain, the paradox of a non-warring power kept falling apart. To be sure, the 19th century was a century of diplomacy, if ever there was one. More than at any other time, affairs of public reason have a tendency to be sorted out by means of compromises and congresses. What a boost for a government that purports to owe everything to religion, to the piety of the peoples, to the most venerable traditions, to the fellowship of altar and throne. Is it not the case that, had peace been the principle, condition, and purpose of states, that greatest of all states, the Church, should supposedly have been the one with the greatest capacity for absorbency? But whenever it has the floor, diplomacy is merely war's official mouthpiece. Deep down, politicking between nations boils down to the logic of armies, to the right of force. Which is why, when powers assemble in Congress, the sovereign pontiff has no voice 306 other than when it comes to chanting the Te Deum and invoking the Holy Ghost. Which is why, counting for nothing on the battlefields, or at the conferences of the sovereigns, his own policy, his priestly policy is to dismantle whichever forces he can dominate. Unable to conquer Italy, all of the Pope's efforts are designed to paralyze her, sometimes on the basis of her own divisions, sometimes by force of foreign arms. This was apparent back in 1848 when Pius IX refused to follow the people into war against Austria. He stated, "I am the father of all the faithful, I am not allowed to wage war on one portion of my flock." What, Holy Father? Not even in pursuit of the liberation of the Italian homeland. No, not even for the sake of the liberation of the Italian homeland. The homeland is a matter for the state and the kingdom of Christ is not of this world. In which case do not serve as Italy's head of state, noli ergo imperare, for with you in charge, Italy's life would be suicide. Italy cannot stay pontifical and live. It looks as if Italy today is waking up. She has driven out the foreigner, or nearly so, and the Pope's subjects are deserting him. Henceforth, the Church has been pushed out of politics, outside of temporal affairs, in Italy and in the so-called Church states, as well as in France, Austria, and the Catholic states. Can you imagine an idea banished from universal life and from the reality of things? One dictum, one single dictum, has determined this huge calamity: the kingdom of Christ is not of this world. His vicar carries a crook and not a sword. How could this shepherd rule over men, if he cannot lead them into battle? Think about that. If there is anything irredeemably damning of the Pope's temporal sovereignty, look no further, for there you have it. The Pope is not a caliph, he is forbidden to command his armies. And take care, if you give him a general, he will sooner or later be supplanted by him. In the next book, we shall be looking into the rules governing recourse to force, what is conventionally described as the forms of war. But first let us finish what we have to say of the short-term and longer-term applications of the right of force. Chapter 9, Application of the Right of Force. 2. The definition and object of the rights of peoples. That the right of war follows directly from the right of force, or, rather, that the former is merely the formula for claiming and establishing the latter, is what the reader must now consider to be beyond all challenge, even though the authors have never seemed to understand it, even though they have never seen war as anything but a modality of the use of force employed among civilized peoples against one another with as little savagery as possible. The rights of peoples is a derivative of the right of war, just the same as the later derives from the right of force. As a result, the rights of peoples are, if I may say so, a third generation of the right of force. This is something that the jurisconsults cannot countenance and something that turns all of their theses on their heads. Indeed, not only do they not acknowledge the right of force, but the right of war, the purpose and specialness of which we have so clearly set out, and the rules of which we shall shortly make known, is, in their eyes, a mere fiction, constituting a specific, exceptional, abnormal article of the rights of peoples, which supposedly then would represent the first rank of right. So, according to our learned publicists, where do the rights of peoples come from and in what do they consist? The rights of peoples, they answer, flow from natural law. And what is natural law? Vattel quotes Hobbes, who divides natural law into the natural law of man and the natural law of states. The latter being what is ordinarily referred to as the rights of peoples. The maxims of both of these laws are the same. Vattel endorses Hobbes's deduction, merely commenting that natural law, as it applies to states, is liable to certain alterations. We spoke of these earlier. Pufendorf and Barbieruck, like Vattel, endorse the view of the English publicist. Montesquieu says, roughly, natural law is what people do, he does not know the first thing about what it is. The rights of peoples are, by nature, based upon the principle that the various nations should live in peace with one another as best they can and, in wartime, do one another as little harm as possible, without injury to their authentic interests. The object of warfare is victory, that of victory being conquest, that of conquest, retention. All of the laws making up the rights of peoples should derive from that principle and precedent. All nations possess people's rights, even the Iroquois, who eat their captives, possess one. They send out and receive ambassadors, they are familiar with the rights of war and peace. The evil is that these people are not based upon real principles. 307. But why are nations at war and why do they have recourse to force? Of that, Montesquieu knows nothing. And how could he? He does not acknowledge the right of force. He sardonically cites the Iroquois, whose international law is not, he argues, built on authentic principles. But the Iroquois who ate their captives, and precisely because they used to eat them, knew more about the rights of peoples than Montesquieu does. The eating of the enemy was the enforcement against individuals of the verdict that victory had delivered only against the state, to wit, that the state of the vanquished is about to be swallowed up by the state of the victor. If the jurists know nothing of the origin and principles of the rights of people, are they any more knowledgeable about what they consist of? According to Mackintosh 308, the rights of peoples covers the principles of the independence of nations, their peacetime relations, the privileges of ambassadors and junior ministers, relations between mere subjects, the just causes of war, the mutual obligations of belligerent powers and neutral powers, the limitations upon legitimate hostilities, the rights of conquest, the faith to be observed between enemies, the rights conferred by armistices, safe conducts, and passports, the nature of alliances and the obligations born of them, negotiating procedures, the authority and interpretation of peace treaties. 309. Open the very first writer you come to on the table and you will see that Mackintosh is merely summing them all up here. Now there are plenty of serious reproaches that might be directed at this catalogue. For a start, that the right of war is deemed part and parcel of the rights of peoples, which cannot be countenanced. Secondly, that the relations between nations and the obligations deriving from these are, in terms of purpose, in no way different from the relations and obligations that exist between individuals, which destroys the distinction some would draw between civil law and the rights of peoples. Thirdly, that none of the special relations between one nation and another, none of the serious issues raised by those relations, are even mentioned. Fourthly, that the primordial right from which, first, the right of war and later the rights of peoples, the right of force arose, is, as ever, wholly misconstrued. At which point we shall call a halt. Authors who have dealt with the rights of peoples appear to have ignored even the rules of classification. As they had observed, say, that the right of war is exclusive to heads of state, to the exclusion of private individuals, they concluded from that that the right of war was part of the rights of peoples. And so on. But, for one thing, everybody knows that the right of war has not always been the privilege of the prince, that, for centuries, it applied to every free man and, to this day, in time of war, governments accord it to common individuals by means of lettre de marque. 310 Then again, that right is not differentiated according to the importance of individuals but according to the natures, faculties, or actions to which they give rise. Therefore, it is not that there is a rich man's right and a poor man's right, a noble's right and a commoner's right, a wholesaler's right and a retailer's right, a right for states of 50,000 souls and one for those of 50 million. Such distinctions are what is called in law personhood. It is an affront to justice, and the revolution eradicated it root and branch. There is a right of force, a right of intelligence, a right of work, a right of exchange, a right of family, a right of ownership, a right of criminal law, a right of civil and criminal proceedings, a right of war. These rights are differentiated one from another by the faculties or functions that produce them and are utterly identical for every subject, big and small, individual and collective. So, if there is to be an authentic right of peoples, there has to exist within the moral being, let us call it the nation, an order of relations that does not obtain in the ordinary citizen. Do such relations exist? This is the whole issue. On what score is the nation, which jurisprudence likens, in several respects, to the individual, different in such a way as to prompt the discernment of a brand new right? For it must be plain that, in the absence of some such difference in the nature and function of the subject, the rights of peoples is empty verbiage, or at best a stepping stone, an empty framework. We have an answer to that question, one we stated in the preceding chapter, about the right of war and the circumstances determining its operation. From the point of view of rights, what sets the collective entity known as the nation or state apart from the private individual, what draws an unbreachable demarcation line between social personhood and individual personhood, is that the sacrifice of the former may be required for the sake of some higher interest, whereas the sacrificing of the latter can never be, other than in the case of some crime meriting capital punishment. Therefore, the Republic cannot, by invoking the general good, command the sacrifice of the innocent, send Aristides into exile, order the death of Curtius or the suicide of Thrasis. 311 It cannot, on the pretext of self-protection or excessive population, expel the useless mouths, nor order the slaughter of innocents and the elderly. Every head is sacred, society only exists in order to preserve them. In no circumstances, I say, can man lay claim to any right to kill his fellow man, nor the majority to secure itself more room by eliminating the minority. But it is different with states. In a number of circumstances it will be necessary for that collective entity, which has its soul, its genius, its dignity, and its force as well, and to which every individual defers as he would to his sovereign, it will be necessary, as I say, for it to vanish when absorbed into some superior entity. Such is the price of the onward movement of civilization and the improvement of states. Countless facts from modern as well as ancient history, prove that in any war it is this collective entity, the state, or, as we would say these days, nationality, which is in jeopardy. The destruction of cults, Cambyses in Egypt, Antiochus, king of Syria, in Palestine, the Muslims, the destruction of the aristocrats, Tarquin the Proud's advice to his son, Nebuchadnezzar's deportation of noble Jewish families from Judea, the Galician massacres, 312 the destruction of the priests, Darius's persecution of the Magi, that of the Druids by the Romans, the massacre of all the males and sometimes of entire populations, see the Pentateuch, the eradication of languages, the destruction of books and monuments, alterations to constitutions, the relocation or destruction of capitals, etc., etc. Such things patently demonstrate that considered thought, knowing what it wants and where it is headed, presided over all these exterminations. Such thought, let me reiterate, is nothing but the sacrificing, by virtue of the right of conquest, of the collective entity that goes by the name of the state, and which the victor hunts down wherever he thinks he can see it alive in worship, in language, institutions, dynasty, nobility, etc. The purpose of the rights of peoples is therefore to determine in broad terms and barring a later decision of war, when, how and on which conditions there are grounds for proceeding with the amalgamation or incorporation of one or several smaller states into a larger state. Plainly, as far as the former and occasionally the latter are concerned, such amalgamation is tantamount to suicide. Likewise, when, how, and under what conditions are there grounds for carrying out the reverse operation, which is to say, a dismemberment. There are some very serious issues arising from this principle and, to date, these have been poorly studied, only cropping up in treatises dealing with the rights of peoples, but which are nonetheless all unrelated to civil law. Volumes have been penned about ambassadors, which, when all is said and done, are merely devolved authorities established in accordance with the principles of civil law, but one will find not a single line of wholesome jurisprudence bearing upon the following questions. What might the normal extent of a state be? To what degree are the boundaries of a state set by geography, race, language, religion, tradition, the measure of civilization, etc.? Can and should states be equal to one another, or are they doomed, by the logic of things, to inequality? Can and should the amalgamation of nationalities extend as far as the absorption of the human race, until a universal monarchy is formed? Would it not be more accurate to imagine that the political unity of the human race consists either of a hierarchy of states, or of a confederation? In the first case, what is going to be the hierarchical relationship between states? In the second, does the principle of federation not lead, by way of analogy, to the resolution of large states into federated provinces? Or is balance ultimately contingent upon universal independence, an anarchy of city-states? Can this balance be replaced by a court of arbitration? If need be, does the political group most advanced in terms of civilization, the strongest one or the wealthiest one, have a right to some sort of privilege over the lesser? What is the nature of this privilege? When and how can a nation that has amalgamated with another reclaim its autonomy? How are newly discovered territories peopled by supposed savages to be shared out? What sort of protectorate over those peoples are the civilized to exercise? What are their reciprocal rights and obligations? What was the role of slavery in ancient times? What might it be today? Is a nation entitled to close itself off and refuse to trade with the foreigner? What about private political alliances? Do these not pose a threat to the liberty of other states, on the basis that they breach the rights of peoples? 313. There is enough there to make our least intelligent readers appreciate what the rights of peoples consists of, which all the publicists confuse, sometimes with political right, sometimes with natural or civil law, sometimes with political right, sometimes with the right of war, and reduce, other than in relation to civil, political, and war-making rights, to childish minutiae about the apparel of ambassadors. A few practical observations about the rights of peoples, in respect of its relationship with the right of war and the right of force, will bring what we have to say to a conclusion. As we have seen above 314, what sets the right of war apart from the right of force is that the latter is the right by which an individual, a corporation, a state lays claim to something as being properly his by reason of the superiority of his force, whereas the right of war is designed to govern the manner in which he will, in the event that his denier refuses, proceed with a demonstration of his force, which will at the same time deliver a verdict. In turn, the rights of peoples differ from the right of war in that it is designed, not to regulate the forms of warfare, and the concomitant parleying, armistices, peace treaties, embassies, etc., but to determine instances of war and decide the outcomes, by anticipating the conclusions of victory regarding all matters that might trigger opposition between the powers and, possibly, conflict between them. In short, since war arises from the negation of the right of force and aims to ensure its enforcement, the object of the rights of peoples is either to avert war, or to reduce it to what is strictly necessary, or, ultimately, to determine its effects by making a theoretical determination, in accordance with the right of force, of the obligations of some peoples towards the rest and the consequences of the strife between them. All the issues involving the rights of peoples are matters of preeminence, liable to be sorted out by combat and which, indeed, recognize no other court, no other arbitration than that of force. These are, therefore, issues the resolution of which can always be prejudged, in accordance with the balance of forces, and without the alterations that battle will make to that, if the parties concerned see fit to come to blows. We can imagine how important a repertoire of such solutions might have been for the handling of international frictions, the shortening of wars and the consolidation of peace treaties. If the rights of peoples, about which so many pointless books have been published, was as advanced as it pleases the vanity of the authors to claim it is, none of the wars that have blighted the world since the Revolution would have been feasible, they would have deferred to the jurisprudence of states. How is it that we are not living, definitively, in peace? It's because the rights of peoples has not been defined, because the jurist and statesman, for all their haughtiness, are equally careless of issues it is their job to concern themselves with, that it has been left to the bayonet to resolve them. Where international relations are concerned, I will go so far as to say that there is no acknowledged principle. There are practices reduced more or less speciously by the professors into theories, and subject to as many exceptions as it suits the diplomats to devise. Policy, once upon a time directed from on high by the Church, by virtue of the bond connecting the two powers, spiritual and temporal, has, since the end of the feudal regime, remained an art. It has not become doctrine again. The diplomat writes, swaps notes and scandalizes the world with his impotence, without as much as suspecting that his impotence springs from the fact that there are no dealings tougher than those designed to regulate life and death issues, in which war is the sole arbiter. Each state stands by its tradition, each people its instinct, at the risk of its greed being exposed, and that is that. In politics, the Italian is Machiavellian, the Englishman, utilitarian and Malthusian, the Frenchman glorious and artistic, the Russian, as Napoleon I stated, is a Greek of the late empire, the German quests after but cannot find his historic right, which explains why there is still no Germany. Everything awaits its creation. The French Revolution itself sired only aspirations, it talked of universal brotherhood and perpetual peace, as did the poets of the Golden Age. But the first word remains to be said, and that very simple word which I would have ring out loud enough for the dead to hear, is that war is not going to end, nor justice and liberty be established between men, without acknowledgement and definition of the right of force. The right of force, the right of war and the rights of peoples, defined and circumscribed as we have just done, being supportive of, implicit within, and generative of one another, govern history. They are the secret providence that steers nations, making and unmaking states, and, in reconciling force and right, leads civilization down the surest and widest path. They account for a host of things that are not susceptible to detection by ordinary law, nor by any historical system, nor even by the capricious vagaries of chance. Let us list a few examples of the better known of these. Our sense of democracy is outraged at the sight of princely marriages determining the amalgamation of numerous peoples, as if those peoples were the property of the kings and could be passed as endowments over to their sons or given to their daughters by way of dowry. Aragon and Castile were united through the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella. In England, the two Roses were reconciled through the marriage of Henry VII with the last remaining heiress of the House of York. Brittany was wedded once and for all to France by the marriage of Charles VIII and, after his death, Louis XII's marriage to Anne of Brittany. 315 The protests, the fury that such actions would provoke today. Up until 1766, we witnessed Lorraine return to Louis XV following the death of Stanislas I, the King of Poland, whose daughter he had married. The spirit behind the 1815 treaties put paid to that system of inheritance, borrowed from civil law and applied to international relations, it has to be said, with happy results, thanks to the common sense of the princes. Now, there is quite another principle governing the annexation or dismemberment of states, the principle of the balance of power. It was also the right of force that, in the guise of a marriage, effected what was a long anticipated, continually sought and in the end became necessary. Look to history. Indeed, the marriage arrangements of princes amount to nothing nowadays when they run counter to the right of force, which is nothing other than the rights of peoples. It will do Louis XII no good to invoke the claim on the Duchy of Milan that he has inherited through his grandmother Valentine. 316 There will be no annexation. France and Italy being separated by the Alps and by differences in nationality, there is no longer any case for asserting the right of force, no pretext at all for annexation or incorporation, and the finest armies have nothing to commend them here. Like birth, genius, or liberty, force per se is powerless in the absence of right, and the most spectacular gallantry is wasting its time fighting. Who, on reading the story of Louis XIV, has not been shocked by the poverty of the grounds cited by that prince as justification for his invasion of the Low Countries? The right of devolution which he traces through his wife's line 317 was not at all applicable in the circumstances, and we are embarrassed for France and for her sovereign at the sight of a cause, once upon a time so plausible, backed up with such pig-headed bad faith and such hateful arguments. No one could speak the real rationale, there was no gainsaying it. Faced with the justice of nations, as evident from the requirements of political amalgamation, Spain had no more claim over the Low Countries and Franche-Comté than France herself had over Milan, or England over Guyenne. On the other hand, the very same law of incorporation which, under Ferdinand and Isabella, had decided that Aragon and Castile should be united, which, under Charles VIII and Louis XII, decided that France and Brittany be united, which later, under Louis XV, had Lorraine, that erstwhile imperial fief, returned once and for all to its rival kingdom, that law had it that France should complete her expansion by annexing a number of provinces bordering it to the east and north. And is this effort to fix the boundaries of the French Empire now over? Is there not the odd addition yet to be made, some adjustment to be made? That is a burning issue which I am unwilling to go into here. I shall stop short of saying that French patriotism is feeding exaggerated hopes here. France's right may find itself being determined by such events as might trigger further annexations on its part. What I will say is that, in my opinion, since the French Revolution and the ensuing wars, faced with the representative institutions emerging everywhere, and the economic issues that have been posed, the right of peoples has undergone such a modification in its essence that it cries out for quite different solutions. 318. Why was the 100 Years' War between France and England an unjust war on the part of the latter? The Salic law disposition, which barred women from succeeding to the crown, was a prosecutorial invention which Edward III was perfectly right to hold up to ridicule. But, between France and England, nature erected barriers that render any unification impossible. Here, as in the case of Lombardy and Milan, it can be argued that the law of incorporation did not apply and, consequently, that there were no grounds for the King of England to have recourse to war. Far from there having been an obligation upon the King of France to acknowledge the claim which his rival was asserting as the grandson of Philip the Handsome 319, he could easily have told him, had he not been precluded from so doing by his regard for feudal rights. The law governing the formation of states holds that no incorporation takes place unless it is required by absolute necessity. Only in that case is there any basis for uniting two states by making the weaker submit to the political case of the stronger. So, if there is reluctance on the part of the former, there are grounds for recourse to arms. But you, as the King of England, a foreign prince, separated from my country by the ocean, what is it that you are asking for? What do my people and yours have in common? Were you the older son of the King of France, my own father, you could only assert your firstborn rights on condition that you renounce your title as King of England, or turn England into a French province. Therefore, not only do I, my barons and my loyal commoners refuse to recognize you as our sovereign lord, but we in turn have drawn up against England, and you, a claim on this province of Guyenne 320 that you retain illegitimately and by a false interpretation of the rights of peoples. Guyenne, for which you owe me feudal homage, cannot belong to an anti-French prince. As a matter of natural law, it belongs to France and is part of her union. It was with this thought in mind that, almost 200 years ago, One of my predecessors, Louis the Younger, entered into a marriage with Eleanor, who was subsequently driven out for her adultery and harbored by one of your forefathers. The right of feudal succession, which you invoke, cannot take priority over the eternal law of nations, which I represent. Prepare yourself, therefore, to return to my hands this province which does not belong to you, or to defend it by force of arms. God and victory will decide who has right on his side. In the 14th century, as in the 12th and the 19th, the incorporation of one of two powers, or of a fraction of one of those powers, England and France, into the other, went beyond the bounds of the right of conquest. Besides, England did not have the force to incorporate France, any more than France could England. No matter how one looks at the issue, from the viewpoint of the right of force or the rights of peoples, the claims of the English monarch flew in the face of common sense. Wise policy required that he turn a blind eye to the perhaps somewhat irregular succession, in terms of strict feudal law, i.e., Philip de Valois' succession. France and Great Britain cannot lay a glove on each other, they are fated to coexist with each other without ever being able to absorb the other, which is the firmest foundation for an alliance between them. Today, more than ever, and no matter what their grievances with each other, anything which one of those powers, momentarily victorious, might undertake against the other, would collapse after a short while under the pressure of events, which are mightier than the force of armies. Chapter X, the same subject continued. Contemporary issues. My intention on starting this work was to give a wide berth to current affairs. I thought I owed that duty of discretion to the public, as well as to the government. I said to myself that a book of doctrine being above any national or partisan interest, there was a duty on the author to steer clear of polemic. It occurred to me later that this scruple might instead look all the more ill-advised since I cannot remain indifferent in such agitated times, that I have not hesitated in other writings to make my opinions plain and, ultimately, the reader is entitled to insist that I put my principles to the test, hic et nunc 321, by offering solutions, or at any rate, elements of solutions to international issues that are so rightly of concern to the whole of Europe. I intend, therefore, to frankly beseech the reader to bear in mind that what I am putting forward is not so much my own opinion as much as forecasts regarding disputes that may possibly be settled by force of arms. Above all, this is a principle of which the reader needs to be strongly persuaded, if he wishes to understand anything about politics and history. In the exercise of their sovereignty, nations are absolute; in terms of that same sovereignty, they are not inviolable. They are not answerable to any court, but they can lawfully be stripped of their political life by warfare. In the event of a dispute between two powers, the issue is settled by means of conflict, which entails, if need be, the political extinction of the defeated side, never its subjugation. Where the right of war and the right of the people are present, respect for nationhood is non-existent. The Eastern question. No one in Europe is in any doubt that the Turkish Empire is approaching the conclusion of its decline and that there may be cause for all powers to worry about what will succeed it. So, what we have to address is a case of political demise. In civil law, the maxim is that the dead seize the living, meaning that the son or closest relative takes over the management of the deceased's assets and affairs. The laws of state formation and the evidence of history prove that the same holds true for political entities. The Western Roman Empire, which perished, like Turkey, from disintegration from within, was succeeded by the nationalities which were its component parts, and which can be deemed its natural heirs. The barbarians who gave their names to several of the brand new states, like the Franks in Gaul, the Ostrogoths in Italy, the Visigoths in Spain, figure in all this, so to speak, merely as executors, at once agents of destruction and of rebirth, preserving everything they could of the empire, converting to its law and faith, and they were swiftly absorbed by the native population. Can whatever states that emerge from the breakup of the Turkish Empire be looked upon, in accordance with the rights of peoples as we have finally defined it, as its natural heirs? In short, how and for whose benefit should the dismemberment proceed? Two hypotheses suggest themselves. Either the nationalities hitherto conquered by the Turks and since reduced to serfdom are about to see their rulers replaced and themselves resurrected as political entities, the way that the peninsular Greeks and some of those from the archipelago were 35 years ago, under the protection of the European powers, just as Moldavia and Wallachia have just done, and which could easily apply to Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania 322 and Montenegro, though a more difficult prospect perhaps in the Asian provinces where there are larger numbers of Turks closer to the heartland of Islam. Or those states neighboring Turkey, Russia, Austria, the Danubian provinces, Greece, Egypt, France, and England in the Suez and Crimea, will step in as heirs by virtue of the right of superior force, according to which any state whose political life becomes bankrupt is absorbed by its powerful neighbor. The partition of Poland last century is one instance of this. As Poland's political dissolution was deemed beyond all remedy, given that the power of the state was wholly vested in the aristocracy, and, once that aristocracy is abolished, there was no class below it by which a state could be reformed. What followed was the partitioning of Poland between those three neighbor states, Russia, Austria, and Prussia. At first glance, the current focus on the principle of nationality would appear to ensure that the first of these solutions is to be preferred. That would simply be the restoration of the native races after 4 or 5 centuries of subjugation by the Turks. But if we think that those races on their own cannot do anything against the Ottoman corpse, any more than the Greeks in 1825 were able to achieve liberation without the assistance of Europe's Christian states, if we ponder the fact that the Turks are very numerous and still very strong in the provinces of their empire and starkly distinct from the Christians by religion, language, and blood and still hostile, we have no option but to acknowledge that, since the native element has need of outside force, this is the force that will in fact supplant the strength of the Ottomans, and that, as a result, in the absence of outright selflessness from the great powers, which is in the mores of the age, the true heir to the Turkish Empire, is the confederation of the great states of Europe, what has been known since 1815 as the Holy Alliance. Greece and Egypt themselves could only be accepted as heirs thanks to the munificence of the aforementioned states, without whose contribution they would still be marooned, powerless. Indeed, where can we point to anything in the native populations capable of replacing Turkish government in Candia, Rhodes, Cyprus, Syria, Anatolia, Armenia, if the Turks refuse to convert to Christianity, intermarry with the natives or to return to their steppes? I shall not labor the point, the truth here is glaringly obvious. So, I would regard a partition of Turkey by the aforesaid powers as being consistent with the law of people, precisely because they alone possess the political force that is indispensable in the life of societies, a force that Turkey has lost and which her subject peoples are a long way from having recovered. If that partition does not come to pass, as the Polish one did so smoothly in the 18th century, that is because the problems it raises, and the principle of balance and international jealousies, have placed hurdles in its way. Perhaps the powers, unable to come to an agreement on partition, will end up occupying and governing jointly, that would allow the natives to gradually build up strength and, perhaps, for the Turks to soften. In any event, no matter what comes to pass, the principle stands, that the right of the powers, overriding any consideration of nationality, is, when we strip away all the philanthropic cant, rooted in force. 323. The Polish question. Point 324, in my view, Poland perished due to disintegration from within. The 1772 partition was merely the inevitable consequence of that. This is easily seen if we trace the Polish movement from the founder of the First Piast dynasty 325 through to Stanislas Poniatowski, who mutely bore witness to the three partitions of Poland in 1772, 1793 and 1795.326. Poland's history is one long agitation, the sole purpose of which is to establish whether Panslavism's 327 main heartland is to be in Warsaw or in Moscow. The law of force, after having operated for a time in the Poles' favor, has finally come out in favor of the Russians. Added to which nonsense we have the Polish constitution and the political ineptitude of the venal and undisciplined nobility, forever in search of foreign sovereigns. Therefore, let me declare on my behalf, that having scrutinized as best I could the elements of the process, the 1772 partition and the ones since, painful and even regrettable though these might appear to non-participants, these strike me, in terms of the rights of peoples, as being quite beyond reproach, and I cannot fathom the ranting and the whinging that has surrounded that partition for the past 40 years. Whilst Louis XV and his ministers let that partition go through unopposed and without demanding compensation for France, that was a fault on their part and a misfortune for France. As to the deletion of Poland from the list of states, I will confess that whilst touched by that deplorable tragedy, whilst regarding Kosciuszko as the greatest citizen of his age, I have no quarrel with an act that had become a necessity, and which was performed in accordance with the rules. I am above all outraged by those of our Democrats who, since 1830, have been using the restoration of Poland as a platform of opposition to the government. 328 It does a nationality no honor and does it no service to turn it into a tactical weapon against the government of one's own country. It merely worsens its position by marshalling against it the ill will of the indifferent and the hatred of the incumbents. But we also know from the theory of the right of force that nations do occasionally spring back to life, and we may wonder if this might not one day be the case with Poland. Among the prevailing thinking, there are in fact three ideas regarding the impact that might be expected of such a re-establishment: the idea of nationality, the idea of parliamentary government, the idea of European stability. To which I reply, 1. That any such move towards the idea of nationality, boiling down, as far as the Poles are concerned, to the idea of panslavism, which is at least as dear to them as it is to the Russians, would merely result on their part in a displacement of the central power, but, again, heedless of national differences. 2. That as regards the establishment of constitutional freedoms, since the Russians agree with the Poles on this, any notion of opposition and thus of schism finds itself discarded yet again. 3. As for the principle of stability, it is plain that Poland's restoration being of much greater concern to the Latin and Germanic races than to the Slav races, the issue of a dismemberment of the Empire of the Tsars would only need to be raised for the Russians and Poles, already in agreement on the question of race, in agreement on the system of government, to immediately unite against foreign interference and assert the ascendancy of the Slav race over Europe in the name of nationality, liberty and the right of force. As I see it, not enough thought has been given to the fact that the nationality issue is trumped by the issue of political freedoms, that it is not as if it is in the light of the latter that the former is being brought up everywhere today, that, having secured political liberty, the Poles and Russians would be very close to agreeing, especially in the face of the dual trend driving the Germanic and Latin races in the direction of unity. I cannot see anything other than economic revolution, its principle laid down by 1848, being likely to cause that revolution within the Russian Empire, the dearest wish of the Western states, and simultaneously driving their own decentralization and recreating across the whole of Europe as many nationalities and as many states as there were provinces, duchies, counties, and towns, etc., as there were in the Middle Ages. The Austrian question. The revolution convulsing Austria at present strikes me as being due much less to the nationality principle so fervently championed in Italy, but of which, I imagine, is very little felt by the peoples who were voluntarily subsumed into the empire centuries ago, than to the craving for political freedoms that has been discernible in the peoples of Europe since 1815. In this regard, the Viennese bourgeoisie is every bit as impatient as Hungary's, loyal Tyrol is as restless as her neighbor, Croatia. Protestants and Catholics marching in step, least hostile to the views of the court in Vienna, perhaps, are the Magyar nobles. What is in jeopardy in Austria may well be the dynasty itself, not the empire. The characteristic feature of the Austrian story is that, unlike the ancient peoples of Italy brought under Rome's yoke by means of the law of warfare, one after another, the nations that make up the Austrian Empire were spontaneously drawn to it by the sheer allure of a superior civilization, but whilst clinging solely to their own particular constitutions and national privileges. The outcome of this is that, rather than a unitary empire like the ancient Roman Empire or the current French Empire, one has a sort of a federal empire, the principle, and I dare say the touchstone of which is precisely that spontaneity of adherence. The ambition of the emperors and the Vienna government's tendency towards despotism produced the terrible idea of turning that federal arrangement, the only one the peoples are willing to acknowledge, into a unitary centralization. That initial grievance is today joined by another one, the Aulic Council's refusal to introduce reforms. In which regard, it is important that the national movement led by the Magyars in Hungary not be muddled up with the liberal movement around which the bourgeoisie and people everywhere are rallying. The upshot of all this is that the real antagonist of imperial power, the infringer of the rights of peoples, destroyer of public strength, is not Hungary, nor is it Bohemia, but the emperor. Let the emperor but try to concentrate and take unto himself the force of his empire, and Hungary instantly breaks away, Bohemia following suit and the Germans themselves applauding, leaving the emperor isolated. With only his own person to embody the lives of 37 million souls scattered through 10 or 12 distinct nationalities and split into nobility, bourgeoisie, and plebs. Is that not madness? And if it failed in the past, when the Germanic Empire was at the peak of its prestige, how could it succeed today when it has become the Empire of Austria and when the thinking of the nations has been boosted by 3 additional centuries of experience and the principles of the Revolution? In short, whereas France's public right is founded upon conquest, which is to say the preponderance of a central power, which then went on to draw in all surrounding powers by means of the right of war, Austrian public right is rooted on the mutual recognition of diverse forces which, anticipating conquest, federated with one another in order to form the empire and preserve as much of their autonomy as they could. Added to that wish to cling on to such ancient privileges, there was also, throughout the empire, the no less lively craving for a liberal regime. Now, it is equally evident that, on the first count, the opposition to the Vienna government is conservative, and, likewise, on the second, it is revolutionary. 329. The German question. This is absolutely the same as the Austrian question. In Germany as in Austria, the people are clamoring equally for, on the one hand, through mutual acknowledgement of their strengths, and without having to undergo the trials of war and conquest, their right to band together into a big, federative state enjoying the advantages of unity, without any of the perils of centralization, and, on the other, enjoyment of all the political freedoms promised to them at the time of the Grand Coalition against Napoleon in 1813. And, as in Austria, it is the princes, the King of Prussia, who are digging in their heels against the wishes of the populace, who are repudiating the beneficent juridical principle of the collectivity of free forces, in order to replace it with that of the amalgamation of said forces into a single power, which would be wielded by the prince, just the same as the thunderbolt clutched in Jupiter's hand. This tendency on the part of the states of Germany, as well as those of Austria, to federate with one another outside of the force of arms and remit of warfare, and without being resolved into a contrived unity, seems to me, insofar as it relates to the right of war and the rights of peoples, to be the most substantial development in history. At the time of writing, it marks the most advanced point of progress. This loyal and energetic tendency on the part of the populace is what the kings and nobles contend against. United at all times against the Third Estate, as soon as they no longer have to fear it, they are continuously divided among themselves. 330. The Italian question. Is Italy, reenacting the course of her earlier revolutions, and having done away with her pontifical government, and expelled her Germanic emperor, to become a unitary kingdom like France, or is she to stick with federalism? Plainly, that is a matter that falls within the remit of the rights of peoples, since Italy was but recently made up of several independent states. As a result, this is a matter directly affecting the right of force. For the past 2 years, Italy's different populations have been called upon to determine their own fate, but there has been little progress towards a solution. Universal suffrage and war have both been invoked at the same time. The outcome has been the same, war, and the ballot box have delivered the same verdict. Unfortunately, given the way in which the question has been framed, that verdict might appear dubious. Consequently, it cannot be said that it is unappealable. The question of unity has been confused with the question of nationality and freedom. There are grounds for believing that it will, sooner or later, again be back on the agenda. Therefore, there is going to be civil war. If King Victor Emmanuel emerges as the victor, it will be a case of northern Italy taking over southern Italy, and we will have a centralized monarchy like there is in France. If the spirit of localism triumphs, as it has in Austria and Germany, we will have a federal state which, relying upon political liberty, may make Italy into one of the freest states in Europe. Those two very different outcomes can be traced back to the same principle, the right of force, amended, in the first instance, by the right of war, and in the second by the principle of collectivity, which is part of the rights of peoples and comes closer to constitutional forms. Messrs. Cavour, Mazzina, and Garibaldi do not appear to have drawn this distinction, the consequences of which may have grave consequences as far as Italy is concerned. Instead, all three are in agreement on applying force to drive their country into a system of concentration and militarism which may very well someday be ruled by the peasants, if not the bourgeois, the emperor and the pope. The Venetian question is connected to the Italian question. I have stated somewhere that on no account could the Austrian Empire lose the eastern Adriatic coast. Even had Hungary and Austria as a whole carried through their revolution by means of an alliance between Klapka 331 and Garibaldi, it would not have been within the gift of those two leaders to dispose of that portion of Austrian territory to which Italy has staked her claim. A great state has need of an outlet to the sea. 332 Here the right of the masses trumps considerations of nationality and language, and, if need be, war would again resolve the issue in force's favor. The American question. The northern states and the southern states, long since split over the issue of slavery, have now separated. 333 In a robustly constituted state, surrounded by powers ready to profit from its weakening, such a separation would be highly perilous and would not be tolerated. There would be war. In America, thanks to the security surrounding the territory, there is a chance that things will work out differently. This is Israel bidding Judah farewell. The Eternal One would make it clear which people he holds in his heart. 334 But there is also a chance that they will fight, in which case, there are two issues that need settling. On the one hand, there is the question of whether the Southerners are entitled to secede, whether the North has the right to force them back and to use force to settle the issue of slavery, and, on the other, what we should think of slavery per se, setting aside the political issue. For a start, are there grounds for war here? Let me answer that initial query the way I have already done regarding the wars of religion. Combat, no matter what form it may take, will prove absolutely nothing for or against the phenomenon of slavery per se. The right of war knows nothing of civil law or the rights of peoples. War wills what war wills. We could answer, on the one hand, that a Puritan majority is not entitled to abolish, within the nation it stands for, a practice injurious to its religious and humanitarian principles. On the other hand, the minority, taking a quite different approach to things, and given that furthermore no compensation is on offer and no workers offered as replacements for its slaves, is likewise entitled to fight against emancipation and defend its own interests. Let me say right now what that minority can argue by way of defense. War, fomented by the incompatibility of principles, and rendered inevitable by the danger or threat of secession, is legitimate and legal on both sides, and, insofar as it might have been intended to enforce the thinking of the greater part of the country, that would be a fair decision. It remains, therefore, for us to examine this issue of slavery per se, for it will have to be resolved sooner or later, either through the right of force or by means other than force. On this score, and even though I, as a man of the world, repudiate slavery in principle, far be it from me also to hold the exploiters of the southern states as entirely to blame, as they are wont to be held in Europe. Such a matter of practical morality, humanitarian economics, and overall civilization cannot be judged on the basis of quotations from the Bible and sentimental novels. Humanity is due respect in all its races, that I know. In my view, justice has no basis other than such respect. Which is why, according to the Gospels, all nations have been called to salvation, we positive philosophers say to civilization and liberty. I embrace this universal calling of peoples and races to liberty as the first article of the rights of peoples. But who wishes the end wishes the means, to everything there is a season, tempus laborandi et tempus librandi, as Ecclesiastes has it. Now, if the American Southerners can justifiably be suspected of avarice, might the Northerners be immune to the reproach lacking foresight and even of Phariseeism? We think about blacks as if they were our peers, just as the Roman or the Greek might have thought about the Gaul or the Jew, their equal as a man, but one who has become their slave due to the fortunes of war. But what ought to strike all minds and is impossible for any serious friend of humanity not to take into account, is the inequality that obtains between human races and which makes the problem of social and political balance so problematical. The Caucasian stands out from all the others, and not merely on account of fairness of face and elegance of figure. There is a superiority of physical, intellectual, and moral strength. And that superiority of nature is increased tenfold by the social state, so that no race can stand in our way. A few English regiments contain and govern 120 million Indians, and we have just seen that it took only a tiny army of Europeans to conquer China. 335 What comparison can there be between the Anglo-Saxon and the Redskin who would rather death than civilization, or the Negro imported from the Sudan? The New World races retreat before the advance of the whites. The massacres by the Spanish have been less murderous of them than contact with civilized folk. Finally, have we forgotten that, since the feudal system was done away with, freedom in this industrialist society of ours has meant to the weak-bodied, weak-minded individual, whose family connections have not been able to guarantee an income, something worse than slavery, proletarian. This is dictated by force, insofar as it is still the overriding law in society, and I say that the right that rules over us to this day, is not the right of labor, which has yet to secure recognition, nor the right of intelligence, that source of so many disappointments. It is still, whatever we say, the unadulterated right of force. To be sure, I need to be careful here not to refute my own argument and combat the very thing that I have set myself the aim of rehabilitating, when I stand up on behalf of the blacks against the hypocritical notion which, under the pretext of emancipating them, tends to do nothing less than to cast them back into the pure domain of force and turn them into a proletarian sludge 100 times more hideous than that of our capital cities. It is, rather, because I want to restore the honor of the long misconstrued right of force that I speak out against the unintelligent, odious application that would be made of it in respect of slavery. What? The working man of the English race, the strong race par excellence, is dying of hunger on the streets of London, so what fate awaits the black man on the streets of Washington and Baltimore? The abolition of slavery is a matter that falls under the remit of the rights of peoples, or rather, the right of races, since here we need to draw the distinction signaled by those two terms. Essentially it boils down to the right of force, from which derive, as we have seen, all international relations, all state formation, incorporations, centralizations, and federations. But in this case, is the right of force, strictly enforceable where states alone are concerned, no longer to be followed, and why if so? Because it has a tendency towards the extermination of individuals and, as was explained in our definition of the rights of peoples, whereas the sacrifice of a state may be required for the sake of the right of force and in the interest of civilization, the human person remains sacred and, as a superior race, all that we can do with regard to the inferior one, is to raise them up to our level and try to improve them, strengthen them, instruct them, and ennoble them. Who are the real enemies of the blacks? Those who, knowingly or not, it does not matter, are contemplating making them perish in the desolation of the proletariat. Who, on the contrary, are the real Negrophils? Those who, whilst holding them in slavery, and, to be sure, exploiting them, guarantee them subsistence, improving them imperceptibly through labor and increase their numbers through marriage. 336. What needs doing, therefore, is not a pure and simple emancipation of the slave, that would be tantamount to displaying him at the Gemonian stairs. 337. Rather, the state must intervene adroitly and impose a serious responsibility upon the master, to make him an educator, a tutor, a patron for the slave, not the consumer of the slave, the property which the right of force made him. Every race is called to labor. If there were one which could not or would not work, that very fact alone would leave it doomed, and it would soon disappear. Sooner or later, Europeans will settle in the heart of the Sudan just as they have settled in the heart of the two Americas. Then there will be a sore need for the blacks to labor. They must work now, it is our right to force them to do so. In this respect, I confess, I would prefer it if, rather than the slave trade being abolished, it were placed under the supervision of governments. Every race had a duty to better itself, improve itself morally, and educate itself. So, let the law that protects the weak and the strong alike, watch over the inferior race employed in agriculture and industry, as it does over its own proletarians. Therein lies the real solution to the issue of slavery. Those few examples will, I hope, suffice to convey to the reader what I mean by the rights of peoples and the application of the right of force to international relations. Let me now add, at the end of this chapter, to the broad questions set out above, questions that make up the overall object and corpus of the rights of peoples, all of them of current relevance. According to the duly re-established law of people and demonstrated by the evidence of history, what are France's natural boundaries? Quid the union of Ireland and England? Quid the issue of the separation of Holland and Belgium, the unification of the Flemish and Walloons, the relations between France and the Low Countries? Quid the re-establishment of Poland? Quid Hungary's opposition to the Viennese court's centralization plans? Quid Germanic federalism? Quid Italian unity? Quid Panslavism and Scandinavianism? Quid the partitioning of the Turkish Empire? Quid the restoration of the Greek Empire? Quid stability in Europe and the redrawing of the political map of Europe? Quid a holy alliance of states, represented by a Congress at which all international issues would be decided? Quid so-called wars of principle? Quid extradition? Quid the 1,815 treaties as compared with the 1,648 ones? Have these treaties been, as some argue, torn up, or do they still apply? 338. Chapter 11, more on the same subject. 3. Political right, civil right, economic right. The range of rights. Let us collect ourselves for a few moments. Right, broadly speaking, is the dignity of man acknowledged in all his faculties, attributes and prerogatives. There are, therefore, as many special rights as man has different claims to stake, because of the diversity of his faculties and the exercise thereof. As a result, the family tree of rights will shadow that of men's faculties and their manifestations. The right of force is the bluntest and most elementary of them all. It is the tribute rendered to man by reason of his force. Like every other right, it is contingent upon reciprocity. Just as the acknowledgement of greater force in no way implies the negation of the inferior, the entitlement enjoyed by the former does not demolish that of the latter. Whilst the earth may be attracted by the sun in turn is drawn to the earth and the other planets. By virtue of this dual attraction, the center of the vortex lies not at the core of the sun, but at a remove proportional with the reciprocal power of attraction of sun and planets. So, no matter what the fabulist may have to say, the right of the stronger is a positive right and its rationale a genuine rationale. In all of this, error comes either from overstatement of the right of force or from wrong-headedness in its enforcement. The lion's share, per se, is legitimate. The moral in La Fontaine's fable of the lion and his three associates, the cow, the nanny goat, and the doe, and what amounts to the mischief-making of the first, is not that he stakes a claim to a larger share on the basis of his strength and courage, but that he resorts to a prosecutor's trick to confound his lioness with his strength and then his courage, as if these were three identical terms, each entitling him to a share of the spoils, and employs his claws to threaten any associate who might venture to claim more than the others, thereby claiming fully 4 times the due of a single partner. The right of war follows immediately upon the right of force. It aims to regulate fighting and determine its effects whenever, might having been denied or its rights misconstrued, it becomes necessary to proceed with conflict in order to settle the dispute. Which is why we have stated that war is a form of proceedings which, of itself, conjures up no rights, not even the right of force, but merely registers it, indicates it, and sanctions it by means of victory, and delivers its conclusions by deploying the ultimate argument of force to bring the antagonism to an end. It is equally the case, however, that antagonism is the law of social life and, we might even venture, of universal life, so much so that it could be argued that bloody war offends man's social instinct. No matter how belligerent a nation may be, its first act, in the event of difficulty, is at all times to avoid war, if it can. Hence the notion of the rights of peoples. The rights of peoples draws its principle from this consideration that, between one state and another, and in certain circumstances, force constituting a positive right, it is possible, in the event of a quarrel between two states, to determine a priori, through the weighing up of forces, which of the two sides ought to have preponderance, and, consequently, to forestall the decision of war by means of some sort of amicable settlement, or at the very least, prescribe the effects of victory and make the peace treaty more equitable. If the quarrel is of such a nature and seriousness that a resolution requires the sacrifice of one of the warring sovereignties, the rights of peoples teaches us, and it is this that makes it one of the most settled categories of the science, that such sacrifice can be insisted upon by whichever of the two powers reckons it is the stronger and effected by force of arms. Anything in international relations that can be boiled down to a life or death issue for the state to decide through force, falls under the remit of the rights of peoples. We come now to public right or political right. The purpose of political right is to thwart any sort of aggression by the individual upon the community or against other individuals, by defining as far as possible the rights and obligations of the citizens towards one another and towards the state, and placing them all under the protection and authority of a public force, to wit, the government. But between international law and political right there is this difference, that the former essentially implies the eventuality of states absorbing each other and, consequently, in the event of conflict, the legitimacy of their being sacrificed, whereas under political right neither state sovereignty nor civic liberty is imperishable. Far from it, the masterstroke of the Constitution is that it ensures that they consistently grow side by side and through one another. In international law, if a balance of power cannot be struck amiably, there will be suppression through warfare of one or of several of the antagonistic states. In political law, by contrast, order is imperiously required without the price being the sacrifice of a single freedom or a single life. Here, proscription 339, which is, so to speak, the very soul of the rights of peoples, turns out to be a contradiction. Thus, the notion of the right of force is always present in the mind of the eternal lawgiver. It follows him through all his creations, be it the founding of a state, or the coordination of independent states, and, except where the applications vary, it is always to be found in every one of the metamorphoses of the law. But we need to delve deeper into the spirit of constitutions and demonstrate this ubiquity of the right of force in a factual manner. To be sure, not everything in public law is traceable to force, but everything assumes it, not just as a modus operandi and organ of authority, instrumentum regni, but also as the principle and source of right, which is very different. In Chapter 7 above, we saw patriarchy or patrician status take shape spontaneously through the just acknowledgement of the right of force. One consequence of that principle was the formation of the aristocracy or of castes. The notion that force spawns force, that the mighty are born mighty, bringing forth the institution of the hereditary nobility, is, as I have just been saying, right asserting itself within and in the name of the most striking quality, force. Therefore, at bottom, it is, unless a new factor, kinship, is introduced, always force that determines what is just. But the nobility misuses its privileges. On the one hand, it is corrupted by power and wealth, and on the other, it exploits the plebs far beyond what is warranted by the right of force. Soon, even the superiority of force, which had been at the root of the aristocracy, switches over to the people's side, and one finds the nobles, bereft of any understanding of their privilege, staking a claim to the benefits of force when in actuality they already possess none, talking about their seigneurial entitlements when they no longer have any inkling of lordship, neither as individuals nor as a caste. Whereupon along comes revolution, a revolution in force's name. See Ise's pamphlet What is the Third Estate? Means nothing else. Likewise, every despotism boils down to aristocracy by virtue of the force and the right at its command, just the same as every aristocracy results in bourgeoisie and commoners. This is inevitable, and just. Here we have a fresh amendment to the right of force. Through the nobility as an institution, the right of force had been rolled into kinship rights and had become a birthright. Through the advent of democracy, it turns into the right of numbers or of the majority. Collective force being the starting point and basis of the social contract. By virtue of that contract which, by the way, is a sheer, unspoken fiction, every citizen is called upon to make a voluntary surrender of some of his force, liberty, and property, in order to create a public force capable of overcoming all private resistance and guaranteeing justice and protection for all. 340. Now, this public force, in whom is it to be vested? A magistrate, an elected person representative of the collective, or the bulk of the collective, which is to say, yet again, force. No matter how you look at it, universal suffrage is just a peaceful acknowledgement of force and the system of representation, with its majority rule, a reasoned application of the rights of the stronger. The Polish nobility was never able to fathom this transformation of the right of force, acceptable to every people. Every time it came to electing the prince, the Diet would vote for two candidates, the minority would use its veto, there would be a fight and the most numerous faction obliged to assert the validity of the election by means of a defeat inflicted upon the dissidents. No doubt about it, within majority rule there is something more than mere strength of numbers. There is this principle of vulgar prudence which, in questionable matters, takes the view that the opinion of the greater number is more likely to be the conscience of the nation than the view of a handful or the view of a sect. But the majority view, we have to concede, would be due very little respect if it also spoke for the majority of interests. Now, interests are forces and, supposing that the majority view and the minority view are of equal worth, the former would still have going for it the fact that, where there is doubt, the weightiest interest is to be given preference. So, in a republic or representative monarchy, what can trigger insurrection? Certainly not the argument, in itself very persuasive, that in matters of right or science, numbers are meaningless and that 25 may as likely be right as 500. I do not think that insurrection has ever relied on any such grievance. As far as I know, no government with the multitude on its side has ever been criticized in the people's name, because it has the right derived from that multitude, the right of force on its side. Insurrection comes when the government, like Charles X's, having lost its majority, seeks to act in defiance of the majority and to overrule force, or, the majority, having trampled over the law, gives the lie to the Constitution and demands more, therefore, than it is granted by the right of force. One observation that needs making here relates to the choosing of the prince, and above all to the additional fact that he rarely fails to take up his power, in spite of resistance from the friends of liberty. Down through the ages, it has always been the dream of the sages to put a sage in charge of things, and to so well regulate his powers that, though sufficiently armed to uphold order, he would not be in any position to ride roughshod over the rights and liberties of the citizenry. And we know how rarely this hope has been fulfilled. If authority is elective and the election is in the hands of the multitude, it is going to be a military man, a general with a record of feats of arms, who will most often top the poll. Let us imagine the prince, waging war through his generals, emerging victorious from a few campaigns, so that he is credited with that victory as if he had achieved it personally. Then, in that instance as well as the previous one, the victorious leader never fails to stake his claim to the widest powers and the highest prerogatives, which it would not occur to anyone to dispute with him, and any querying of which would be in vain. Such is the prestige of force that, wheresoever it may be present, the common man is inclined to concede that authority and, consequently, right obtain. Now we can grasp how war, which wields such huge sway over thinking, wields a no less mighty sway over public liberties and the constitution of the state. A nation at war is a nation fallen back upon itself, formed up in battalions and now exclusively obedient to a military commander and leading an exclusively centralized, governmental existence. The man directing the war is such a highly placed being that everyone is, against their will, obedient to him. He becomes the judge of others, the representative of right and force alike, and simultaneously lawgiver, judge and general. If he should thrash the enemy, everybody adores him, the power he was afforded for the purposes of the fight stay with him, lo and behold, he is master. What a range of precautions were taken in Rome to prevent the rise of the dictator, sovereign for 15 days, a year at most. And despite Marius, Sulla managed to achieve mastery, Caesar followed suit, there were enough of them to fill 600 years. In our own day, hereditary, constitutional monarchy has been our way out of military despotism, but only on the further condition that the exercise of political rights is set aside for the bourgeoisie. The moment the pleb steps into the arena, it equips itself with a leader of its own devising, which is to say in accordance with its force. After a republican interregnum, Cromwell took over from Charles I through the good offices of Puritan democracy, and Bonaparte from Louis XIV thanks to the Jacobin plebs. Under the Roman emperors, heredity, no matter how favorably disposed the soldiery and the people were to it, never managed to embed itself. The reason for this is that in Rome it was not his condition as heir that secured recognition for the emperor, it was, instead, the imperial title, deserved or already secured, which consecrated his succession. Titus and Marcus Aurelius Licly succeeded, in one case, his father Vespasian, and in the other, his father-in-law Antoninus the Pious. But Titus and Marcus Aurelius, prior to their achieving the imperium, had distinguished themselves by services rendered. Succession was just a further gilding of their military credentials. Every victorious general among the Romans was de facto and de jure imperator. As Augustus had only his birth on his side, it was unusual that he did not sooner or later succumb to a more authentic imperator. Which is what happened to Caligula, Nero, Commodus, Heliogabalus, Alexander Severus, the younger Gordius and others. In actual fact, a country has only two ways of protecting public freedoms from the trespasses of force and warding off despotism: by organizing, as England did, a hereditary monarchy operating through ministers answerable to a parliament and reserving electoral privilege for the bourgeoisie, or, if the country's constitution is founded upon universal suffrage, by conferring the enjoyment of political rights and economic rights, meaning equality of education and fortunes, upon the multitude. Were I allowed to use past analogies to conjecture about the future, I dare say that Napoleon III, having been made emperor, not on the basis of military success but on the basis of heredity, and with the French nation repudiating Praetorianism 342, it strikes me as, on both these grounds, inevitable that the current empire will revert to being a parliamentary monarchy. But then again, since the very same head of state traces his entitlement back to universal suffrage and his government having thus far had no chief purpose other than the fending off of economic revolution, the restoration of a parliamentary monarchy seems equally unfeasible, for those same two reasons, and it is this that makes the situation so novel. Fata viam invenient. 343. Just as the political constitution is, in the final analysis, built upon force, so it is also sanctioned by force, on which basis, public force is conflated with international law. In fact, any nation incapable of organizing itself politically, and in which power is unstable, is a nation doomed to be consumed by its neighbors. Like a nation that could not or would not wage war, or which might be too weak to defend itself, it is not entitled to occupy a space on the map of states, it is irksome and must be brought under a suzerain. Neither religion, language, nor race count for anything here, the preponderance of interests overrules everything else and lays down the law. Whereupon the right of force, the right of war, the rights of peoples and political rights become synonymous. Where force is absent, a government cannot stand, much less than where nationality is absent. A frightful right, you may say, a regicidal right in which one would be reluctant to discern any form of justice. Well, no, away with pointless sensibilities. Bear in mind that the demise of a state does not entail that of its citizens, and that there is nothing worse for the circumstances of the latter than a decrepit state ripped asunder by factionalism. When the mother country is resistant to freedom, when public sovereignty is at loggerheads with the sovereignty of the citizen, nationality turns into disgrace and regeneration by an outside force, a necessity. Just a few words about civil law and economic rights. Civil law is made up of the range of the rights of man and the citizen, family rights, property rights, rights of succession, work, exchange, housing, etc., all of which are placed under the care of the public authorities and subordinated to the public interest, and their sanction resides in the right of force. Even though it tends increasingly to justify itself in terms of work and the fair relationship between real estate income, interest on capital and wages, property is no less obviously tied into the right of force, based, originally as it is, upon the right of first occupancy or of conquest, and subject to the condition that it is incumbent upon the property owner to exploit it as a good paterfamilias, in the best interests of his family and of the state. As Napoleon I put it, if an owner could not work his land or have it worked, if he allowed it to lie fallow and derelict, I would assert my authority and confiscate it from him and hand it over to the more capable and deserving. Whoever cannot use, the conqueror reckoned, is not worthy of the possession, in other words, no force, no right. When it comes to landed property, that is the principle. So, it is only by a subsequent convention, a sort of a legal fiction supported by the state, that the property owner is able to have possessory title and work it through the intermediary of a farmer. The nature of entitlement, like that of things, does not countenance such abstract ownership. Society is marshaled against it, and on a daily basis we see the land slip from the hands of the rentier into those of the farmer. And so, the right of force is transformed by the mutuality of guarantees between citizen and citizen, family and family, association and association, company and company. It has somehow to be stripped down only to be built up again. We are aware of it only now and again, in an indirect way, in the rental agreement, the limited company, etc., where the superiority of force, labor, capital, or industry leads to the superiority of wages. As if force, being an animalistic thing, brought shame on intelligent, free humanity, the lawgiver disguises it as best he can. You might say that, having achieved such heights, he reckons the right of force as unworthy of a well-reared fellow as wrestling and fisticuffs. This is the fleur-de-lis denying the bulb from which it sprouts. What seems improper in the citizen is glorious in the prince. The right of force is the preserve of sovereignty, the emblem of justice. In which case, far be it from anyone to lay claim to and insist upon it, woe betide any who might lay a hand on it. 344 Under the feudal regime, the right of force had been only partly curtailed, some of it having remained vested in the baron who, by virtue of the right of force, also enjoyed the right of war and the right to administer justice. The revolution completed the task begun by the kings by imposing eternal silence upon feudal squabbles, by reducing the great feudal lords to the same level as their serfs when it came to the right of force. Furthermore, even in the civil order, the right of force is a long way from having the final say. It alone can end the debate between the so-called bourgeois class and the working or wage-earning class, that has been raging over the past 30 years. Whether by means of battle or some consensual constitution, it does not matter much, but the rule of labor, credit, and commerce is undergoing change. Wages and value, the freest things in the world, are coming around to being policed se policier. To be sure, there will be no denying that brawn is better and worthier to justice than the metal which mediates exchange, labor being more honorable than trading, lending, and investment, surviving on hard work and frugality. The laboring masses are more moral than the parasitism that exploits them. Force, and with it, right, are on the side of brawn, labor, and the masses, but neither brawn, nor labor, nor the masses are receiving their due. It is when the citizenry, taking stock of their interests as toilers and comparing them alongside their interests as privileged persons, entrepreneurs, and capitalists, come to a recognition of the superiority of the former over the latter. Once the petty bourgeois, the small property owner, the small industrialist, as well as the peasant, the shopkeeper, and the working man come to the conclusion that they have more to gain from toil than from rent and speculation, it is at that point that the people, the industrial democracy, will break, and in the name of the right of force, being a synonym for the right of labor, a synonym for the right of the intelligence, the suzerainty of money, will weigh up rent and taxation, rein in property to its just limit, change the relationship between labor and capital, and enshrine economic right as the capstone of the whole edifice. And that will be justice. Force will yet again have enforced right. If now, from the vantage point of force, so new to jurisprudence, we look upon the development of right in its main categories, we will discern a series or range of rights that would have gladdened Fourier's heart. 1. The right of force. 2. The right of war. 3. The rights of peoples. 4. Political right. 5. Civil or domestic right. 6. Economic rights. This breaks down into two branches, just like its component factors, labor and exchange. 7. Philosophical rights, or the freedom of thought. 8. The right of freedom, whereby humanity, molded by war, by politics, by its institutions, by labor and commerce, by the sciences and the arts, is no longer governed by anything other than sheer freedom, obedient to the logic of reason alone. Within this spectrum of rights, force sings bass and freedom an octave higher. The keynote varies depending on the character of the race and the degree of civilization, family or patriarchal right among the nomads, property right, or land-based patricians, among the ancient Romans, the right of labor in the industrious medieval cities in Italy and Flanders, mercantile right in Tyre, Carthage, Athens, Corinth, Marseilles, and in modern England. The trend is towards undiluted freedom becoming synonymous with the pure right, that is civilization's ideal, the highest expression of force. Proscription, a sentence of death or outlawry. Ht. This way of interpreting the social contract is a far cry from Rousseau's. According to the Genevan philosopher, the people's sovereignty derives from the communion of freely expressed individuals' wishes, from whence it follows that the rights of man, the root of the rights of the nation, is rooted in man's will. But it should be obvious that a gathering of 100,000 electors cannot, juridically speaking, invalidate the wishes of a single person, nor, as a result, lay the groundwork for a proper sovereignty, in spite of his protests. My right, the expression of my will, is beyond destruction and alienation, and if I refuse, there is actually nothing in the chorus from my 100,000 gainsayers to outweigh my refusal. Thus, a single person, by countering the will of the majority with his veto, could prevent the passage of a law, stymie the actions of the government and make the sovereign impossible. The example of the Poles, as cited below, demonstrates this. The nonsensicality of the outcome proves the falseness of Rousseau's purely metaphysical theory. I am well aware that, in order to have done with it, it will be claimed that the majority's rights are greater than that of the minority, which simply means that there is to be an appeal to force. But, unless force commands some sort of entitlement of its own, one will merely have used violence, that will be a usurpation and not an act of justice. Therefore, it is the right of force and the respectability inherent within force, as a human faculty, that represents the first seat of righteousness, the first echelon of the legal and political order. The objection will be raised that the possessor of force, the people, may very well not be right at the same time, in which case do we still have to argue that it is sovereign? To which my answer is, invoking the very same principle, that force only has rights insofar as it is humane, that a force bereft of intelligence is nothing more than brutishness, a tool in the hands of an intelligent power that will know how to use it and with which the latter will curb and enslave the people. This we have seen down through the ages, and it is what happened in 1848 when the people, summoned to electoral meetings, appointed reactionary assemblies, and it was manifest more palpably still following the coup d'état. Force, let me say again, only has rights if it is humane, which is to say, intelligent, moral and free. The moment it is reduced to a brutish condition, it falls to thought to seize control of it and deploy it to its advantage. Pj.P. Conclusion. In our first book we have stated, warfare is the driver of society. Its thinking, its influence are omnipresent. It is the driving force that shapes all our powers, religion, justice, philosophy, the liberal arts and the useful arts. Warfare has made society what it is, so much so that, were warfare, the thought of warfare and its handiwork discounted, we could not conceive of what civilization might look like, what the human race might be. Those propositions, spelled out at length, albeit in a few short pages, have, in Book 2, taken on a very different yet serious meaning. By discovering that there is a moral content to warfare, that, in its very idea, themes, and in its purpose, there is, implicit within it, an idea of right, it therefore boils down to an out-and-out bench warrant. We can now see that this is the view of every people, the belief at the heart of hearts of the human race. We have therefore come to realize that we held the key to this mysterious and massive phenomenon, and the more that formidable apparition had previously seemed to represent a degradation of our species, the more suddenly sensible we became of its having buoyed us up. All our effort has therefore been poured into the precise determination of this moral factor. To that end, we have had to overcome the universal reproach from the authors, in whose eyes war is purely and simply an evil, not to say evil itself, and the right of force the negation of all righteousness and justice. We have found that, with regard to the supposition, inherent in the very idea of warfare, that there is a reality to right and legitimacy in the jurisdiction of force, all the authors, jurists, and publicists, philosophers and poets radically and unanimously part company from the belief held among the nations. Those who have recourse to force by way of a necessary sanction of right, only do so with a heavy heart, by invoking a principle alien to right, the principle of utility. Alternatively, on the understanding that there is no sanction for justice in terms of principle, other than God, and humanity having fallen, the sanction of force is the badge of our mischief-making and the rod that punishes us. The right of force, they all say, is not a right, it is the very negation of right. From which it follows, if these authors have things right, that war in turn has no juridical powers, on which they have been quick to agree. Furthermore, albeit that they have overlooked this, the rights of peoples is meaningless cant, political right a fiction, civil law and economic right bereft of guarantees or principles. Such a clear-cut contrast between universal sentiment and scholarly authority, and the disastrous consequences that the jurist's theory would entail in terms both of certainty of principles as well as the running of societies, made it imperative that we embark again upon a thoroughgoing examination of the issue. Now, the outcome of that examination is contrary to what the scholars argue, but in accordance with the belief of the nations. It is in accordance with the hopes raised within us by this grandiose phenomenology of war. It is as certain that justice is a real faculty and positive notion of man's, as it is true that there is an actual, positive right of force. That said right is subject to the same conditions of reciprocation as the rest. Like every other right, it has its speciality, and therefore its boundaries, its competency and its incompetency, that the most ordinary assertion of it, since the earliest societies were formed, has taken place between states, whether apropos of their formation or aggrandizement, or indeed, their divisions and their stability. Finally, it has been shown that war is the modus operandi of the right of force, given that its sole purpose, in specific instances, is to pursue claimed prerogatives by means of force by making such force manifest through battle. Like property rights and labor rights, like the right of intelligence and the right of love, the right of force is one of the rights of man and of the citizen, the premier right of all in terms of order of manifestation. The only thing is that, as a result of the impact of the social contract, the citizen surrenders the right of force into the care of the prince who, alone, is invested with the right of war and the right of justice, for the benefit of all. The right of force and therefore that of war, once accepted as authentic rights, re-established within legislation and within science, pose not the slightest problem to the deduction of other rights. The rights of peoples is designed to legalize warfare, so to speak, to anticipate and regularize its effects and, if need be, to preempt them by laying down, in advance, the relations between their powers and prerogatives. Political right grows out of the substitution of public force, acting on everybody's behalf, for the scattered force of individuals. Civil law and economic rights can be traced back to people being equal before the law, and universal mutual acknowledgement of all the rights that may result from their respective attributes and from the unfettered exercise of their faculties, insofar as these attributes and faculties serve the deployment of their force. So, from here on, everything is coordinated to perfection, everything follows, stands, is connected, and knits together. We have a principle, a modus operandi, a perspective, a purpose, a method. No more split within man or within society, force and right, mind and matter, war and peace all blended into one homogeneous, indissoluble thought. We now know what makes nations enthusiastic about battle. We can tell by what mystery religion and warfare are two expressions, one in the real world and one in the ideal world, of the same nature and the same law, why the notion of warfare permeates all poetry and all love, just as it does all politics and all justice, how it comes to pass that in every people the manly ideal is a composite of magistrate, priest, and warrior, and, finally, how it comes to pass that when societies are corrupted by protracted delights, war can put them back on course. The fact is that, as we foretold right at the start of Book 1, there is a moral aspect to warfare, because war delivers justice and that justice is by any account of the sublimest, most incorruptible, and most solemn sort. It now remains to be seen in what way war, which to us appears so normal, so glorious, so fruitful, lives up to its mandate, how it conducts itself with regard to its requisitions, its executions and, let us be blunt about it, its proceedings, the extent of its attributions and its remit, the value of its judgments, what assurances of justice it offers nations, the abuses into which it might fall through the immoderate use of force, and what the consequences its prevarications might entail for the world order. Because, as yet, we possess only half of the truth, having unearthed the principle of the sublimity of warfare, it remains for us to discover the reason behind its horrors. This we propose to explore in the next book. Book 3, War in its Forms. Furor impious, Siva Arma. 345. Virgil. Summary. Warfare is a form of judicial action between states, designed to amalgamate, separate or strike a balance between them. Such action is just, it relies upon a positive entitlement which we have demonstrated in the preceding book. Furthermore, it is efficacious, the whole of history provides proof of that. As a result, the verdicts of war, just in terms of principle and format, efficacious in their action, can be deemed as judicially sound, so that in the determinations of force, effectiveness and validity are synonymous. We explore factors that, in certain instances, render victory uncertain, ineffective, and therefore the judgment of war null and void. Examples. From these further considerations added to those set out in Book 2, it transpires that the act of war, like the duel, and, much more forcefully than the duel, must be held to certain strict rules, and said rules are indicated a priori by the definition of warfare and its purpose. On this count, universal acquiescence, the conscience of military men and the arguments of the jurists are pretty much in agreement. But what are those rules? Does the practice abide by them? That is the question we must now discuss. So, in the present state of affairs, and since the origins of societies, what have the laws governing warfare been? What are its usages and customs? What should they be? Does warfare respond through its acts to that which its principle and purpose would suggest should be expected of it? This is something it is important to scrutinize, painstakingly. We turn to the critique of military operations, the constant contradiction between the theory of the right of force and its application. Sublime and holy in conception, war is ghastly in its handiwork, as much as the theory ennobles man, the practice of it is a stain upon his honor. 345 Virgil, Aeneid, Book I, 282-83, Furor impius intessiva sedens super arma et centum vinctus aenis post tergum notis fremet horridus or cruentug. Trans, within, impious rage, sitting on savage arms, his hands fast bound behind with 100 brazen knots, shall roar in the ghastliness of blood-stained lips. AP. Chapter 1, on Warfare and its Validity. In chapters 7 and 9 of the preceding book, we saw how warlike activity develops between two nations. Let us briefly review that argument. Considered in terms of its constitutional unity, the nation is sovereign and independent. Its autonomy defers to no authority, no court. Between one people and another, terms such as authority, sovereignty, suzerainty, government, supreme council, diet, prince, majesty, command, law, etc. are out of place. These are a whole order of ideas and facts that no longer obtains. Just try to slip anything of that sort into some treaty or congress and there will be a hue and cry and, unless the expression is withdrawn, a falling out. It is the very essence of a state and of its dignity that it repudiates anything that might, directly or remotely, represent a trespass against its independence, close alliance, amalgamation of interests, the importation of mores, laws, language, ideas, and even, in certain instances, of goods, in short, anything that might generate between it and the foreigner the merest semblance of community and fellowship. No doubt, these days nations are too dense and have too many points of intersection, too many necessary dealings, for them to be in a position to make a reality of this ideal of political independence, even though they might want to. But the principle stands, and governments depart from it as little as they can. Neither England, nor Germany, despite their countless connections to France, has adopted her system of weights and measures. Russia, whose vastness and remoteness are protection enough against her being assimilated, clings to the Julian calendar which these days is running 12 days behind the sun. But, no matter what the heads of state may do to preserve their independence from one another, a point is reached where that independence is in jeopardy. There is no one to blame for this. Swelling populations, their proximity to one another, their points of resemblance, the intercourse between them, neighborly relations, their bonds of hospitality, marriage, association, the irksomeness of barriers are all factors which, here and there, endanger the diversity, autonomy, and nationality of governments. Once the intermingling begins to gradually make itself felt, and the situation becomes ever more urgent, the escape route initially suggests itself to every mind. It is to bring all nations under the same authority and to share and standardize government, dynasty, worship, legislation, in short, bring them all together into a single state. Now, as we have pointed out, when states are at loggerheads, such an amalgamation is a matter of overwhelming seriousness. It implies abdication by the greater part of them, if not a transfiguration of them all. But, for a nation to abdicate means abjuring everything that has hitherto constituted its glory, its life, its happiness, and the pride of its citizens. It represents a moral death, a suicide. A nation cannot tell its neighbor, as Ruth told her mother-in-law, "Let me stay with you, your people shall be my people, your God shall be my God." 346 A nation does not offer itself up as a sacrifice, It cries out against amalgamation, at the very least it demands compensation, privileges, guarantees that are dangerous and often impossible to offer. Whereupon war becomes obligatory. What does it mean? Let us attempt for a moment to rise above our parochial instincts, which are, deep down, as lacking in virtue as they are in patriotism. Modern man, lost in immense states, and with no ties to the government other than through taxation, knowing nothing of his homeland than the name or rather the myth, is quick to reason like the ass in the fable, what does it matter who the master is, as long as I wear a pack saddle? A full manger, freedom from beatings, doing the master as little service as possible, pilfering from him should the opportunity arise, for many folk civil rights and civic duties pretty much boil down to that. We have 100 ways of expressing those fine sentiments. The true amphitryon is the amphitryon where one sits down to dine, he who will be my priest, I will be his parishioner. Or indeed, that government is legitimate which adds to our earnings and asks least of us. I forget who said it in Latin, ubi bene, ibi patria. Wheresoever I fare well, that is my homeland. But I do not recognize the ancient mind there. Such skepticism regarding where the homeland lies is the mark of our age. Man in the ancient city thought along quite different lines. Naturally, the risking of his assets, the loss of his honor, were a factor in his horror of foreign domination. But spiritual matters had to be acknowledged too, the religion of the gods, the remembrance of the ancestors, the country's institutions, the honor of the race were close to his heart. Such an eclipse of the laws, mores, and everything making up the originality, character and life of a people, the effect of incorporation, struck ancient man as worse than death. We have gone past that now, together with living in the provinces, we have lost the true sense of the country, nationality, homeland. There is no point casting around for the causes of this. And warfare these days is more governmental than national, which helped in no small way to blind us to its spirituality and lofty morality. With its blood-stained weaponry and its piles of corpses, does war strike us as any less ghastly from any particular point of view? Is it evidence of our progress? Come what may, it is no evidence of our intelligence, much less of our virtue. For early man, therefore, war had this meaning which it retains from government to government. That, in the inevitable course of events, thanks to a decision of fate, one of the existing states is doomed to perish. That, by virtue of the right of force, a sentence is pronounced against the weakest one. That, as a result, because killing is inescapable, the best course for the citizens of that state is to courageously embrace the last desperate hope by taking up arms to affirm the inviolability of their homeland. War is the delivery of the verdict of force, expressed by the myth of Jupiter weighing the fates of Achilles and Hector, the two champions of Greece and Troy, in the balance. Our moralists call such justice cannibal justice. It seems they would rather that the belligerent powers appoint commissioners charged with compiling statistics about the two countries, that done, we might get on with the constitution of a brand new state where the interests of each people could be so handled and balanced as to satisfy everyone's self-esteem. These outstanding pacifists overlook just one thing, that religion, homeland, liberty, institutions are not things to bargain over. The very notion of compromise over these things is of itself apostasy, a badge of failure, on which no one wants to take the initiative. Hence the reason for the powerlessness and pointlessness of diplomacy. If it were merely a matter of giving force its due, compromise would be easy, honorable, and mandatory. I would venture to say that, reduced to that expression, war would never be waged. But there is something in our moral existence, the honor of the city, the collective personality that goes by the name of homeland, and which is mirrored in every one of us, and in the absence of which we lapse back into a state of nature, and for the sake of which we are called upon to make sacrifices. Now the sacrificing of the homeland by its citizens cannot be countenanced. Fate should have condemned it at the right time. We shall defer to fate's verdict. But it behoves the beneficiary to carry out the will of the gods at his own risk and peril. Hand over your arms, Xerxes told Leonidas. Come and take them, the Spartan retorted. And over the past 24 centuries the applause of the human race has drowned Leonidas's words. Come on, barristers, I cannot help here applying to my authors the label that the Republic's soldiers hung upon the representatives of the nation. Brace yourselves. The spilling of blood is nothing, the attention should be on the cause that has shed it. Can you remember the Roman woman who, while attempting suicide, told her husband, under threat from the tyrant, "Poet, no dolet. Poetess, this does not her." Point 347. What matter life where right is at stake? Is not righteousness the whole and all of man, and isn't justice by itself no more than life, love, wealth, and liberty? Two litigants, by virtue of the very fact that they bring a suit against each other, commit more than their fortune and their life, they commit their rights, their word, their oath, in short, their honor, since right and dignity or honor are synonymous, and the dishonest litigant is held beneath contempt. Now, if righteousness can be decided through combat, through the testimony of force, courage, and inspiration, if it is the case, in short, that the stronger, the braver, the more industrious party, the side more disposed to virtue and sacrifice, must at the same time have and be held to have right on its side, how keen will it be to join battle? In which case, are their weapons not going to be holy and blessed? This is the very thing that happens in warfare, with this difference, that we are not dealing here with two private individuals but with two peoples, that the crux of the dispute is not some pointless interest, but rather their sovereignty, and that neither party can be assumed to be acting in bad faith. What is the meaning of feudal debates before such a court, where some long-winded barrister, aided by some clever attorney, stands before a weary judge to argue with tongue and quill that right is on the side of his client, where there are quibbles over texts, where panache, talent, and hard work count for nothing, where the most honest man is bamboozled every day, deceived by the greater scoundrel? Is this not making a mockery of justice? You speak of the spilling of blood. But can you not see that justice, like love and liberty, is found in death, that only those who know how to face death are worthy of living and commanding, that everything else is slavishness, ad servitudem nati? With force the instrument of justice, devised as a settler of the differences between powers, war is inescapable, all that remains is to regulate its conditions. Which takes us to the very heart of right, or, to put that better, to the procedures of war. However, before getting to grips with that, one final scruple gives us pause. This judgment of force, so well grounded in theory and which destiny foists upon nations at the cost of disgrace, can we at least be certain that it is not going to have been a purely pointless exercise? Can we place our trust in it, embrace and affirm it as good, effective, sound and authentic? Dying for a great cause is all well and good, but the sacrifice of so many selfless lives would be monstrous if civilization, if humanity were not to reap the fruits of it. And what does experience tell us, in this regard? The philosophical study of history shows that human agitations, insofar as they relate to the formation, amalgamation, decline, decomposition, and recomposition of states, are responses to an overall trend, the purpose of which is to gradually introduce harmony and liberty across the globe. And the agent or minister of that lofty intent is war. The verdicts of warfare are consistent with the schemes of providence, they become definitive, and no power can void them. On the other hand, if those verdicts are tainted by fraud, chance, ambush, incompetence, or abuse, they cannot stand, they are set aside by historical reason. There is no sound victory outside of the plan drawn up by that loftier reason and the fighting conditions that it prescribes. Which is why warrior justice, like civil justice and criminal justice, is surrounded by norms that stand as a guarantee for its competency, integrity, and validity. In war, it is not enough merely to be the stronger, if that war is waged without grounds, any more than it is enough, supposing that the conflict is legitimate, to have fought the enemy, unless one genuinely is possessed of superior force. Should the right of war be tainted, victory is rendered sterile and nullified, for, just as war has its remit and its norms, and just as it has its prevarications and errors, it also has its sanction, an incorruptible and I might even say godly sanction, in which it has the edge over all courts. Since earliest antiquity, we have seen huge political groups formed at the expense of smaller groups, without any sign of resistance or heroics placed in the way of their incorporation. Then after a more or less lengthy existence, those groups fell apart, with no force capable of arresting the breakup. What does this two-pronged phenomenon mean? For a start, that in terms of civilization, the state, as the expression of a collective entity and an agency of right, has to occupy a certain area below which it remains inadequate and beyond which it becomes a burden upon the peoples, incapable in both instances of properly fulfilling its mandate. And then, once the conquest is over, the assimilation of the vanquished peoples into the same state should proceed according to certain conditions which, if they are overlooked, swiftly re-endow the incorporated elements with their respective attractions, generating antagonism within the body of the state and leading to disintegration. Victory is not everything, one has to know how to put that victory to use. Post-conquest assimilation is the first duty of the conqueror and I will even say the entitlement of the conquered people. In the absence of such assimilation, warfare is abusive since it serves no purpose and the verdict delivered by force becomes fraudulent and tyrannical, nature and providence are deceived, there are grounds for annulment. At other times, abruptly formed states have been seen to fade away with no less swiftness. What can that mean? That the growth of states, like that of animals and plants, takes time, that if multiple annexations follow one another too hurriedly, they overwhelm the state's powers of assimilation, that, as a result, the victories that pave the way to them are not worthy victories produced by genuinely superior force, which divests war of its efficacy and repeals its determinations. Why, then, did the Greek republics, so jealous of their independence and so inimical to unity, wage war on one another? In order to endow the state with boundaries that accorded with the rules of political existence, the overall scheme of civilization and with Greece's historic mission. It fell to Greece in the 15th century before Christ to assume the leadership of mankind. But what happened? The narrow-mindedness of those tiny republics, the rampant selfishness by which they were prompted, did not allow them to achieve their own amalgamation, and left them incapable of laying the foundations of the universal state, the expression of the universality of right. Greece only ever attained any such semblance of unity in the person of Alexander of Macedonia. But, unified in that form, and even with the Ionian coast included, Greece was not equal to absorption by the Persian Empire, much less foisting her laws upon the world. With the conqueror dead, his generals carved up the empire between them, some middling-sized states were reformed and with their aid, Asia, whilst remaining true to herself, gradually absorbed the Greek spirit. Pending the advent of the Romans, there followed the completion of the war with the Medes, the Peloponnesian Wars, the Macedonian conquest and, finally, the wars between Alexander's successors. The real patricians of the right of war were the Romans. It took them 5 centuries to combine the Italian peninsula, a far cry from the stunning swiftness of the conquests of Semiramis, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, Cambyses, and Alexander. And its outcome was to be that much more fruitful and long-lasting. Italy conquered, a movement of a new type began to surface, in which war would have its part to play too. This was the conversion from Greek, Latin, Gallic, Spanish, Egyptian, Asian polytheism, to a monotheism common to all the civilized races. Religious unity, anticipated by the philosophers, was therefore established by taking political unity as its expression, in accordance with the ancient mind. This was what we term the Roman Empire. But the movement that pushed for the unity of worship only temporarily involved the unity of the state. No sooner did the monotheistic propaganda cease than the dismemberment of the empire took effect. The emperors were the first to take a hand in this. The Latin conquest was self-defeating, as if, setting the establishment of Christianity to one side, Roman triumphs from Appius Claudius's arrival in Sicily, through to the Battle of Actium, had been merely the consequences of tactics rather than proper feats of force. The very same laws of annexation and boundary setting governed the formation and general march of modern states. It would be hard to tell where the current agitation will end up, but there is no gainsaying that for the past 15 centuries, Europe has had a consistent and insurmountable tendency to break down into a given number of groups. Indeed, contesting their boundaries seems to be the sole focus of contemporary international law. Among those groups, some appear to have reached their point of maximum expansion, whereas others are in the throes of getting there. The measure of civilization being pretty much the same everywhere, there is also the same forceful revulsion everywhere to amalgamation, meaning that the hypothesis of a European monarchy is anti-European. Now, mark this well, it is through seemingly unstoppable war, by dint of unrelentingly refreshed and, so to speak, rewarded strife, that the formation of diverse states has taken place. The barbarian invasions were the instrument employed by providential justice to break up the Roman Empire and to shape brand new states out of its fragments. Once achieved, the first thing we saw was barbarism evaporate everywhere. Strong enough to smash the imperial armies, the conquerors nevertheless lacked the strength to assimilate the conquered peoples who swallowed them up instead. Such was the fate of the Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Franks, Lombards and so on, all of them swamped, one, by the natives. Thus spoke the law of force. The same principle presides over the formation of new states. The argument of force, the conditions of their equilibrium, determine the importance of the kingdoms, republics, principalities, and indeed towns. Every policy undertaken by the princes that was consistent with the laws of force and the right of the strongest has brought them success. Whereas, every time the warring states, drunk on success, sought to step over the boundaries set for them by the logic of things, despite their prestigious victories they have remained powerless and the upshot has been only needless slaughter. What was the point of the 100 Years' War between France and England? Where were the fruits of the victories the English achieved at Elecluse, Crécy, Poitiers, Agincourt? What was achieved by the treachery of the Dukes of Burgundy in throwing in their lot with the kings of England in order to finish France off? All that glory and all that criminality added up to nothing. It was just as everything seemed lost that everything was saved. The voice of a young girl 348, genuinely representative of the people, injected fresh courage. A political display, the coronation of Charles VII, provided the signal for the final expulsion of the foreigner. A cautious, by no means warrior king added the finishing touch by demolishing Burgundy, after having consigned its last prince to a death from shame and fury. What was the point of the Italian campaigns of French kings Charles VIII, Louis XII, and Francis I? What did the victories at Fornovo, Ravenna, or Marignan bring us? Only a proverb, Italy is the burial ground of the French. And what was the point of the victory scored by Charles V over Schmalkalden's confederates at Mühlberg, and all the butchery by Tilly and Wallenstein? At a time when the Reformation had been crushed and was on its deathbed, a fresh actor, a real hero, Gustav Adolphus, swooped down from the north with a handful of Swedes, and all the exploits of those phony victors were reduced to nothing, like deeds tainted with fraud. In the previous book, I quoted the example of Louis XIV. I stated that no war ever looked more unjust and treacherous than the one he waged against Spain over the claim to Franche-Comté and the Low Countries, from 1666 to 1672. No conqueror has ever had to face such strident criticism for what they did. But I went on to add that while the King of France's motives, as expounded by his diplomats, were supremely iniquitous, in the eyes of the higher justice of states, and according to the right of force, that should have been enforced, Louis XIV's conquest had legitimacy. Which is why the annexation of French Flanders, Franche-Comté, Alsace, the three cathedral cities, never faced a serious challenge, and why, during the monarchy's darkest days, in 1713 and 1815, the unity of France was never even called into question. The repeated onslaughts of Marlborough and Eugene made no headway. Just as the wars of unadulterated ambition undertaken by Louis XIV had proved fruitless, the one pursued against his properly constituted monarchy was also doomed to prove futile. At one point, in Denain, the Allies lost their advantage. The day Villars saved France, just as Messina had saved Zurich in 1799, was just another demonstration of the futility of a war waged against a country pronounced indivisible by the nature of things, the laws of history, and even the reasoning of its rivals. What was the result of the coalitions formed against the revolution? Nothing. Likewise, what was the outcome of Napoleon's campaigns and all his endless victories? Nothing. On the one hand, France had to carry out her revolution within the boundaries set down for her by her kings, and no power had any right or capacity to prevent this. Yet, on the other, revolutionary France also was to serve as pioneer for the continent, becoming the embodiment of freedoms that precluded conquest on her part. 20 successes to every setback, our military historians proudly proclaim. No doubt, but that setback, bringing up the rear, undid everything that went before it and determined the outcome. The empire's wars dealt telling blows insofar as they served the cause of the revolution and carried the spirit of freedom beyond France's borders. In that regard, at least, Napoleon's victories were not pointless. His sword was the rod employed by humanitarian justice to get governments and kings to shift, regis eos in virga feria. 349. But as a means of conquest, the empire's battles were worthless. Which is why France was ultimately defeated in Leipzig, why all her annexations backfired against her, why not one of her conquests has been left to her, why the peoples that, she flattered herself, she had won over began defecting by way of protest against French domination and took up arms to defend their as yet untouched nationality. That's why, since 1815, France has only waged war on behalf of others. She gained nothing, or next to nothing, from her campaigns in Spain, Greece, Belgium, Crimea, Rome, and Lombardy. The annexation of Nice and Savoy has been portrayed by the imperial government as a border adjustment, prompted by Piedmont's sudden expansion. The silence from the powers that be is evidence enough they don't know either way. Algeria is our sole conquered territory, but 30 years later, indeed, from day one, that conquest has been reduced to a military occupation. The civilized find nothing so hard to absorb as barbarism and the desert. In an average year, France spends 50,025,000 men on retaining this prize. The imperial government complains about this just as the government of Louis Philippe used to do. We have made barely any inroads into the territory and no inroads at all into the minds of the natives. Go through all the histories and you will find not a single thing to contradict this theory. It carries its certainty with it. War is the verdict delivered by force, it is the assertion of right and the prerogatives of force by force of arms. It turns into a nonsense as soon as some contrivance is used to score a victory over force. Which is why the waging of war does not end on the battlefield. Conquest, which is its ultimate purpose, only becomes final with the assimilation of the conquered. Unless that condition is fulfilled, victories are just odious dragonnades 350 and conquerors merely despicable charlatans chastised sooner or later by the force they misuse. The average person, who understands nothing of such reactions by outraged force, plumps for the most laughable explanations. He tells himself that chance has swapped sides and, being fickle, has deserted her favorites, that one cannot be a winner in war all the time, any more than one can in a lottery, that malicious fortune delights in unmaking the plans of genius, etc., etc. Add to all that a dash of fatalism or belief in providence and you get the full picture. And those who write the tales of war now have no other philosophy. If we are to believe them, wisdom would consist of halting time, like the clever gambler who, making do with his winnings, bows out at the first sign of luck turning against him. We have read lengthy, massive, shabby histories. Will it require such great effort of common sense to understand, with the facts staring us in the face, that what determines the downfall of the conquerors is quite simply that, with battles won, they imagine they have reached the peak of their power, when they have in actual fact plunged to the lowest ebb of weakness. For a country like France, It took several generations to annex and assimilate the provinces falling between her borders of 1790 and the waters of the Rhine. And Napoleon did not go so slowly. Given the course upon which he had embarked in the wake of Marengo and Hohenlinden, he was doomed to conquer, and conquer, which is to say, to fight ever more numerous foes, amassing ever more insubordinate subjects, just to be deeply undermined by all the territory he was gaining and to run ever greater risks. No matter his own skills and the clumsiness of his enemies, the day had to come when, all the odds being against him, his empire would collapse like a house of cards and he would be bamboozled by his own fancy. When I come to deal later with tactics, I will revisit the causes of the formation and swift downfall of the First Empire. My concern here has been merely to quote the fact in support of the law. Chapter 2, more on the same subject. The legality of the Italian Revolution demonstrated by the right of force. Since I've begun discussing contemporary affairs, I cannot help saying a little more about them, and show, by means of a spectacular example how force, invoked by the discord between states, can deliver its verdict with clarity and sure-footed judgment in matters that even the cleverest diplomats could not resolve. The reader will be all the quicker to forgive me this digression because no sovereign and no nationality will be able to take umbrage at what I have to say. For the past 15 centuries, Italy, that strange country, has been living under starkly contrasting principles and influences which it has not managed, thus far, to eliminate or reconcile. As Joseph Giuseppe Ferrari 351 has explained, up until the 19th century, Italy remained at once imperial, pontifical, federal and municipal. She has been exposed to and been deeply marked by the consecutive influence of the barbarians, Constantinople, the Germans, the French, the Spanish and the Arabs. She has been targeted by a host of adventurers who have left a strong impression. After a revolutionary effort of nearly 1,000 years, the grandest ever witnessed, after the corruption of the 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th centuries, Italy was spent, and plunged into the lethargy that has made her the fable of nations and turned her, as M. Metternich had it, into a geographical expression at the disposal of the most powerful. 352 Occupied by the French from 1797 to 1814, the treaties of 1814 to 1815 divided her between the rule of Austria on one side, and that of the princes on the other, who followed Austria's policy and gloried in their power. Given the density, intermingling and fellowship in which the nations of Europe live, it was inevitable that Italy should find herself in this situation. It was fair even. By virtue of its very weakness, a people that cannot manage to constitute itself politically and which cannot bear the aggression of the rest, creates a right of supremacy for them. It cannot claim independence, it would pose a danger to the rest, a source of disintegration, by virtue of its disobedience. Italy was therefore plunged into the circumstances reserved for inert, ambiguous, or contradictory societies. Devoid of political principles, precisely because it followed divergent principles, she was bereft of political existence. What befell her was logical and, let me say it again, in terms of the rights of peoples, it was fair. But then, from 1814 and 1815 onwards, under the sway of the ideas that had made the French Revolution, a new spirit began to evolve in Italy. The brightest minds set about delving into the causes of their country's decline and ways of regenerating her. They countered the ancient divine law with the rights of man, Roman faith with philosophical reason, the idea of empire with the constitutional system, the hostility of her towns, blamed on the foreigner, was countered with ideas of homeland and Italian nationality. The times were eminently favorable for this renaissance. In spite of everything that has been said about the celebrated treaties, the dates 1814 to 1815 were nevertheless, as I have shown somewhere, the era of constitutional governments and the balance of powers. On both grounds, Italy was able to stake a claim to her political liberty and to her autonomy. 353. In short, new ideas were spreading in Italy. They spread, let us note, legitimately by virtue of the imprescriptible right of intelligence, or, to put that another way, the right of unfettered scrutiny or freedom of thought, which is independent of the right of force and falls entirely outside of its remit. Due to the impact of these ideas, a day would have to come when Italy, like the France of 1789, would raise up her head, shake off the dust of her past and clamor, "I have the right to live, as I both think and live, I have the right to live because I can feel my strength. Therefore, I want to live, to resume my place in the sun among the states and to ensure that I too become a great power." After 1848, Piedmont became the engine room of this movement. 354. As we might imagine, this unsolicited and legitimate desire, was not, at the very outset, shared by the majority of Italians. At a stretch, it may enjoy majority support now. But that desire was most certainly not shared by the governments whose very existence it threatened. The young Italy was at loggerheads with the following powers: the Pope, whose temporal power is, today, denied; the Emperor, which is to say Austria, substituted for the rights of the Holy Roman Empire, his possession guaranteed by the 1814–1815 treaties; the King of Naples, the Dukes of Tuscany, Parma, and Modena rallying around the papal idea and Austrian policy. Now, note that whilst young Italy had its rights, these sovereigns, unquestionably, had theirs as well. Before the rights of peoples, the only one applicable here, and the court of war, the only one competent to make this enforcement, both parties ought to be regarded as equally honorable, in equal good faith, and equally well-founded in their demands. Indeed, if one is entitled to be a free thinker and to seek its development through free thought, the other is equally entitled to remain Catholic and to look to Catholic institutions for its salvation. Likewise, whilst the former is free to express a preference for the representative system, that most recent creation of political genius, the latter cannot be precluded from clinging to absolutist rule, which dates back to time immemorial. But those two trends, tolerable in private persons subject to the same government, cannot be reconciled within one government. The state cannot be both liberal and absolutist, believer and philosopher; it has to make a choice. Who is to retain power? That is the question. Therefore, I say, and this is the theory which I am striving to assert here, that when we step down from the heights of intellectual speculation, emerge from the secret recesses of conscience and leave the philosophical arena behind, in order to stand on the terrain of raison d'etat, this question can only be resolved by force. And I have on my side the support of the freethinkers themselves, those supporters of universal suffrage and of the parliamentary principle of majority rule. Indeed, what is the law of numbers other than a transfiguration of the right of force, as I pointed out in the previous book? The only difference being that, in the realm of public right, decision-making is based upon strength of numbers, and in the realm of the rights of peoples, it rests on the effective superiority of not just intellectual, but also moral and material forces. And this difference, on account of the realities in Italy, does not favor public right. So, this is how the various cases for war break down in this so complicated revolution in contemporary Italy. 1. Between Piedmont, the heartland of the revolution on the one hand, and, on the other, Austria, a conservative, absolutist power. If the Italian state of Piedmont were dealing only with a purely Italian Austria, the outcome of the war would not seem to be in doubt. The imperial power would be deserted by part of the population it rules over and, by virtue of that desertion, the superiority of force would shift across to King Victor Emmanuel and the matter would be settled. All that would be missing would be endorsement, someday inevitable, of victory. But Austria is not merely an Italian power, she is simultaneously a Germanic and Slav power. So, with regard to Piedmont, which she is capable of crushing, she has the upper hand, and the verdict of force, delivered in these circumstances, would manifestly run counter to Italy's cause. What to do, then? To balance the outside force drafted in by Austria in support of her Italian possession with some other outside force, which is what happened when the French stepped in. How are we to account for that intervention? The fact is that the same conflicting principles and ideas that have split Italy since 1815 have also divided Europe, that, as a result, all powers have an interest in the contest, some as absolutist powers, others as liberal powers, and a second Battle of Navarra, lost by the King of Piedmont, even though it may, on this occasion, have served Austrian interests, would have posed a danger to revolutionary Europe and, primarily, France. Now, with France siding with Italy and against Austria, the latter, being left to her own devices and condemned by the mere fact of Europe's impassive stance, a judgment had been delivered once and for all and pronounced in the name of force. The victories at Montebello, Palestro, Magenta, and Solferino spoke with sovereign reason. 355 They were legitimate and sound. The Emperor Franz Joseph was left at liberty to appeal against his defeat, and the Emperor Napoleon III to go back on his word and drop his ally, Victor Emmanuel. Nothing that diplomatic intrigue could produce in this context would raise a query over the decision delivered in the recent campaign. The fact is that Italy, in the incorruptible minds of France and Europe, must be free, and any contrary solution would be an abandonment of the right of force. 2. Between Piedmont, that hotbed of philosophical propaganda, and the papacy, the stubborn religious power. The Church does not wield the sword, as far as it is concerned, that is an article of faith. By virtue of that exclusively Catholic principle, deciding between King Victor Emmanuel and the Holy Father by feat of arms becomes impossible, not to mention that the Pope's subjects would not fight against Victor Emmanuel's Italians. But the Pope's temporal power concerns the whole of Catholicism. In addition, the Pope had his states restored to him under the Treaty of Vienna. It remains to be seen whether those Catholic nations that have more or less gone over to the new principles, will interpret the Vienna Treaty in the same way as the Pope does, and whether they will close ranks in order to defend the papacy against Italy's formal wish. Well, that decision went against the Pope in the Battle of Castelfidardo 356, in which General Lamoricière was the loser. The mind of the populace today is not quite the same as it was in the days of Hildebrand. 357 Back then, the people sided with their spiritual leader against their temporal leaders. Today, one will not find enough devoutness, enough faith, enough men in the entire Catholic world, to champion the Pope's temporal sovereignty against the Piedmontese army. No matter what Roman Catholic dogma may make of it, the war placed it on record that a crowned pontiff is no longer viable. It has, if I may be so bold, passed God's judgment upon it. 3. Between Piedmont, representing Italian emancipation, and the Dukes of Tuscany, Parma, and Modena, the Emperor's allies or feudatories. To pose the issue in those terms is to resolve it. If, where the Emperor is concerned, young Italy's ambition is just, is it also just where the Dukes are concerned? Then why were they not the first to endorse it? And if the verdict of the war against the former is sound in all its ramifications, it extends also to his allies and feudatories, unless these are in a position to join battle with it in their turn. Why did they not line up in person and with their armies in tow, either on Victor Emmanuel's side or against him? In the first instance, they might have held on to their states, in the second, they might not have lost them. But these highnesses made a stand against the movement and have found themselves on their own, their subjects have abandoned them. Such sovereigns are unworthy of life, they did not have the strength for it. 4. Between the King of Piedmont, crowned King of Italy by popular acclaim, and the King of the Two Sicilies, friend to Pope and Emperor and secessionist to boot. The public initially welcomed the Italian people's enthusiasm for its regeneration with such pronounced sympathy. But it was somewhat irked by King Victor Emmanuel's readiness to exploit that gusto in order to seize the states of the Dukes, the Pope, and the King of Naples, one after the other. His performance was viewed as ambitious more than patriotic. The young King of Naples, Francis II, 358, was given credit for his somewhat belated concession to his subjects' desire for a constitution. He was also given credit for his proposal for an alliance with the new King of Italy. Finally, the splendid defense he put up earned him universal sympathy. But the people were not convinced that it was yet Italy's calling to set up a great unitary power, especially since Italy's intellectual leaders were divided on this score. Finally, there was a weariness with all these seeming trespasses against customary rights and the written law in Europe. What has the right of force to say now? Force is equally insusceptible to error and to going back on its verdict. It may be misused, one can even, to some extent, avoid it, but it is, nevertheless, infallible. Note, for a start, that in Europe's current circumstances, there is a universal trend towards unity and the centralization of government. Since the end of the Great Wars, Great Britain, despite her individualist genius, has provided plenty of evidence of her centralizing tendency, and that trend will only grow under the impact of social democracy, presently getting itself organized. Belgium, no less liberal than England, is committed to the same course. Germany, bourgeois and plebeian alike, is clamouring for unity. Austria might not have failed in her drive for unification had she previously engaged in political reform in the spirit of the age, by which I mean of the 1815 treaties themselves. A day will come, and it may well not be far off, when this trend towards concentration may go into reverse, once the experience of bourgeois parliamentary arrangements has become widespread and the great economic issues have been added to the agenda. The social revolution that failed in February 1848 will then be carried out right across Europe. For the time being, however, there is no question that on every score opinion is mostly for unity. So, it is only natural that it should be so in Italy as well, but in spite of the federalist antecedents of that country, a country which is, more than any other perhaps, inimical to unity. It is also easy to see that if Italy were left to her own devices, and if no outside influence was brought to bear there, and if the question of unity went hand in hand with the question of emancipation, the battle between Piedmont's king and the king of Naples would have to work out to the advantage of the former. Is that solution, which may not be the last word, to be looked upon as an injustice of war? No. Italian unity currently strikes most people as a precondition of independence, and because, whilst it is legitimate to have one's suspicions about the efficacy of that grand amalgamation, it is equally legitimate to query the King of Naples's conversion. Until such time as a new order is installed, the overwhelming sentiment in Italy, and therefore right, is on the side of unity. But Italy does not exist alone in Europe, she belongs to a vast system of states more or less independent of one another and governed by certain principles. Just as in her struggle against Austria, she was the beneficiary of French intervention and of the passivity of other states, so she must also take account of the opposition that those same states may put up against her unification. Now, those states are not merely Austria, defeated but yesterday, but guaranteed half of her Italian possessions under a brand new treaty. We also have France, rueful perhaps of seeing the force that has served her so well turn against her. There are the Catholic enemies of revolution, and soon there will be the Socialist Democrats, increasingly vocal against political centralization and bourgeois constitutionalism. We see all the sovereigns outraged at the sight of one of their own being treated in such an offhand fashion and appealing to public propriety regarding princes and states, pending recourse to force. To be brief, for the idea of Italian unity to succeed once and for all, King Victor Emmanuel must make his peace with force. Not just in Italy but throughout Europe. In the absence of that, it will fall short and every victory and conquest might prove a sorry disappointment to him. The French are still in Rome, the Austrians in Verona, England, Russia, Germany have withdrawn their sympathies from him. Let him make a move and he is done for, and poor Italy joins him in his downfall. In the event that Piedmont succeeds in the assimilation of the two Sicilies, the only thing the government in Turin has to do, is, first, marshal the Italian forces in order to forestall any return by the foreigner and then win general endorsement for the unification arrangements for the peninsula and the adjacent islands. This is Monsieur Cavour's task, and it is a much thornier undertaking than Garibaldi's. 359. Let us restate our case in summary. Force, per se, is a stranger to doctrine. But since doctrine, more or less plausible and embraced by a number of minds, sustained by certain blocks of interests, is inclined to proceed from theory to application, and consequently to supplant other doctrines and different interests, the issue is naturally referred, where states are concerned, to the court of force, the jurisdiction of which is not open to challenge. Ideas that do not know how to fight, and which shun warfare or scuttle away from the bayonet's glint, are not equipped to rule over societies. Men who cannot die for their ideas are not made for government. A nation that would refuse to arm itself and which could only scowl at its rulers, would be unworthy of autonomy. The right of nationalities exists only in this regard, force creates it and victory provides its endorsement. The fortunes of the King of Naples have been boosted by a half since his act of war. He has sanctified himself through his courage. No matter what comes to pass, Italy will have no need to blush at her kings. The Pope alone is impossible. Let us sum up our first two chapters. In principle, the molding of humanity into independent, sovereign states seems to be a law of civilization and a law of history. That being the case, we have to believe it. States are of varying sizes. As a rule, they far exceed the boundaries of the tribe and city. However, it does not look as if they can encompass a sizable portion of the globe, much less the actual entirety of the globe. Warfare is the deed that animates the political agglomeration of states, in accordance with certain circumstances bearing upon force, time, area, and assimilation. As an action that shapes states, there is, therefore, a legitimacy to war. It has its remit as the arbiter in their squabbles. Its verdict, serving no purpose other than as an indicator of where force lies and as a dispenser of prerogatives, is authentic. Finally, that verdict is effective. As a result, war can and should be held as judicially sound. As any annexation must abide by the law of greater force, in the circumstances and under the conditions prescribed, the dispute is settled, justice done. The efficacy of the operation and soundness of judgment are synonymous here. The first of those expressions serves to signal the material effect of warfare and the latter its moral impact. The conventions of war are the conditions and practices that guarantee the fairness of the fight, which the belligerent powers are required to fulfill towards each other. The efficacy of the victory and thereby the legitimacy and irrevocability of the annexation, depend on them. Trespasses against the forms or laws of war does not always imply the invalidation of conquest. In regular courts a verdict may be unjustified, prompted by passion, delivered following scandalous proceedings, without its necessarily being unjust per esse, and open to appeal. The tasks that bring it into disrepute fall to the litigants, their lawyers, the judges, but do not preclude it having its full and unadulterated effect. But it is often the case that contempt for the laws of war generates mediocrity, which are later translated into defeats that overturn initial victories and restore things to their initial status. We have cited some examples of that. Moreover, as the reader will appreciate, this is of the utmost gravity. The costs of civil justice are infinitesimal compared with those of war, and if one might succeed, by stricter observance of the principles, in only limiting the incalculable disasters that the ambition of governments, the ignorance of the masses and soldierly brutality cause, it would still be worth the effort. Princely honor, popular well-being, and war's morality all have an equal stake in it. Chapter 3, on the regulation of weapons and the policing of combat. Since war is action pursuant to the right of force, it is subject to rules and has its conventions. As such it has a genuine procedure, and its verdict, delivered in the circumstances and for the purpose required, is sound. Its execution, surrounded by the requisite formalities, are as just as they are efficacious. Conventions is a term that has as much currency in the language of military men as it does in that of the jurisconsults. There is nothing arbitrary about these rules or conventions in the prosecution of war. They flow naturally from the very notion of warfare, from the nature and purpose of it. Contravention of them constitutes a crime liable to severe punishment in the event that one loses. Likewise, should one emerge the winner, contravention will diminish and sometimes cancel out the victory, or just taint the new order of things. Adherence to the laws, rules, or conventions of warfare is therefore a matter of the utmost importance. In order to get a fair grasp of this, Let us review what occurs in a duel. Odious, and even absurd in most instances, and for that very reason rightly looked down upon, the duel is nevertheless deserving of our approval when we see a man of courage, having received some deadly slight, for which regular justice makes no provision, forego revenge, and generously offer to fight his adversary. There are some slights that kill their target morally if they are allowed to go unpunished, and yet which cannot be put right through the courts. If we accept that justice is one of man's greatest assets, and that as a result his dignity consists in this entitlement to justice, like the medieval seigneur, we have to grant that he is at least entitled to the right to challenge his offender and take him on in a fight. Mightier than the policy of kings and the wisdom of the jurists, universal conscience permits it, and it is because it is universal conscience that speaks, and which imposed rules upon dueling. The murder committed by the duelist is pardonable. In a duel, the location, time, and weapons are agreed, seconds are appointed, chances are equally divided, the combatants are prohibited from acts of treachery, ambush, cruelty, and outrage. From the instant they are brought face to face, each merits the other's respect. Insofar as possible, neither is afforded any advantage other than that deriving from his own natural vigor and appreciation of his rights. Once these conditions have been met, and, under the supervision of witnesses, the signal is given. Things proceed in good faith, the last word is spoken. The winner does not allow himself a callous thought, not a single word of invective. He will not lay his hands on the loser, be the latter dead or wounded. He will consider his person, his corpse, his memory, his weapons, and everything belonging to him as sacred. He will not go on to marry his widow, he will not move into his house, he will not attend the funeral. It may well be that the deceased is the person slighted, he will at least retain his honor, his reputation as a man of courage, who preferred death to derision. In death, he will come to be missed by honorable men, but will die with the satisfaction that in the moment of danger he struck remorse into the heart of his enemy and left him with the odious burden of his death. This is what dueling does to the consciences of duelists. Yet the enormous abuses cannot be disavowed from the duel, and nothing spares duelists from being prosecuted and stigmatized under the law and, in most instances, receiving but a lukewarm reception from public opinion. Now, considered in terms of its nature and purpose, warfare enjoys every advantage over the duel from the moral point of view. It rules out any notion of slight and hatred on the part of the belligerents, so much so that, should one of the two belligerent powers have slighted the other, the former owes the latter reparations in all military propriety, prior to their joining battle, which could not be the case with a duel, since once such reparation had been made the duel would be rendered impossible. Warfare also has a positive and tangible purpose, either the amalgamation of two peoples and the formation of one, larger, state, or the separation of two races, two peoples hitherto united politically, but which religion or some other cause have irrevocably divided, or, finally, the demarcation and balancing of sovereignties. Meanwhile, the only possible outcome of the duel, the only satisfaction sought, albeit by implication, by the side that issues the challenge, is blood and death. Finally, warfare conducted with propriety and leading to a sound victory delivers justice. It proves something, the superior force of the victor. As a result, it establishes his righteousness, whereas the duel's validity does not go any further than the matter at issue. Of itself, it proves nothing. If it delivers justice, that is down to mere chance, since the outcome of the confrontation could as easily have gone the way of the caster of aspersions as of their recipient. Measured alongside the duel, war strikes us as the very acme of human virtue, a godly judgment to which the conscience of nations appeals for the highest and most solemn verdict. The field of battle is the real assizes of the peoples, the communion and paradise of the brave. How then could that Supreme Court operate without rules? How could warfare, deliverer of justice, be devoid of conventions? Let the reader pay especially close attention here, if he will, and, as he reads my words, set aside all prejudice. Humanity's errors are only as stubborn as they are deep-rooted, sanctified by custom and time, and the public mind has difficulty grasping this. It is not a bland paradox to assert the reality of the right of force, it is no more gross to argue that as war is a sort of judicial proceeding, that the means of constraint are not all equally suited to it, and that one way of fighting, which might result in victory going to the weaker side and nullifying the blessings of force, would constitute an affront to the rights of peoples and a veritable felony. Let us recall, one last time, how the case for war arises between two nations, which is to say a dispute that can only be settled, as Cicero had it, by means of force. We have families, tribes, born far apart from one another, living on an immense plateau, in vast forests, in a long valley, living and multiplying utterly independent of each other for some time. As they thrive, they form small states, and soon these, in conformity with the law of their expansion, eventually brush up against one another. At first, a demarcation issue crops up, which is settled by means of ordinary law, or at any rate is susceptible to it. Such a situation could not last for long. The frictions between the tribes make it hard for them to shift, all manner of problems arise, regarding rights of way and easement, intermingling and alliances are agreed, not to mention food shortages. In short, it becomes necessary for these hordes, tribes, cities, clans to resolve into a small number of states, a republic, or a kingdom, which, as far as most of these microscopic states are concerned, entails a loss of individuality and independence. The quarrel, which seemed, initially, to be destined to be reduced to a matter of ownership or trade, turns into something quite different, the survival, not of persons, but of political community. Is there a basis for annexation, yes or no? These are the terms in which the issue is posed. If yes is the answer, then what part will superior force play? Which state is going to bestow its name, its laws, its language, and its gods on the rest? Where will the core annexation take place? This is the question that hovers over every war and that scholarly jurisprudence ignores, a question that can quite evidently only be settled by force, the resolution of which therefore requires a struggle in which there will, of necessity, be bloodshed, the swallowing up of wealth, and one nationality sacrificed, but which, in the final analysis, viewed from the vantage point of international law and progress, is nothing more than juridical action. We are too soft-hearted to embrace the notion of such a tragedy. Such blood-stained justice we find repugnant. Deep down, however, it is the only rational one, the only honorable one, the only legitimate one. The upper hand belongs to the stronger people, the liveliest people, the people that, by dint of its labor, genius, the organization of its power, the exercise of its rights, is possessed of the greater measure of political capability. Because in a people, force is not gauged simply by the number of its men and the vigor of their brawn, it also includes faculties of spirit, courage, virtue, discipline, accumulated wealth, and productivity. The formation of large states, inevitable at a given point in history, the honor of naming them, supplying the component parts thereof, all of these are the prerogatives of force. Granting ascendancy to the weaker side would be more than injustice, it would be folly. Now, how are we to distinguish the stronger from the weaker other than by combat, wherein both the contending parties will have to deploy whatever physical and moral energy, intelligence, civic virtue, patriotism, accumulated learning, industrial genius and even poetry they can command? For the force of nations is, let us reiterate, made up of all these things, and war is proof of that. Therefore, and we cannot say this too often, in the gravest issue by which a man's soul can be quickened, that of discovering which, of two peoples doomed by necessity to amalgamate, is to wield the upper hand, the right of force, so decried since Aesop, is positively the better. War is a judgment, as such, it has to proceed with the utmost circumspection, abiding by all of the conventions and with the assurance of justice. Logic wishes it so, and the instincts of nations declare it so. All the warriors and statesmen, all the historians and jurisconsults are agreed upon it, when they unanimously acknowledge that war has to be preceded by a declaration of the aggressor's grievances and a denunciation. When they talk about war's conventions and laws, when they deliver up to infamy the barbarian who trespasses against them, they recognize war's conventions. The commander in the field is to the enemy commander what the plaintiff is when faced by his adversary in the courtroom. At that point, both represent the personification of their people, they represent its force, its honor, and all its faculties. This was why the Roman consul was at once general and magistrate, why he was the very embodiment of all authority, and why the Romans, who, inside the city, described themselves as quirites or spear carriers, bourgeois, adopted the designation milites, troopers, in the field. The former, deriving from quir, meaning pike or javelin, the name of the god of war, distinguished the free man from the slave and the emancipated slave, who had no entitlement to bear arms. It was the badge of righteousness, the insignia of property. The latter was indicative of political solidarity, with the army corps as its image. Warfare, which brought into play all the resources of the nation, was therefore just a variety of justice, a variant of religion. It was described as pious, just, holy and sacred, and was attended by all manner of formalities, ablutions, and ceremonies, so that the most religious and most legalistic of peoples was at the same time the most warlike. All of this demonstrates that the conduct of war cannot be left to happenstance or be abandoned to the savagery of the soldier any more than to the whims of generals. Since every nation is entitled, whether attacking or for self-defense, to deploy its natural assets, and to capitalize upon its position and all favorable circumstances, it follows from this that war may vary in terms of its operations. It may culminate in a clash of armies in the open countryside, or involve a series of maneuvers on land and sea, sieges, etc. For it is not just a matter of the side making demands needing to be the stronger, it also needs to be in a position to overwhelm the enemy at home, in his stronghold, in all the fullness of the resources at his command, which demands an effort far superior to that which a straightforward battle would require. In any case, and no matter the weapon of choice, once the terrain has been selected and the mode of combat chosen, it is strikingly obvious that a code of honor has to be enforced, in the absence of which the war would cease to be a juridical act, it would degenerate into banditry. The mounting of attacks by the two sides would no longer imply valor, it would be cowardice. Given those conditions, the war would be meaningless, it would boil down to an extermination. Slaughter would turn into the sole guarantor of dishonorable victory. The winner, doomed to the utter destruction of the loser, would have accomplished nothing except a feat of infamy and impotence. Every trespass against war's procedural laws will be punished, either by a backlash from force or by the decline that sooner or later besets the guilty party. The Spaniards' destruction of the kingdoms of Peru and Mexico, like the expulsion of the Jews and the Moors, wholesale murders that were followed up by odious dispossession, hastened the Spanish people's corruption, and were assuredly the most active causes of their decline. Over the past 3 centuries, Spain, falling a notch with every reign, has been paying the price for her wars and the maverick nature of her conquests. Saint Bartholomew's Day and the Dragonnades nudged France onto the same downward slope and would have doomed her to the same fate, had she not been raised up again by philosophy at the end of the 18th century and by the Revolution. In warfare, as in the Olympic Games or the tournaments of the Middle Ages, there are some things that honor and justice command the combatants to eschew. Someone who bites his opponent's arm in order to break free of a hold is hounded out of the arena. The duelist who attacks his opponent from behind before the latter is on guard, is held to be a murderer. The same goes for war. If war were only a hunting down of evildoers and pirates, one could envision the gendarmes dispatched to deal with them resorting to anything, steel and fire, violence and trickery, to crush them. But this is a hard-working, peaceful populace subject to the courts that we are revolutionizing. This is a political power that any other power may be equally entitled, in a specific instance, to subject to its rules, but which has a corresponding entitlement to resist such subjection and counter force with force. The argument, in such a dispute, that all means are permitted, as long as they succeed, is yet another instance of the natures of things being misconstrued and a lie uttered to the conscience of the human race. Yes, war, like any prosecution or judicial action, is subject to rules. It has its conventions, outside of which anything that occurs between the combatants can be deemed non-binding. In short, there is a righteousness to it. The entire military practice of nations bears witness to this. There is no notion as familiar to us as that of conventional warfare, no expression more frequently invoked among publicists. So that the real issue is no longer whether warlike activity should or should not be governed by rules, but whether the widely accepted rules, which civilized peoples unanimously flatter themselves that they abide by, are what they ought to be, which is to say, if they speak to the principle of war and to its purpose. Here I cannot help raising once again and with added energy the wrong-headedness of the authors. Since they deny the right of force as a matter of principle, and consequently regard all acts of war as judicially vacuous, how can they welcome its code? How can they subscribe to such laws? How can they offer them their support? Repudiating the ordeal or trial by combat. Grotius wastes no time discussing its rules. The very same condemnation applicable to the act extends to its conventions as well. Why is this not the practice with regard to warfare? Having lamented war as by nature anti-juridical, what sort of connivance allows him to countenance, in the name of right, the so-called lawful procedures and practices that, in most cases, are the most odious things that blind rage and barbarism can devise? According to Grotius, and all the writers on this subject, not only does warfare authorize wounding and killing, which is an inevitable consequence of combat, but murder as well. It countenances poisoning, countenances the putting of entire populations to the sword, regardless of age or sex, countenances their transportation, countenances looting, arson and destruction, countenances rape, countenances enslavement, countenances the slaughter of captives, countenances pillage, ransom, dispossession and confiscation, countenances grave robbing. All of it done, they say, and we shall furnish proof of this, as part of the right of warfare. No army has ever been held to account for it, and to this day, as we shall see, this is what goes by the name of conventional warfare. I know that the authors urge clemency upon the army commanders with all the force at their command, also that the progress in Maurice has to some extent softened these rigors of the alleged laws of warfare in practical terms, and that it has become military custom to refrain from all needless cruelty and devastation. But the case for utility stands. In war, every person, from common soldier up to commander-in-chief, is the only interpreter of utility, within the parameters of his activity. One can but guess what utility amounts to in the eyes of an armed man, in the heat of battle, to whom the lives of his fellow men have become trifles, and who can see danger on every side. No matter how safe he may feel, he is going to kill, burn, and loot, and there will be utility, indeed, a necessity in all this. Therefore, war is not, as Virgil had it, just an outbreak of rage and hatred, a contest involving devastation and plunder, and wherein everything that the ordinary courts hold damnable becomes permissible. Tum certer odious, tum res, rapius licebit. As I say, warfare, which until now has seemed to us the most grandiose manifestation of righteousness, turns into the monster described by the poets, the fury of destruction and carnage. Oh! Were war merely what it purports to be, what it has always aspired to become, the recourse to force in a contest of force, none would more readily pay it tribute than myself. If only the jurists, enabled by serene research to retain more composure than the heat of battle allows the soldiery, had drawn this clear distinction between use and abuse in this contest of powers. If only we had been able to look to some sort of reform in this formidable exercise of armed force, then I confess, that far from the bloodshed striking terror into me, I would see this mystery of death and justice as the last word in human happiness and would worship warfare as the sublimest manifestation of conscience, and would bow before the cannon's roar like the people of Israel before the voice of Jehovah. Unfortunately, this is not how things are. In its operation, warfare is not such as its principle and purpose suppose it to be. The theory says white, the practice implements black, whilst the inclination is towards righteousness, the reality looks no further than extermination. Between the deed and the idea, not only is there an utter contradiction, but it looks to be beyond remedy. And so, it will be a tricky question to answer why, with the principles being so patently obvious, with the jurists' arguments, the honor code of the warriors, the conscience of the masses, the interests of the winners and losers alike, and with everyone finally being of the same mind, why it has not been possible to rid the dueling between states of the horrors that besmirch it. In November and December 1848, Proudhon was challenged to 2 duels. First, by Félix Piat and then by Charles de Lescluze. 2 shots were fired in the first, but no one was hurt. Proudhon declined to duel de Lescluze, suspecting, with Piat having already failed, an attempt to assassinate him. Proudhon described the whole affair as a ridiculous comedy, and it exacerbated bitter infighting on the left of the Constituent Assembly of 1848, to which he had been elected a deputy. A month later, the government put Proudhon on trial for denouncing Louis Napoleon III as a traitor of the revolution. In June 1849, after 3 months on the run, he was incarcerated for 3 years. Louis Napoleon III declared his coup d'état in December 1851. For more on this episode, see Stephen Vincent, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, and the Rise of French Republican Socialism, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1984, 182-90. AP. Chapter 4, The Critique of Military Operations and Tactics, an examination of what caused the downfall of the First French Empire. The principles underpinning the following critique are: 1. War is the judgment of force. It only takes place between states for reasons with direct or indirect bearing on the political life of nations. 2. The manner in which this judgment is delivered consists of pitting forces or powers against one another. The verdict goes to the winner. 3. Force is not just physical, brawn, it is above all a moral thing. As Napoleon used to say, in war, moral force is to physical force what 3 is to 1. Courage and all the spiritual faculties of citizens, as well as their bodily vigor, industry, and wealth, are part and parcel of the state's force. 4. Therefore, if there actually is a right of war, and surely no one could now query it, that right is primarily designed to regulate conflict, ensure that the fight is conducted fairly, and the victory legitimate, by bringing into play the full range of physical, intellectual, and moral resources of the parties, by prohibiting treachery and fraud, by banning, on pain of steep punishments, all deeds that are an affront to ordinary morality. The man who marches off to do battle for the sake of his homeland has to rise above himself, not just in terms of his vim and bravery, but in terms of his virtue, and needs to well nigh become a saint. 5. We should add, by way of an aside, that there is a tendency in every people to confine the contest to a sort of closed field, where force, courage, and right also have their parts to play. In the case of the international disputes, which war is supposed to settle, there is almost always a battle, a day, such as at Jemmapes, Zurich, Marengo, Austerlitz, Wagram, Leipzig, or Waterloo 365 that decides the fortunes of peoples, dynasties, and governments. This is what might be described as the duel between nations. It is with an eye to ensuring success, whilst simultaneously curtailing the horrors, that populaces are of one mind in giving a wide berth to military operations. The duel is fought out between armies alone. Having set out those principles, the first question that arises is this: is it a lawful war, such as the right of force intends, when it involves swordplay and scheming, attacking the enemy through recourse to ambush and ruse, splitting his forces by means of feinting maneuvers, then swooping upon him unexpectedly and destroying him piecemeal, nullifying his resources by marauding through his territory, putting his homes and stores to the torch and capturing his vessels, finally, substituting, insofar as one can, cunning for force, expertise in arms for courage, group maneuvers for numbers and mass support? We are right to be surprised by this, and it is not the least of the contradictions we will have to identify in military operations. War is the claim to an exercise of the right of force, and it appears, from the behavior it entails, that its sole purpose is to frustrate force, thwart its triumph and undermine its reason. Lest anyone accuse me of resorting to ambush, let me caution the reader that the discussion into which I mean to enter is designed to achieve nothing less than a complete renewal of strategy and tactics, by claiming on behalf of the right of force and for the sake of the honor of arms themselves, that a more precise distinction needs to be made between things that are legitimate in warfare and those that should be held to be illicit, and that, thereafter, operations should be determined by legislation. Such distinctions and determinations are not easily made, I will concede, but when were distinctions ever easy? Whoever draws a distinction sets out a definition. Logic dictates that every definition comes with a caveat, omnis definitio periculosa. 366. In which regard, war is no worse served than right, philosophy, natural history, and all the sciences. Far from the warrior losing patience with these precautions, his self-respect should glory in them. So, I return to my query, according to the law of war, what should the overall rule be where tactics are concerned? To what extent can guile be substituted for force, and ought one to countenance surprise attacks and ruses? At first glance, it would seem that because war is the verdict of force, everything that strays from the pathways of sheer force ought to be discounted. But the question is more complex than it might seem. In a state, collective power, puissance and intelligence also count as a force, industry and art are forces too. Unless exempted from military service, the way churchmen, teachers, and magistrates are, such forces ought to have their part to play in war. Removing the legitimate means of triumphing through use of the moral and intellectual faculties is not just impossible but would be a nonsense, whether the alacrity and the steadiness of glance, sang-froid, vigilance, mental agility, rapidity of movement, application of the processes of art and industry, the appliance of science. Anyone incapable of self-protection, mobilization, turning things to his advantage, gathering together his resources, or who, in an age of high civilization would like to revert to sling and club, such a person would be undeserving of victory, and all the more unworthy of it in that the purpose of victory is sovereignty and the verdict of force was not, it would appear, established so that brutes might be assured of power. Once battle ends, intelligence recoups its rights, force prevails but the spirit rules. This is the sense in which we have to understand the argument that the ancients used to make for wartime ruses and stratagems. Subject to the almost exclusive imperium of force, as they were when the sciences and arts were in their infancy, they were all the more appreciative of the price of intelligence, and in wartime it was primarily by their wits that they lived. In their simplicity, they mistook for wits, science, and high reasoning what was merely guile, nicety and deceit. It even looks as if the victories they counted most glorious were those scored by means of stratagem and with as little exertion as possible. But, in war as in peace, humanity has moved on, tactics and strategy, having become sciences, have abrogated these old ploys of war. Cleverness is no longer displayed in wild cunning, but rather in the gauging of strength, time, speed, and manpower, through anticipation, the art of governing men, stirring them up, mobilizing them and extracting every last drop of energy from them. Today's army commander smiles at the ancient hero's sleight of hand. If he knew that that was the best idea he could come up with, he would feel lost. In accordance with such considerations, one wonders, therefore, to what extent and in what capacity guile can play its part in trials of force, and whether the skill and dexterity deployed in warfare might extend as far as those snares and traps readily deployed against miscreants and wild beasts, but shunned by the old codes of chivalry and which we are loath to see used against honest foes. An important part of the art of warfare, according to the authors, consists of these two operations that are the very opposite of each other, surprising the enemy and evading him. In this regard, the maneuvers of the army commander are merely a more or less permissible and well understood extrapolation from the moves of swordsmanship. The teachers of the military arts say, the most successful moves, the ones that secure the weightiest and most telling outcomes, are those the knowledge and mechanics of which have been withheld from the enemy. What Napoleon used to term catching red-handed. Red-handed doing what? Halting, bivouacking, mounting a flanking movement or on parade, mustering or fanning out. Vigilance is, to be sure, vital in warfare. Whilst a general can be forgiven for having got lost, his letting himself be caught napping is unforgivable. But do not over-rely on tactics, take care not to walk into an ambush, because, as we will have to point out on more than one occasion, thus fall the vainglorious. Under the dueling code and the notion of warfare, strictly speaking, right demands each stands en garde. With both sides on guard, they clash with all their might. I am not going to go that far, that would be lapsing into a different abuse out of undue politeness. Telling the enemy, as the French did at Fontenoy, you English gentlemen may fire the opening shots, would be bravado for which a general today would have to answer before a court-martial. But would the opposite be any less abnormal? Attacking without warning, from behind and under cover of darkness, cutting the enemy's throat while he sleeps, torching him in his camp, crushing him as he scatters, overwhelming him by superior force of arms. Since Homer, that has indeed been deemed sound warfare, the great secret behind victory. Being outdone in terms of manpower or materials, and perhaps even courage, and evading certain defeat, resorting to ruse or trickery to crush an enemy, who is on every count superior, will make the victory that much sweeter. But it turns on its head any notion of a contest of forces and consequently of deciding by force of arms. I can just hear the outcry, war is not a tournament, and treating it like a matter of honor would be overstating its morality. It is an engagement between two states, in which each state is fighting for its territory, its independence, or its supremacy. It might be that even its very existence is at stake. Destroy me or I shall destroy you, that is the warrior's watchword. In such a situation, the law of public safety prescribes that there can be no compromise with the enemy, dolus, en virtus, quis in hoste requirat. As the poet has it. 367. Let us not fall back on hackneyed, rambling disquisitions. Is war really just a matter of uncovering a gang of marauders, of fending off a pirate raid? Let the gendarmerie, the city guards and the whole populace do their best. There's no need to step outside of the provisions of the Code of Criminal Prosecution. But is there an equivalence between an assault on individuals and their property and undeclared warfare between two sovereign powers, prompted by some political motive? Therein lies the crux of the matter. If, on the one hand, warfare is anything more than an act of banditry, or, on the other, the hunting down of miscreants, there are laws to warfare and, after everything we have seen, there cannot be the slightest doubt about this. 368. This is a point that ought to have been established once and for all by now, and it would be childish to revisit it. So, let us press on. If there are laws to warfare, those laws, according to the nature and purpose of the war, exclude all actions typical either of banditry or the prosecution of guilty parties, not to mention the hunting down of wild animals. We ought to be as certain about this second point as we are about the first, and should cling forcefully to it. There is a third proposition demonstrated by reason and attested to by history: the laws of war permit no infringement. If the contraventions made are too trivial to tip the battle one way or the other, they counterbalance one another and the victory acquires the validity of a definitive verdict. If, on the other hand, victory has been secured by fraud or contrivance, by which I mean in defiance of the reason of force, it remains ineffective. Sooner or later, a counterfeit victory is rendered null and void. In light of these considerations, we have nothing further to add and every objection crumbles. The only position we can take is to acknowledge in good faith that, if licentiousness, deceit and all manner of contrivance are to be ruthlessly excluded from anywhere, it is above all in military operations. So, under the rules of combat droit courier, what are the rules governing the tactics of war? That is the question I pose. In order to persuade the reader that, contrary to widespread opinion, it is primarily physical and moral force that should emerge victorious in war, that the skills of the tactician and strategist should be only secondary considerations, and then only as guidelines for force, and more especially, that any sort of trickery and sophistry should be painstakingly kept out of it, lest it render the victory null and void. Let me take the example of a captain rarely accused of irregularity in his operations, but who took strategy and tactics to such a high degree of precision as to invest them with such a character of intellectuality that, when faced by him, the enemy forces had their value halved and the enemy generals were beaten before they had so much as fired a single cannon shot. That captain was Napoleon. General Jomini, after having, with soldierly admiration, recounted the Italian campaign of 1796 to 1797, and been brought back down to earth by the context in which he was writing, lets this admission slip. General causes decide the fates of empires and endow victories with their more or less important outcomes. Point 369. General causes, did you get that? Dominate the science of strategy and endow its victories with their true outcome by confirming or rendering them null and void. And what are those general causes against which victory itself is powerless? In addition to pointing out how the celebrated Austrian campaign was, from start to finish, a mockery of the law of force, due more to the enemy generals than to any skill on the part of General Bonaparte, the general-turned-historian discloses to us, first, how the Austrians, impelled by necessity or lack of foresight, split up into a host of small corps and were destroyed piecemeal in spite of their superior force, by a foe who was sprightlier and still marshaled together. He then demonstrates how, when the armies involved were of equal strength, the outcomes were, as we saw in Arcola, unremarkable. Where the Austrians had strength of numbers, the victory went to them, as it did in the battles of Salo and La Corona. He demonstrates how, in numerous circumstances, the fortunes of Bonaparte and his army were down to chance, to a mistake by the enemy, Austrian good-naturedness, to General Bonaparte's cunning, if I may use that word, and how, at Rivoli a 10-minute delay might have denied the latter the most splendid and most telling of victories. He shows us how these wonderful victories, in which the fighting man's skill and cunning played a greater part than actual force, brought only precarious conquest, how, from the very next year, 1796, the Italy we had conquered with an inferior force was slipping away from us, leading by 1800 to a brand new Italian campaign and to another one on the Rhine, how, in order to consolidate a questionable dominance, Napoleon was dragged, by other conquests of the same sort, into further overextending himself, how, in the end, this great captain, further misconstruing the true principles of warfare and the law of force, and having gathered half of Europe into his empire by means of ill-advised annexations, succumbed under an avalanche of these counter-forces, leaving France smaller after his downfall than she had been when he took over. Certainly, Bonaparte had grounds for fighting the way he fought Beaulieu, Wurmser and Alvensi 370 since they left him open to it. Not that I am reproaching the French general for his victories. But I do say that, given the manner of his winning them, they could not have had the implications he credited them with. I recognize all the wondrous heroism in Bonaparte's first campaign. I will go further and state that victory went to the righteous cause. God forbid that I should deny the righteousness of the revolution. I will even add, confining myself to pure considerations of war, that the Austrian generals, with their sluggishness, their presumption, and their pedestrian minds, did not deserve to win, and that, like every reader who read the accounts of these battles, I have always felt the delight one feels at the sight of stupidity punished and pride humbled. But is it any less the case that in that first Italian campaign, the victory was not exactly to force, and so, as a result, the conquest was unsound? Consequently, might we venture that this brilliant debut by the Republic's youngest general cast a spell that later brought about the emperor's downfall? Antiquity furnishes us with an example which is comparable to that of Napoleon in many regards, the example of Hannibal. Just ponder what Rome and Carthage were at the outset of the Second Punic War. Either I am gravely mistaken or it will be acknowledged that Rome had the greater force. In Carthage, there were major figures but no soldiers. The army with which Hannibal invaded Italy was made up of Numidians, Spaniards, Gauls, allies who had defected from the Roman side, but very few Carthaginians. Certainly not the hallmark of a great national power. The quality of these ragbag soldiers also fell notably short in comparison to the caliber of the Roman soldier. Finally, Rome still enjoyed a numerical advantage. It seemed, for all intents and purposes, as if Hannibal entered Italy only in order to meet his end there. However, thanks to the dexterity of his tactics, his wonderful actions and thanks to the ineptitude of the Roman generals Sempronius, Flaminius, and Varro, he pulled off 4 huge victories in Ticino, in Trebia, near Lake Trasimene and in Cannae, and for 17 years, without fresh manpower or money, he held out in Italy. Rome was thereby punished for the incompetence of her leaders and the poor electoral choices of her plebs. But force was on Rome's side nevertheless. This was evident, first of all, in her containing Hannibal for a year, after the defeat at Trasimene, under the supervision of Fabius Cunctator, then, following the disaster at Cannae, when Hannibal did not even trouble to lay siege to the town, and later, with the whole world raised against her by Carthage, Rome still waged war in Spain, in Italy, in Sicily, and everywhere, and ended by taking it to Africa. It was obvious then what real force meant, no matter how unintelligently it might have been handled. Hannibal, though in Italy and with those 4 mighty victories under his belt, had failed to bring Rome to her knees. A single battle, won by Scipio the Younger against Hannibal in Zama, broke Carthage and decided the fate of the whole of Africa. Outdone in that battle, Hannibal and his motley crew of foreigners could not forever withstand the onslaught of Rome's legions, unfortunately for his homeland. These observations regarding the determinants of the contest between states, and the factors that brought about the downfall of the First Empire, are of such importance that I cannot but dwell upon them a little longer. We have just seen General Jomini vouchsafing to us, in just a few lines, the secret and philosophy of the imperial epic, albeit not realizing the import of his words. As if seeking to appeal the verdict of force ultimately brought against Napoleon, Monsieur Thiers, however, rejects Jomini's explanation. He points an accusing finger at the emperor's bad policy, his overblown desires, the exorbitance of his genius, his misuse of the blessings of fortune. He invokes all the commonplaces of academic morality reinvigorated by the Greeks, whereas he has nothing but plaudits for his hero's strategic plans. Strange as it may sound, whenever I read this otherwise so absorbing Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire 371 where everything is illogically lauded and blamed, I am tempted to plead the case for the first Napoleon. Given the war machine Bonaparte had inherited from his predecessors, and which it fell to him in turn to perfect, plus the revolution as a general cause of war, the emperor pursued his policy out of necessity. In that regard, I dare say that the statesman in Napoleon was less open to reproach than the general. Having become the sword of modernity, the promise of global imperium and, whenever he looked at his adversaries, quite possibly thinking himself invincible, Napoleon had to press ever onwards, even though he had no idea where he was headed. His policies ought to have followed his tactics, rather than his tactics being subordinated to his policies. There were 2 forces driving him on and which he was unable to resist, on the one hand, the thrust of revolution and, on the other, the superiority of his weaponry. This was what he understood with sovereign intelligence, and which he espoused for a time with unprecedented success. But his successes misled him. In the end, he was doomed, not that his reasoning was mistaken, but because his starting point, war, conceived and prosecuted in a certain way, was wrong-headed, and all the more so in that, by propagating the revolutionary idea so vigorously, he ought to have expected to deal with it himself one day. Talk of the ambition of this man and the fire in his imagination is a Seneca-style criticism. In his policies, all Napoleon ever did was live up to the situation foisted upon him by war. He would have been unwavering had his conquests come somewhat more slowly, had he imposed different conditions on the vanquished, or had he waged a different sort of war? This is what Monsieur Thiers could never see. He marvels at the unexpected turns of events, prostrates himself before these victories that leave historians, readers, and soldiers breathless. He fails to understand that warfare, being a faculty of humanity, does not conjure anything up in the twinkling of an eye and, like vegetation and life itself, needs time to complete its handiwork. So, let me say again, the real snare in which Napoleon was caught was the tactics in which he displayed such brilliance, in which he was so lucky. His genius rooted, so to speak, the forces of the enemy, much more so than his might triumphed over them. His rivals barely had time to see themselves beaten and could not explain their defeat. But, not able or not daring to annex every one of the beaten states to the empire, and obliged, as the victor, to exploit his victory, lest he be seen to walk away from his own success, he tried curtailing the enemy's force by just bringing them to heel, which was the worst possible arrangement. There is no middle ground here. A state is either independent or it is not. Napoleon realized this in the end, when, returning from Russia, he watched as his supposed vassals defected one after another and turned against him. But this was no failing of his. Whatever anyone says, the blame lay with a war that trapped him in this middle-of-the-road policy. Too much and too often, he substituted speed for manpower, inspiration for force, and the intensity of his action for time. This was the delusion in his life, a delusion so strong that it seduced his contemporaries and all his comrades in arms, and continues to seduce the historians to this very day. But it is a quite phantasmagorical thing. Do you want the full truth about Napoleon? The point is not to exaggerate the man nor to underplay the hero, just turn the evaluation of his historian and admirer, Monsieur Thiers, on its head. When all is said and done, what was it that brought about the emperor's downfall? It was, as General Jomini puts it, that he ran out of force when confronted by the growing power of his enemies. And how, having overcome all the powers in Europe, one after the other, and expanded his empire with their spoils, had he run out of force? That seems contradictory. The reason was this: on the one hand, the emperor's victories were due much less to his superior forces than to his tactical superiority. As a consequence of Napoleon's conquests having been accomplished with such wonderful skill, but, why not admit it, in contravention of the right of force, those states withstood incorporation that much better. So that after having, as he reckoned it, defeated and conquered Europe, he found Europe raged against him. There lies the mystery, and all of Monsieur Thiers' temperate morality and middle-of-the-road political musings signify absolutely nothing. Napoleon is wronged by talk of his talent as a tactician and strategist, when this gift can be used as the basis for belittling his policy and, we might add, his heroism. If ever a man was born to mobilize the masses of humanity, fill the soldiery with enthusiasm and lead them into contests of force, without looking to ruse and artifice, it was assuredly him. His selfless and authentic warrior soul pervades his proclamations. His times and his education made him something else. He was their victim. The art of warfare never brought forth such a virtuoso, and never was one so blessed with victory as humbled by force. Examined in this light, the career of Napoleon I assumes a different aspect. At the sight of the great captain misled by a false science, one feels greater sympathy for him. As to his policies, it could be no more, a feat of genius applied to a problem, the particulars of which made it insoluble. Napoleon's masterpiece was the French campaign of 1814. In 61 days, between January 29 and March 30, 18 battles were fought by Napoleon in person, and by his generals, not to mention the fortuitous incidents thrown in the mix. According to the historians, Napoleon never displayed more genius, activity, and blessed audacity. Never had he earned so many and such bloody laurels in a shorter span of time. And yet that marvelous campaign ended with the fall of the capital, the downfall of the emperor and his abdication. Turn your gaze on the Allies. They had never been so frequently, so utterly beaten. the fortunes of their arms had never gone so badly against them, under attack from such weak forces, they had never lost so many men. And the result of all these defeats was to bring them to the foot of the Vendôme column as victors, to make them arbiters of France's fate and allow them to change her dynasty and government and restore her boundaries to where they had been prior to the invasion of 1792. The reason behind all these seemingly contradictory things is straightforward and accessible to every intelligence, and is a wonderful confirmation of our principles. It was not, as Monsieur Thiers would have us believe, following the tragic poets, a whim of fate. For a start, it takes a force far superior to that needed to overwhelm an army on the field of battle to crush a nation. And France was under attack on her home territory. Secondly, if that superior force exists, tactical resourcefulness is pointless, and sooner or later the invaded nation is going to have to confront the invading hordes. Deploying overwhelming force will reverse any partial setbacks at a stroke. Up until the capture of Soissons, the Allies resembled hounds attacking a tiger in the thicket, tentatively marching through hostile territory, arriving by a variety of routes because they were forced to split up. The Emperor had all the positional advantages. He was invisible and forever swooping unexpectedly on his separated foes, dealing out murderous blows left and right, from the front and from the rear. But once the Allied armies finally joined up, the formidable commander did not dare come to grips with them again. He had to resign himself to taking a last stand, hoping to lure them back onto his terrifying chessboard, and, in so doing, he delivered the capital to them. All his trophies were annihilated. It was hopeless, needless bloodshed. Faced with this startling validation of the rational laws of warfare, and the powerlessness of the art of guile to compensate entirely for force, we might argue that if intelligence and the full spectrum of the moral faculties of a people have their parts to play in warfare, they can only be as directors of force and not at all as substitutes for it. As a result, we should not put our trust in quick victories, easy conquests, or makeshift annexations. All violence that strays from the character of a generous struggle, and anything that substitutes the horrors of unresisted extermination and the carnage of ambush for a proper duel between the warring parties, deserves to be condemned. Consequently, what are the definitions and rules that, at first glance, need to be imposed upon warring people, especially their officers and tacticians? That is a task I surrender to the experience of military men, cautioning them here and now that if they do not come up with a way of reforming warfare, then this is the end of the noble profession of arms. As for myself, I reckon I am all the more entitled to deny any competence here since, as we shall see later, I conclude, not with the reformation of warfare, but with its transformation, which is a quite different matter. Chapter V, The Critique of Military Operations, on the destruction of the enemy's resources. On marauding, seizures, levies and hirelings. War has, to date, been conducted randomly because it lacks a theory built on sound principles and precise definitions. Like government, family, and property, it has imposed itself as a necessity, regarding which one may argue the pros and cons, but the higher reason and purpose of which none could fathom. Anything good and just that it has produced thanks to the energy of its nature. The evil it has done is the handiwork of men's ignorance. Those who have sought to draw up the laws have been rather crude in their reasoning, basing them on analogies and approximations, occasionally invoking civil law or penal law, sometimes citing the logic of public safety or the voluntary rights of peoples, and frequently looking to charity for assistance. No one has succeeded in discovering a governing principle, something holding it all together. There is also the most extreme discrepancy prevailing over the solutions proposed, and if one wanted to cite an example of the jumble of ideas of which the human understanding is capable, one need only cite the authors who have written on the rights of war. There is significant distance between thinking about warfare as lawful combat in which the contending forces should be confronting and defeating one another, rather than destroying one another, and the first and foremost theory of military men, which is to wage war for destruction. Even if they do not wage war solely for destruction's sake, it nevertheless seems to them that destruction is indeed the condition and method of warfare, and in their eyes the most frightful acts of devastation are permitted. Turenne was once reproached, in the presence of General Bonaparte, for raising the German Palatinate. The young warrior's response was, Turenne was quite within his rights if he reckoned that action to be of service to the accomplishment of his plans. Turenne had indeed been operating on the basis of the right of war as spelled out by the writers on this subject. What they excoriated was not devastation per se, but useless devastation. But how are we to identify the utility of such rigor? How far does utility stretch? About that, not a word. It will be up to the general to decide. So land is laid waste, crops burned, vines and fruit trees cut down, forests cleared, towns and villages put to the torch, and no mercy is shown either to age or sex, even the livestock is slaughtered. A certain colonel in Africa 372 once smoked out 600 Arab men, women, children, and the elderly who had retreated into a cave with their livestock, with about as much thought as a pack of jackals. He was entitled to do so, you may say, if he reckoned that he needed to make an example of them and by reason of reprisal. As always, we have the same argument of utility. Not that I am accusing that colonel who, I have no doubt, was acting conscientiously. But I wonder if that is the spirit of warfare. Striking terror, Grotius said 373, is war's entitlement. Wiping out a population is a very sad thing, but it may be permissible if it seems vital for the security of the army. During his first expedition to Italy, Bonaparte resorted to the rigors of this ancient code on more than one occasion, and General Jomini, whose sense of humanity bridles at the sight of these shootings, nevertheless forgives them on the grounds that for a general his army's security is the overarching law. But, without going back over what was said in the previous chapter, that Bonaparte with his 33,000 strong force was not there in strength, and that his victories, gained primarily through tactics, could not be enforced on the Italians, let me retort here that the army's own security was no excuse for such excesses. Warfare, like dueling, is a contest between courage and strength, and leaving behind a trail of innocence has nothing to do with the struggle. On this score there is plainly something missing in the thinking of the jurist as well as of the warrior. Please, no more talk of the right of war, it amounts to nothing more than savage raging against savage. It has nothing to do with either politics, justice, or force. With two armies in the field about to join in battle, I can well understand how a few homes or a clump of trees might be torn down, a ditch filled in and impediments hampering the fight cleared away. The destruction here is carried out with an eye to battle. The justice of war directs it. But when the devastation is huge and has no purpose other than the enemy's ruination, I cannot countenance it, even if it were a reprisal. That is not war, it is savagery. Here I seek, with some entitlement, a definition of useful and useless destruction in war. I have set down the principle, being the right of force, I now await the rule. Note that we do so also with regard to those whose inconsistency of practice we criticize. Because of the right of war and certain more or less formal arrangements between states, regular armies expect to engage with corps of regulars like themselves when they enter the enemy homeland. Anyone taking part in war without a uniform, without a superior officer, is shot as a brigand. I applaud that policy, the meaning of which is not in doubt and which represents a step along the road to the genuine right of war. But, then, let the armies themselves deploy as corps, let them show respect for homes, persons, and property, let them fall back on their own resources in the meeting of their needs, stop referring to the principle that in wartime armies are entitled to subsist at the population's expense, and let there be no further tolerance of swarms of marauders roaming the countryside and foraging, looting, and demanding ransom for their own gain and engaging in arbitrary requisitioning, following the example set by the generals. In the war in Spain in 1808, the Spaniards, having grown rusty in the profession of arms, and incapable of standing in a line and carrying out maneuvers, fell like sheep before the French armies. Unable to defend themselves en masse against the hordes, they resorted to forming guerrilla bands and set about ambush warfare in which 500,000 French lives were lost. The latter, ashamed of the role in which they had been cast, but obliged by their military oath to do their duty, were not slow to find such partisan warfare as ferocious as it was craven. Any time they could get their hands on guerrillas, they strung them up. Anyone suspected was executed. The right of reprisals, the authors say. But, please, from whom did the initial trespass come? Was it not those who, surprising the Spanish nation in flagrante delicto, unarmed and trusting, betrayed its hospitality and then invited that outraged nation to join in unequal, derisory battles? In short, had it not come from the soldiers from Austerlitz and Friedland? On St. Helena, Napoleon gave the Spaniards credit. They wanted no part of me, and I have nothing more to say. 374 Not that that was enough. The political considerations that triggered the war in Spain might have been unanswerable, except that the manner in which that war was fought would still be odious. After his 3 campaigns, in 1805, 1806 and 1807, had Napoleon grown so weary of winning as to mount such an underhanded attack upon a friendly and unarmed nation? When it comes to marauders, the military raise objections. They say, war should be self-sustaining. That is a professional motto, an article from the old rights of peoples, which nobody queries. The Romans, scrupulous where stratagems were at stake, were shameless in putting this maxim into effect. Its reciprocity banished any hint of irregularity. Let me observe, first of all, that on this score, the military authors do not see eye to eye. Before the Revolutionary Wars, we were so convinced of this truth, that marauding is a scourge upon discipline and a blight upon armies, that by common accord the practice had been for armies to be fed out of their own storehouses, that, as a result, their marches kept pace with the movements of the ovens, and any swift maneuver was prohibited because the bread supply could not keep pace. The French armies that survived on requisitions and which trusted for their subsistence to the fertility of the territories into which they were bringing warfare, scored startling successes against such methodical warriors. From which it was inferred that setting up storehouses was redundant and that, to borrow Napoleon's dictum, war should be self-sustaining. 375. One of the consequences of this observation would have been to reduce the rewards of success. This was one of the main factors in the defeats sustained by Marshal Wurmser in 1797, and by Monsieur de Craye in 1800, etc. 376. These hapless generals' chances of victory were that much more curtailed by the fact that, as they were fighting on home ground, they had to manage their allied or subject countrymen, the spoliation of whom was becoming another weapon in the enemy's arsenal. But the author whom I am quoting adds that this arrangement is subject to terrible difficulties. It cost the French armies twice as many men in the barren countryside of Spain as in formal battles, because in order to survive they were forced to disperse across vast areas, which prohibited their coming together when needed, and delivered them up, impotent, to enemy bands. The observation is well made. In warfare, in the contest of forces, marauding is ultimately more of a nuisance than useful. Well and good. But we are interested in right, and the author I cite does not say that this well-founded consideration of interest has made the nations of Europe wash their hands of this odious practice. It remains part of the current code that anything that has a contribution to make to the enemy's ruination is permissible. Nor has it been abandoned by the strategists who, whilst wary of it, reserve their right to have recourse to it on occasion. To quote their despicable maxim, it is not the purpose of warfare to assert the rights of the stronger for the least outlay, as the right of force would have it, but, where possible, to substitute the lesser force for the greater. Because it is imbued with this way of thinking, Napoleon boiled down the art of warfare to this laconic dictum: split up for survival and muster for battle. It accounts for his successes and his setbacks. Where is the law, the real law of war, here? That is what I ask the jurists, if the military cannot come up with an answer. In order to make things easier for the pedants, let us lay down a few ground rules. The material expression of war's purpose is conquest, meaning conquest of the defeated country or a portion thereof, which falls under the rule of the winner. In that purely political sense, it is true to say that the enemy's territory, his towns, fortresses, warehouses, and everything that goes to make up its political and military force, is transferred to whichever power has achieved victory through force. Everything, therefore, is up for grabs, and, since the nation stands by its government, it could be argued that the winner has, following victory, an entitlement not only to seize the revenues of the invaded state, but to add on a surcharge, by way of recovery of outlay and compensation. Thus far, I cannot see anything not authorized by the right of force. But the expropriation of private individuals, the looting of homes, the stripping of churches, museums, is all that fair warfare? I can understand the seizure of items serving the purposes of war, but does that involve the stealing and impounding of individuals' effects and livestock? I will confess to tolerating foraging for horse feed, but is it to be taken to the lengths of sustaining men? We see how the rehabilitation of the right of force and, I might even say, the restoration of the principle and dignity of war might bring a new aspect to our analysis. It is not pointless sensitivity that prompts me to make these criticisms, much less a lament for so much lost wealth. It is the loftiest feeling for military honor, the truest and weightiest idea of right. To the military I say, you may strip a nation of its independence, dismantle its collectivity, change its institutions, move its capital and declare its dynasty deposed. You can install a garrison in its squares, ensconce yourself in its ports, absorb its soldiers into your regiments, absorb its budget into your own country's budget, in short, assume all of the prerogatives of sovereignty. But you cannot strike out at a single one of its citizens, except in the case of common law criminality or on the battlefield, for the duration of the battle. You may not live at the expense of those over whom you have made yourselves masters, you may not require the slightest service of them without payment. Such is the right of war. You are the magistrates of force, beware, for if you misuse that force, you are nothing but corrupt officials. But such is the spirit in which armies have been imbued, since time immemorial, that I fear that nothing can long wrest them back from their nonsensical and dishonorable practices. There is no point saying that marauding and requisitioning arrangements endow warfare with a character of banditry that cannot be squared with civilization, politics, or the very notion of war. Still less is it worth pointing out the travesty of turning the exercise of force into the pursuit of plunder, with the advantage going to the greatest cowards and scoundrels. The response comes, what you say is fair, but war is as war does. You note that armies have the greatest interest in refraining from practices that lead them to ruination through indiscipline. We can concede that, but would add that it all depends on the circumstances and above all on the purpose, which is victory. Well, no, this is not how war should be waged, as it is not the way to secure victories, by which I mean lasting victories that place an indestructible seal upon their gains. And if you need another reason, here is one that I have borrowed from the great captain and to which you will have no answer. According to the combined rules of the right of force and the rights of peoples, the state that pursued either the annexation or the subordination of another neighboring state ought not only to be the stronger, but sufficiently strong to force the opponent to submit. This suggests that the invader army, after having come all that way, should, for as long as the fighting lasts, survive on its own resources. Napoleon used to complain, and rightly so, about the English attempts to blockade ports by means of simple declaration. He argued that, according to the principles of warfare, for a blockade to be put in place, there had to be an army of occupation. The very same rule should hold true for a war of invasion. In its absence, there would be nothing to prevent a gang of adventurers swooping out of the blue upon a country, holding its towns and countryside to ransom and holding off from withdrawing until they can no longer hold their position. It so happened in the most recent campaign in Italy, thanks to a very rare circumstance, that the warring powers had an equal interest in managing the occupied population, Austria, as their sovereign, France and Piedmont as liberators. Just suppose that the Lombards had behaved as Austria's loyal subjects, regardless of the fact that the Allied army was by then deeply committed, would it be acceptable, under the right of war, for that army to have looted and oppressed a territory that it ought to have only annexed by force, which is to say, through recourse to its own resources and not by seizing the inhabitants' food stores? Endorsing would justify the depredations of Attila, Genghis Khan, and all the barbarians who insolently styled themselves the blacksmiths of nations, the scourge of God, but whose short-lived conquests never actually put down roots. It would be tantamount to giving brigandry and piracy a letter of recommendation. There is something even more condemnable than the devastating destruction of the enemy's material resources or the pillaging of his inhabitants, and that is the corruption of its officers and soldiers and the undermining of the constancy of its citizens. In 1809, as he set off for the Wagram campaign, Napoleon issued a proclamation to the Hungarians, urging them to switch sides and promising to reward them by re-establishing their national autonomy. 377 He was not in breach of the established law in so doing, and I would not dream of holding him up to reproach. Napoleon did the same thing in 1812 with the Poles. At the time of his Russian campaign. 378 The Hungarians did nothing and so at least could not whine about their recklessness nor the bad faith of their tempter. The Polish were not so reserved. They rose up en masse and it went off like a powder keg. Then, whenever they asserted their claim to freedom, the conqueror's response was that he did not reckon them to be mature or well organized enough to become a free people, in which he was certainly not mistaken. 6 months after that, he himself was defeated. This is all typical of underhanded warfare. Naturally, the loyalty of the populace to the government, like the soldiers to the flag, is numbered among the component parts of the force of states. It is only to be expected, therefore, for the one that displays less cohesiveness to surrender the upper hand to the other, but the populace must have their say. It is not for the aggressor to take the initiative in this. 379 Spreading treason through the subjects of the enemy state is the same thing as sending infernal machines 380 to a head of state. For lobbying of that sort to be countenanced, it would have to be open and above board so that, by dint of reciprocity, each power might have the opportunity to bring influence to bear on the views of the opposing people, which would at least be a permanent way of sounding people's views on the propriety of war and the legitimacy of conquests. But at the same time, it would again be calling into question what war is supposed to have determined once and for all, namely, the formation of states through the absorption of nationalities. It would, as I say, conjure up a contradiction within the rights of peoples and doom politics in perpetuity to taking as many backward steps as it might have taken forward. Napoleon in turn found this out when his allies, following his example, separated the emperor's cause from that of the nation. 381 and sowed division in the deeply unity-minded French people and thereby made invasion easy on 2 counts. Everybody knows that French dignity was lost by this. It was a dismal reprisal for the shame we inflicted on so many peoples which, in defiance of reason and nationality, had hitched their star to our wagon out of selfishness or fear. We conclude, therefore, that the call to insurrection, as a device of war, falls outside of the right of war. It is immoral. Chapter 6, The Critique of Military Operations, Weapons, Espionage, and the Ruse. Our verdict on the morality of a clash between 2 states, on the usefulness of the victory, the soundness of the conquest, the valor of the combatants and the glory of the generals, depends upon what we decide with regard to war. Is war simply, as some claim, the art of destroying the enemy's forces? So be it. History is awash with persons who have distinguished themselves in that ghastly art, and, had we the space to expound upon strategy, tactics, siege technology, ballistics, we would in fact discover that, according to its practitioners as well as its theories, warfare has thus far had no other purpose. In which case let there be no more talk about the right of war. The right of war, the principle behind all heroism, without which the renown of conquerors would vanish, is an atrocious fiction, with this one peculiarity, that it turns the representatives of force into so many hypocrites. Of all the varieties of hypocrisy, is not the most cowardly the hypocrisy of bravery resorting to trickery and treachery? Or is war instead, as we maintain, and as the ancient seed of Romulus instinctively sensed, the verdict of force? In which case, warfare, just like trial by combat or the duel, has its code of honor. It is possessed of a righteousness that does not consist of pointless philanthropic gestures or underhand formalities, but which is a logical deduction from the very idea of warfare, subsisting despite the trespasses of the warriors and with the sanction of history, confirming those deeds of war accomplished in accordance with that right, or rendering them null and void and punishing them when they offend. Against it, there is no third option. We have to choose. On the one hand, we have open, moral, fruitful warfare, war that holds defeat in as high an honor as victory and requires that the winners and the losers live alongside one another like brothers. On the other, perfidious and pointless warfare that degenerates into savagery and banditry and renders one people's hatred for another beyond the reach of reconciliation. To the facts set out in the preceding chapter we shall now add a few more, no less serious ones. Implicit in the use of force in national struggles is the spilling of blood. One might even say that the danger of death is necessary in order to bring virtues to light, alongside physical force, moral force, courage, and commitment. Now, depending on whether the destruction of the enemy is to be regarded as war's special purpose, or merely as a possible consequence, though not one directly sought by the struggle between the forces, it is conceivable that, as in the case of a duel, the choice of weapons is not a matter of indifference. It is something in need of regulation and definition. All sorts of weaponry, saber, rapier, foil, dagger, poignard, knife, rifle, carbine, pistol, pike, lance, staff, club, axe, flail, hammer, and compasses, in duels between journeymen, etc., have been pressed into use in dueling. These days the only weapons acceptable are the rapier, the saber, the foil, and the pistol. In the Middle Ages, the duel was conducted on foot or on horseback, in armor or in one's shirt. These days, the fighting is only ever done on foot and in shirt sleeves. Delving into the origin of the simplification of the duel, we discover that it had two aims in mind: the discounting of anything that might demean or make it ghastly, whilst at the same time equipping it with every means of highlighting the courage of the combatants. I therefore wonder whether it should not be the same with war? Is war, as opposed to the duel, allowed to resort to any sort of homicidal instrument? What about poisoning, which can be done in a variety of ways, either by poisoning the weapons, hurling asphyxiating gases or tainting drink and food? Grotius's response is ambiguous in every instance. He states, certain nations are in the habit of poisoning their arrows, and it could not be claimed that the law of nature is against this. The nations of Europe, however, have done away with that practice in dealings with one another, as not within the ways of open force. 382. As for drink and food, Grotius is scathing about poisoning these, nevertheless conceding that it is permissible to render water sources undrinkable by tossing corpses or lime into them, as well as tainting foodstuffs by the same means. On this point, Vattel is one with Grotius. 383. The celebrated jurist's uncertainty of principle stands exposed here. Is it the direct purpose of warfare to destroy the enemy? In which case, scruples are out of place: mines, infernal machines, oil of vitriol, sulfuric acid, boiling water, poison, lime, carrion, dysentery, blinding, famine, pestilence, barbed or poisoned arrows, anything that inflicts incurable injury or kills instantaneously, one must include them all, and, as the saying has it, they are all grist to the mill. But is war primarily, as the Latin name suggests and its definition implies, a duel in terms of force and courage, in which death appears as a risk rather than as an end? In that case, plainly, there are grounds for the regulation of arms, in the absence of which war is nothing but an ugly contest between an army of Castaings and another made up of Brinvillers. 384. I have no liking for that general. In one sea battle he had a supply of vipers in bottles, and had his men toss them onto the enemy vessels, seeking thereby, by a sort of treachery, what he had given up hope of obtaining by force. 385 And I regard any soldier as an assassin who bites his bullet with the thought that that bite will poison the projectile and surely kill the enemy. 386 Our military men, and I will say this much for them, are generally horrified by such ploys. Therefore, I am merely asking them to be true to themselves. They believe in a right in warfare and consequently in arms regulation when they quibble at the poisoning of the enemy. Let them stick with that thought and now answer my question: are we to regard as permissible under the laws of war such precision weapons as blast at huge removes and without missing their targets, these projectiles of every variety, cone-headed, hollow-pointed, spring-loaded, which, after puncturing the adversary's body, leave behind dangerous wounds worse than those caused by Orsini-type bombs? 387 The French, a correspondent from the Times wrote at the time of the war in Lombardy, have recently introduced into service a new bullet, hollow-bottomed and in the shape of a pyramid. This shape endows the bullet with this property, that once the tip of the bullet strikes bone, the base of the pyramid opens up at angles and inflicts a horrific injury that I was shown by a doctor at the hospital, and which he described as "certain very beautiful." 388 Is this fact as reported in the Times correct? I have my doubts. The English press is not well disposed towards French honor. Today, the French infantry is regarded as the bravest in the world when it comes to bayonet charges. It has demonstrated as much in the Lombardy campaign. What need has it of spring-loaded bullets? In any event, if the French can claim the dismal credit of having invented it, they will not take long to discover the drawbacks of its imitations. Which is why I in turn bring the fact to the notice of the decency of all military, who certainly never dreamt up the spring-loaded bullet and whose bravery can do very well without the hellish inventions of the armorers. 389 Whatever the truth of the anecdote reported by the Times, the certain fact is that every nation in Europe is now making use of the carbine and the rifled barrel, the cone-shaped bullet and ball, which are more of a danger than round projectiles as such. There is even talk of issuing all French army soldiers, cavalry and infantry alike, with 6-shooter revolvers. Why this questing after perfection? Far from boosting force and courage, it abets weakness and cowardice, and which one might even describe as useless, since victory only requires that the soldier be taken out of combat. Is this not missing the whole point and purpose of war, which is to settle squabbles between nations through the use of force? The Emperor Napoleon III displayed great concern for the French and Austrian wounded in the recent campaigns which culminated at Solferino. 390 I would praise him even more if I discovered that he had used his authority over the army and his standing in the eyes of the great powers to get them to give up on the use of cone-shaped and spring-loaded bullets. I cannot recall which king of France it was who guaranteed a pension to the inventor of an infernal machine, on condition that he would keep it a secret from everyone. He said, "We have enough means of self-destruction, I refuse to launch a competition in that field." The example is worth following, it bears witness to a genuine feeling for the right of war and the rights of peoples. It is mainly since the invention of gunpowder that thinking about the nature and right of war has been warped, especially with regard to arms control. The claim has been made that the use of the cannon had democratized the soldierly trade and dealt a significant blow to the nobility by neutralizing cavalry and diminishing the advantages of personal courage. I will admit that I would rather that the Third Estate had learned how to counter cavalry with cavalry, even at the risk of seeing feudalism last for another 100 years. Others, so-called friends of humanity, congratulate themselves at the sight of weapons and machinery of war keeping abreast of the progress of industry and becoming more and more murderous. War, they say, will peter out on account of the excesses of its destructive capability. They fail to see that ending war that way leads to political and social disorganization. Once weapons have reached the point where numbers and discipline, as well as courage, no longer mean anything in warfare, it is farewell to majority rule, farewell to universal suffrage, farewell to the empire, farewell to the republic, farewell to government of any form. It will be power to the most villainous. Can they not see that if the people of Paris were to take it into their heads to deploy the means of destruction that advances in industry and the sciences have made available, No force would be able to repress them. So why has the uprising been silenced today? Because the people, even at the point of insurrection, believe in the right of war. They shy away from attacking the enemy from behind, from destroying the enemy using poison, rapid muzzle-loading rifles, fusils à jet, Fiesca devices 391 and percussion bombs. Even at the risk of their own lives, like Barb's 392, they would rather advance into the open boulevards and take their chances, face to face, man to man. It has been said that since the invention of firearms, war had become less murderous. The biggest battles this century have not produced carnage on the same scale as the Battle of Cannae, say, where Hannibal slaughtered 50,000 Romans, whilst losing 20,000 of his own men. The point I will concede, but I do not chalk this up to artillery, which would be sheer nonsense. There are three main moments in a battle. The first is the point of engagement, congresses, when the two armies come to grips right along the line. Then comes the battle proper, where the effort, pugna, conatus, lasts until one of the two armies falters and its battalions are smashed, and lastly, the killing, the sedes, which starts, with the flight of the vanquished, once his battalions have been smashed. So it was in the Battle of Cannae. Out of the 90,000 strong Roman army, some 50,000 were killed. Such slaughter, the final act of battle, regularly mentioned by the writers on the subject, no longer exists for us moderns, other than as an accident. The crestfallen enemy withdraws, if he can, or drops his weapons. Rather than slaughtering them, they are taken captive. The winner being all the more likely to do this according to the distance at which he has fought. Fighting in the form of maneuvers and volleys, rather than hand to hand, he is less keen on carnage. This is also one of the effects of the sentiment of humanity which I have touched upon on a number of occasions, a sentiment that had curtailed war's destructiveness without, however, making any improvement in its mores, as is evidenced by the invention of and improvements to firearms. In the past, the numbers of dead and wounded during those first two stages of battle were fewer, the slaughter only began with the final stage. These days, the striking down is done at some remove, in huge volume, and the numbers are fairly much the same. The victor's advantage can be seen in the numbers of captives taken. This, I grant, is a success for humanity, but it comes at the end, and there is sacrifice at the outset. It balances out, military valor is the loser and warfare more depraved.